Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking hole coming right up. Fucking hole coming right up.
Welcome to the final day of SIEU LCQ 2023, where today we're going to be crowning the last team to be going to SI. Now, although Team Secret are already waiting in the finals, Makers is once again gonna have to take on Outsiders in the lower finals to determine who is gonna be facing the undefeated Team Secret. A lot of stage to unpack, so without further ado, let's introduce our analysts for the first game, Ollie and Demo. Ollie, Navi is out.
Navi is out indeed, Ginny. And Ginny, you got it right today. You came to me first. That means that Demo is going to feel nice and safe today. Really looking forward to getting stuck in today. It was a long old night of qualifiers last night. Poor old Navi going up against Makers, really getting taken through the ringer. Not the most straightforward of series. Obviously, with the delays that were thrown in there as well. A very, very close map number one. Got to feel a little bit sorry for him there, but we do have Makers and we do have a rematch from yesterday.
Yeah, rematch indeed, Demo. Outsiders up against Makers once again. And initially, we really thought that Makers were the ones to walk away with this game, but unfortunately for them, Outsiders just flipped the script and came out swinging.
Who said Makers were going to be outside? I think only Whippet, the knackered man, said that. But I think everyone else, you have to, give the respect to what the Russians that are coming back into town again. And yeah, it's going to obviously be that rematch. The touch upon Navi, big disappointment for me. I think from that side, I think we expected a lot better. Even I know people can say, oh, they had a roster change a couple of weeks ago. That didn't help. I don't think that they used Jegs the way that they probably should have. I'm seeing Jegs and Ace, for goodness sake, yesterday. I think that was a massive blow. I think they maybe give him too much freedom. And I think they didn't come in playing probably a little bit more basic than what they should be. It should be straightforward, tell everyone what to do and go for it. I just didn't see that from Navi. I think that's one thing that we've seen throughout the season was how consistent they can be and how much of a flow they can get into. They never got into that momentum at all yesterday. And people are going to say about the delays and everything. I'm looking at the first game for me against them versus Secret. That for me, I thought they started off really strong and then they just faded away. So yeah, Navi was a disappointment for me yesterday.
Yeah, and speaking about that consistency as well, it's something that we've seen a lot from Team Secret, Ollie, especially with the momentum that I've secured in the final game. They are yet to lose a map.
They are. They're yet to lose a map, and they're looking pretty scary. I think this is going to be the real do or die day for Secret. Was yesterday a fluke? I'd like to think it wasn't. I'd like to think that this team has all of a sudden found some secret source and a little bit of energy from somewhere to really put on a big performance, because that's what they did yesterday against two very contrasting teams. Don't forget, you're going up against Navi, who have that ability to play with a little bit more flair, a little bit more aggression. They have that unpredictability of Jegs. Whereas they're going up against outsiders and they probably know what they're going to be coming up against a little bit more. So they've played at both ends of the spectrum yesterday. And that was one of the things that really impressed me from Secret.
Yeah, and also looking at Secret specifically, the fact that they're yet to be beaten, Demo, but also they're already waiting in the finals. They have a couple of hours to chill. They're even going to be able to watch this game, which is something that they said already yesterday in the interview, that is going to be one of their priorities. So coming into today, we're not just sending one team to SI, we're sending two others home.
Yeah, that's it. There's only going to be one winner, isn't it, at the end of this? And yeah, Secret, they set themselves up the best possible way that they could. I think for Secret, I don't think they showed a weakness yesterday, which I think is terrifying to think about. I think they played great Siege all round. I think if you're Secret, I think you probably want Outsiders. I think they're probably the team that I think you can prep for better. I think Outsiders at the moment are a little bit too predictable because they do the same thing over and over again. I think that's one thing that they've struggled with throughout the last split as well. And that's showing throughout. On the unpredictableness that makers can play to. They can play quick, they can play fast, they can catch whenever they're not ready for it. So yeah, I would say Secret probably want Outsiders. That's just my opinion anyway.
Yeah, but speaking of unpredictability as well, Ollie, the fact that yesterday the first game that Secret had to play was up against Navi, we saw them on Skyscraper, and we were like, okay, this is something that we haven't actually seen any of these teams play on yet. They were just walking into it blind. There was no real VOD reviewing or prep in that regards that they could have done. But still, regardless of the fact that they were trying a lot of things each round, it actually did work out in their favor.
Yeah, they were very willing to make those adaptations and make those changes. They showed a very fluid style of play, and dare I say it, it was a little bit LATAM-esque, and well, I wonder why that might be. Could be something to do with the fact that Twister is leading the pack there. But it does seem to bring a little bit of, you sort of watch it and you're like, hang on a minute, I've seen a little bit of something like this before. I've seen this kind of flair, I've seen this kind of creativity in the heat at the moment. Secret did a fantastic job yesterday. There was strength top through bottom as well, Demo, which was ace to see. I know that you're a big fan of Kendrew.
I always have been.
And even he had his
I'm a day one
time in the limelight.
Yeah. Day one with King Kenny, and I think for Kendrew he's my kind of support that I like. A support who's not afraid to get in there and get stuck in. He's not just sitting outside the whole time thinking, okay, I need mentories. If things aren't going well, Secret they're smart. I think we said this at the start, way back at start of stage 3. They've got smart players. I think Astro is a really clever guy. I think he kind of gives me that vibe off. If he sees an opening, he'll make that play. He'll call to the team and say, let's go for this. And I think that's the way you can see with Secret. It's one thing that we've seen throughout the split, Ollie, was of course that Brazil kind of meta that I suppose we started to see from Secret, and we said, hey, Twister's starting to implement some of his ideas, and I think it's finally paying off, because I think in this meta, you need to be able to adapt. You need to be able to play quick, and that's what I think at the moment is what Secret has going for them, where I don't think makers have that, and I don't think outsiders have that at the moment.
Yeah, with that adaptation, Secret secured themselves a spot in the final, so the bracket is halfway filled out. We need one more winner, which is going to be the first game of today. Makers up against Outsiders in the lower bracket final to determine who's going to be going up against Team Secret. And we said coming into this, Ollie, we had no real expectations in terms of what team we were going to be seeing advancing as far to the finals. But the fact that Navi, they played it, dropped into that lower bracket immediately, and unfortunately had to go home yesterday, is this something that, maybe was an expectation to some shape, way, or form?
I think that there will be some people out there that were expecting Navi to go out.
Hello.
Just based on the fact that they've made some changes. There'll be other people that maybe expected Navi to go a little bit further, and we're probably sat with one of those people in the call right now, Ginny. But ultimately, they've dropped out, and there's nothing really that they can do about it. It's a very unfortunate circumstance. The timing of the qualifiers for them. but these things do happen. For me, I'm really looking at Makers here because they are no stranger to a lower bracket run. You think about their time in CL, lower bracket run. Think about their time in CL last year, got knocked out in the lower bracket really, really early. This team has done, to my mind, one great thing internationally, which is still a fantastic achievement, and that is getting to SI21 and getting through the group. However, there's only so long that you can dine out on that for. They need, in my opinion, to cement themselves as a team that we take seriously and a team that we, look and call a genuine contender. They need to be going through to the final here today.
Okay, the demo looking at Makers against Outsiders. It's a rematch. We've already seen them play. They went all the way to 3-mapper, and Makers starting off strong. Again, looking at their bracket, thinking of how it's going to be advancing today. Anything you want to share? Any expectations here?
I think Secret. I think it's Secrets. I think they're the team that impressed me yesterday. I think everyone else played okay. I don't think anyone, Outsiders or Makers or Navi didn't play exceptional. I thought Secret were that. I find it really difficult now. I'm in the mindset where I don't even think it matters who wins this game. I still think Secret, no matter what, they're going to win it today.
Okay. I mean, I know it takes a lot to impress Demo, so I'm actually impressed with Team Secret and how they managed to do it. Guys, don't forget, for SI, your tickets are available to buy. There's going to be a QR code on the screen that you can scan, but also some information in the chat. We're going to be taking a quick little break, and we'll be back to talk about the first game, the lower bracket final, Outsiders up against Makers. Outsiders up against Makers once again for the second time this weekend, but this time around to determine the winner of the lower bracket final and who's going to be advancing up against Team Secret. Now, we've seen this before yesterday, if you remember, but if you need a little refresher, if you have the memory of a goldfish demo, how exactly did this go again?
It was pretty good at the beginning for Makers, and then they stopped playing their Siege. They lost their identity. They didn't play the Makers that we're used to seeing. They got scared. And that's one thing that I don't think you can do against Outsiders. Yes, we know who Outsiders are. We know the caliber of players. We know their history. We know how good they are. But that shouldn't... What does that have to do with anything? That was in the past. It's all about in the now. And for Makers, right now, they have a good shot here to push into that final, but they need to just play their Siege. That's one thing I want to see from Makers. No matter what happens today, I just want to see the Makers that I'm used to seeing, and it wasn't that yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday, Ollie, it felt like Makers maybe starting it off strong, but fear potentially could have creeped in a little and just hindered them to some extent. But if anything, now you're in that lower bracket. This is it. This is your do or die. And yesterday they had that, that safety net of dropping into that lower bracket, and it still was, heavy weighting on their mind. So if anything, today potentially could be even worse.
Yeah, I don't think there's any room for fear here today. Obviously, it's a do or die. You've got to win this to get yourself through. And even then, you're going right out of the frying pan straight into the fire, going up against Secret should you get through this best of three. So for Makers, I would like to see them stay true to the roots. I would like to see them play that with that aggression and that flair that we know them capable of, because when they do that, they play some exciting Siege. We saw that yesterday in Chalet. They played with that excitement. They played with that ability to make quick decisions, quick plays, aggressive on the defense, and equally aggressive on the attack. And then as soon as we see them falter, as soon as we see that sort of change come through and a little bit of uncertainty, or they get thrown into a much more traditional map, which is going to favor outsiders, that's when things started to fall apart. You think back to yesterday, Chalet, the attacks from Makers were fantastic. They were bringing Glaz, they were bringing Ying, they were bringing Amaru, there was Capital getting thrown in there. All of these tools to really provide some useful and creative situations. Whereas then you look back to the Clubhouse and what have we got? We've got Acqui playing on Solace, getting first blooded in like 90% of the defender rounds because they were just trying too hard and getting caught out on this roam game. So there's definitely that balance to strike here. It's certainly two big clashes of teams in terms of their identity as well. They've got very two distinct play styles.
Yeah, and also it's going to be a clash of some names here. Lolo and Shepard, I think, Ollie, you wanted to highlight these players. Looking at Lolo, first of all, especially for Makers, it felt like on Chalet, if anything, did have quite a big of an impact to get them that creativity, get them that space going.
Yeah, so we've got the stats from Lolo here. This is only counting the game that was played on stream. The stats for the off-stream game aren't included here. But this was just an example of Lolo's a player that you want to really pop off for Makers. They've got multiple players that can pop off, any single one of them. It's one of the things that makes them quite exciting, but he's someone that's playing those main entry operators. You've got him on the Iana, you've got him on that Oryx. He should be getting out there on the roam, and he should be getting first or second in, at least on that attack. And he's doing that largely. Entry, 4-1, cost 72%. I feel like we need a big day out of Lolo here for Makers.
A big day out of Lolo, but also when we're looking at outsiders, Shepard specifically, Dembo, again, one of the players that is also going to need to bring a big day for the team, because as we said, for both of these teams, it's today or never.
Yeah, Shep was just, he's back, isn't he? He's back in his glory. Phenomenal performance in some of those maps, being able to clutch. Every clutch he had, so easy for him. Like, it wasn't even a second thought at times. Getting the diffuser down was a big thing, of course, for outsiders. And yeah, I want to see more from Shepard. I think, you know, as good as what it was, I just want to see more. That's all I want to see, because it's a joy watching this guy play. And I'm sure I can speak for everyone. It was, yeah, just so fun watching him back in the saddle. Of course, Joystick was back as well. We have to include him. But both Shepard and Joystick, it just never left. Yeah, really, really good stuff from outsiders.
Yeah, speaking to Dan as well yesterday in the interview after their game up against Makers, one of the things that they highlighted, Ollie, was the fact that they wanted to control their emotions. They wanted to know that they still have a game coming up on the end of the day. They wanted to make sure that they just keep themselves in check, stay calm, cool, and collected. So today they're gonna have to replicate that again. And it felt like, if anything, Makers really struggled to play against that mentality that Outsiders was bringing.
Yeah, I think if outsiders are able to keep that same level of energy, you know, they're not a team that you really see tilt in the sense of, if something doesn't go wrong, you don't just see them sort of throwing caution to the wind. At least it's very, very rare that will happen. I think it did happen on Chalet yesterday, but that was almost a bit of an anomaly, not something that we were expecting from them in the sort of day-to-day. So for me, if they can come out and put in a similar performance, the pressure's on Makers here for this one, in my opinion.
Okay, and Demo, do we have any expectations then in regards to maps that we're going to potentially see any of these teams picking here today?
Throw them up. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Let's see. I'd say Clubhouse going to get banned. Has to be banned. Yeah. What are they doing?
It's picked. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
it's the same apart from a cafe decider.
Yeah.
That's the only difference.
This is a little bit weird, in my opinion. I'm very surprised that outsiders have let Chalet through, but if you look at what they banned, it shows that they've got a clear distaste for Skyscraper and Theme.
Yeah, they did it against Secret yesterday, didn't they?
They did it against Secret yesterday. Like, they really don't want to play those two maps. Either they're saving those maps, which I doubt at this point because it's a lower bracket, or they're just not comfortable on those two maps. So they have to get rid of them, and they're maybe looking to right some wrongs on Chalet. For me, the Clubhouse pick allowing Clubhouse through as Makers, is more of a blunder than Outsiders allowing Chalet through, because Clubhouse was a 7-2. It was an absolute stomp from Outsiders.
Yeah, one thing though yesterday was highlighted by Gibby on Chalet was the fact that one of their attacking rounds, the first attacking round actually coming out from them, was very identically executed in the way that they played up against 10-star demos. So in that regards, could it be that Outsiders feel comfortable with Chalet because they now have that information available?
It's not that they feel comfortable. It's the fact that they don't have a strong enough map pool because they can't play Sky, they can't play Theme Park. They can't do anything about that. Makers is always going to first pick that. It's not a good map for Outsiders. Again, we've mentioned the meta. Makers done really well against Outsiders yesterday on that, but Outsiders don't have the depth in the pool at the moment. I think, again, they're still very stuck in their ways. They can play, I would say they probably have about 3 or 4 maps that they're really, really good on, and then the rest they're going to struggle on. I think Cafe, as the decider, it's going to be tricky for Outsiders because that's a strong map for Makers. It's one of those maps that if Makers play the way that we expect them to and what we've seen in the past, I think Makers will wash them with that. I think Chalet's the big one. I think Outsiders are really going to need to be switched on. I think they need to be ready for the pocket rushes that Makers are going to go for. This is going to be a tough series for Outsiders just based on the maps. I think Clubhouse should be a given. I think, they're strong enough on that to do the business. But yeah, I think if it gets to Cafe, nah.
Okay.
The only doubt that the only doubt that I've got about Clubhouse is Outsiders did lose it yesterday against Secret. Now, of course, we're sort of putting Secret in this.
Are we comparing Secret to Makers? Are we comparing?
No, we're definitely not. We're putting Secret in a different category here because they've gone flawless so far. But Makers also won Clubhouse yesterday against Navi in the off-stream game, 7-3. Now, Clubhouse is a map that anyone can play. Like, we're not sitting here saying it's definitely one-sided or the other. It just shows some quite sort of better-faced cheek from Makers to go straight back there and to pick the same 2 maps because they're expecting to get a result, obviously, here today. And I believe it does throw a little bit of pressure back onto Outsiders. Like, yeah, we've seen you play that. We've won it. You've lost it. We're happy to go back there.
Yeah, I think also in that regards, then Clubhouse being that second map, it's going to be important for Outsiders even more so, I guess, Demo in this time around to win that map in a slam dunk fashion just to keep that momentum going into Cafe, considering the disadvantage they could potentially be at here.
Oh, I think both teams want to just get the 2-0. Don't waste more time and energy, having to go into the third map, get it done, and then move your way into the final, of course. I think it'll be probably 3 maps. I think that's probably expected anyway, just with how the pools went. But yeah, like I said, I think Outsiders, they need to show me something on Chalet. Definitely need to. And then for Makers, I just want to see Makers just play the same way they play Chalet, do their own thing, don't care about who they're playing. And even Makers on Clubhouse, that's whenever we started seeing, the timidness set in for that side. And I don't want to see that.
Yep. I think that's something that, Ollie, we mentioned yesterday a few times when we were looking at Makers' way of approaching the game, and that was that eventually it felt like they became a little bit more complacent. They lost the reins in terms of how they want to dictate the pace of the game, and it felt like Outsiders really thrived off of that. So looking at Chalet, that being the first map, Outsiders, their chances of replicating that success on Chalet, regardless of how it went yesterday, is that a possibility here?
It's a fresh day, isn't it? It's a fresh day. It's a fresh map. What has happened previously gives us an indication, but I'm going to try out one of Demo's favorites here. It genuinely depends on how these teams show up on the day. Makers, they had a long night last night. Outsiders, they were done and dusted quite quickly. That doesn't really bear much resemblance. Let's be honest. Everyone's a gamer here. They're all going to be used to smashing these ranked games and playing these hours and getting the scrims in. They're not going to be worried about playing a little bit over the course of a weekend, but it does play a little bit of a factor. Obviously, trying to get a warm-up scrim this morning, a little bit of a later start today as well, so there's much more opportunity for people to be well rested, warm-up scrim straight into the games. I'm not really looking at yesterday and thinking it's going to bear too heavy a resemblance on what we saw in terms of scoreline or result. I think that playstyle will be quite similar. If Makers do try to use this same the same sort of playstyle that they played on Chalet yesterday, where they were very aggressive on the roam, they were very looking to chance their arm a little bit too much. we saw that Outsiders cottoned on to that for the second two maps. We saw in Clubhouse that they were more than happy to just throw full focus to one single roamer. We were seeing exothermic charges deployed by Shepard to get one guy out of strip on Clubhouse. If they take that same approach here on Chalet, it could be very different. I don't suppose that Makers are going to get the same level of success out there on the roam and out there on the lurk if Outsiders are throwing the full pack of wolves at them like they were yesterday. So there's definitely pros and cons to, coming into this and playing the same maps for both teams, because there's a little bit of player tendency now that they can be looking to go on. And there's just small tweaks. We're not talking big counter strats. We're not talking 10-page PDFs. We're talking little individual things of, you can just do this. This was a common thing yesterday. Let's keep an eye out for that. We're going to try and do this to counter it. Real minute adjustments.
Yeah, I think also looking yesterday at the game that we seen between Makers and Outsiders demo, I think a lack of timeouts potentially was something that we highlighted as an issue. This, again, like as Ollie mentioned here, the fact that having just small incremental changes implemented to try and get everything under wraps, timeouts are potentially going to be one of these changes that we would like to see.
I mean, Outsiders, they'll do the same thing over and over again. That's the way they've always been. That's the philosophy of that team. They do one thing and they do it probably, at points the best in the world. That was the thing about that team. I remember back, way back, about like 3-4 years ago, I remember this side in Oregon, they did the exact same push every single time, and it always worked. Everyone knew it was coming, but you can't stop it. That's the way that team is. And I think you could get away with it back then because there wasn't as much going on in the game. Less operators, less gadgets, different operators that do different things now. But I think now it's all about adaptation. I think if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, there's a bundle of operators that, we've got different sets of, okay, these guys can do this thing, these operators can do this thing, and that's whenever the counter-strat comes into it. And that's where I think Outsiders have become too rigid in that regard. There's a lot of new stuff now that they need to adapt to, and at the moment, I think that we need to see that from them.
Yeah, but looking at Makers, though, Ollie, considering they had a long night, adaptations, of course, need to be made coming into the games today. But if anything, would that be a possibility with the time limit, but also how potentially exhausted they could have been?
I mean, it's a job of the backroom staff, isn't it? At this point, you've got to be looking toward your backroom staff for that little bit of extra support as a player. You're playing the game. You can't be sat there watching 3 monitors and watching everything that's going on. So I think for me, you're really hoping and relying a little bit there that they're really putting the work in and doing the job and just coming up with a few little options. And maybe that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a couple of the same maps played today, because there are very easy things that they can go back and they feel like they can change. For Makers, obviously, Chalet went quite well. They'll be looking to replicate the same. On Clubhouse, however, they're going to be coming out there with something a little bit different.
Yeah, well, let's see whether or not these adaptations have been made over the course of yesterday into today, as we're going to be heading into our first map, Chalet, this time around with Whippet and Gibson. So guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ginny, and oh my, here we are on an almost exact rematch of the matchup we had yesterday, Gibby. I'm excited to get cracking into this one. This is going to be absolutely brilliant. Both teams know what to expect on Chalet, but who has adapted better?
Well, what to expect is a bit of a statement. Do we expect to see a first round where nobody dies or nobody on attack gets a kill? They went around. The pole goes all inside of Outsiders. But Whippet, this game yesterday was not good for Outsiders whatsoever. They made countless mistakes and Makers were able to take the win. Do you think that they've adjusted enough that they can get the win this time around?
You know what? I'm going to be a wild one and say I think the fact that we went to the same maps again suits Makers, right? Outsiders, as Demo mentioned, do not change. They are rigid. They are very firm in what they do. They might change out the bans, and the Ying getting banned away, not a surprise to me at all. But wise words, the strong reed will bend in strong wind. Outsiders are so rigid, if Makers put that same pressure on them, they might just crumble. And on the desk, I made a prediction saying last time these two met, I thought it would be a Makers 2-1. Oh, I'm going to say maybe a little bit more bold this time, Gibby. I think Makers take this series 2-0. I've got complete confidence for this underdog storyline.
See, I think the storylines in this one's great because either way, one of these sides run with a chance of making SI. Will Makers, with that core 3 players of the roster, get back? Or will we see 4 of the 5 players who played in the last Invitational final making their way into the big game? one more time. Well, the one thing I will say is what we seen yesterday on Outsiders, we saw the best and the worst of them. We saw Shepard have a day and a half at times, but against Secret, when Secret set up those good defensive walls, whenever they didn't get too aggressive, whenever they didn't feed into the Outsiders play style, Outsiders didn't really have a plan B. So let's see if they can get the adjustment going today. You say the map pool suits Makers. I always think you learn more in defeat than you learn on attack, and I think Outsiders may just make a couple of tweaks going into this one.
I think they'll certainly change their playstyle here on Chalet. They'll be aware of what Makers do, but to build into this, Makers are a way more flexible team. We've seen them go from being hyper-structured to hyper-aggressive. They can make that swap, that change, that adjustment. So the question is how that will feel here in an exact rematch. You know, it's deja vu. 24 hours ago, these two teams locked horns on this map exactly, and on the second map as well in this series. So who's learnt their lessons? And, okay, I was about to say it, Dora has sixed away from the Grim to that Lion. And for the lineup-wise I'm seeing here, this is a very common lineup from Makers. They've swapped away from the Yard to the Sledge, and that's going to be directly to deal with that castle getting brought out in the hands of Joystick. Good adaptations made, at least in that pick phase, but I'm curious to see how this round plays out, and the opening engagements will be a factor I will track very heavily in this one.
Yeah, no Capital either this time. We saw them bring it on this exact site last time around, and it got them a lot of success. But as you tend to see when you go on this map, you will get a couple of players on window, but Lion being there already, and I get the feeling this is going to be an aggressive start here from Makers. Utility being dumped in the window. We've got two players at one point on Repel, and now they're going to switch on over to that Solar window. You know, only 30 seconds in, but I think Makers are making the early intentions clear. They're pushing from Solar side. They're taking Master. They are not even going to go near Library unless something changes in the initial plan.
The issue with this, though, is that Solace down below. That's not Joystick. It's gonna be Dan on the Solace. It's gonna be difficult to get information, clear them out, and this castle barrier is slowing down Makers again. Good read from Outsiders, realizing that, all right, the Italian side were very aggressive when we played this map last time around. Let's slow it down. Sorry, down below is aware of a threat and some presence inside a trophy. That doesn't matter. Dan can gather a lot of information on that Solace scanner and just knows where the threat's arriving from. Oh, Shepard! Oh, he doesn't see the nade at his feet, but we know it's there. And he's left Indibino in sight all alone. Opening pick, half goes to Makers.
It's going to be difficult to get the res on the Shepard, though, with a player playing on Master Window, and Gemini is going to confirm that one out, so it is a 5 versus 4. Pasha fighting for his life in Bathroom, but he's going to get taken down by Akwi as Makers are really on the move. Dan has dripped all the way into basement to try lock in this Buck, who's still playing below, as he knows that it is essentially a 4 versus 3 back on site, but at some point he will need to fall back.
Buck's job right now, Gibby, is to stop the retake. That's all it is. He's not there to do anything. He's not there to displace anyone. You cannot go up Solar Stairs anymore. Sorry has that on lock, and Dan, every second he wastes here, he can't deny the plant. He's the Solace, and it's gonna go down. It's gonna be a very tricky retake now, but Joystick will get one. He finds Dora. Dan needs to try and find a way up, but he's got to go the long way around. Is Sorry still in a position to cover him. Dan, though, gets caught out by that Buck, leaving Joystick all alone in the 1 versus 4 post-plant situation, and it doesn't last long. Akwi finds it, and Makers, well, they start off as they mean to go on once again, taking the opening round, this time with more players alive against Outsiders.
Still same result though, Makers with a 1-0 lead, taking top floor, forcing Outsiders to change direction. They're going to drop on into kitchen dining this time around. But what I liked about that was Makers had a plan A and they went hard for it. You got Buck down below, as you said, watching any attempt at a retake, pushing up through Solar Stairs. You get the two players taking control of Solar. Once you clear the player inside of Bathroom, and that was Pasha, that plant is on and they took full advantage. So we move on to the second round. Another site, down in kitchen, we're holding control of Master Bedroom and Bathroom and Solar is very, very important. You hold that for as long as you can and then you fall back just to delay any attack. Because as you know, but if anyone tries to just go for a horizontal push, you can get them from kitchen if they vault in through trophy. If they try to just go in through main lobby, you can play the revert back on the attacking side. So you need to force the attackers out of this section of the map if you want to get a good attack going.
Yeah, I mean, this site is a difficult one to break down in concept because you can go horizontally, but you have to clear vertical, so then you have to worry about that and a massive pressure on flank watch. Dan's going to go attempt the spawn peek, and a little bit out of character for Outsiders very early, but I think they're trying to match aggression with aggression, but no one's even close. No one's even spawning in the target area. And look at how Makers set this up. No wasted time, no extra thought process about it. It is so clinical. They want to get top row control. Look how rapid they do it. All right, they'll burn everything they need to do, but that's going to be a wonderful angle setup from Pasha. Denies that window from the vertical play down below, and that's a massive blow. You've lost Dora, and you lost that Gone 6 that you were going to use to open up that castle barrier, and you've somewhat played your hand. You told them what they're going to do, so Makers, plan B, what's it going to be?
Yeah, well, they're going to send Sorry back in towards Big Garage again, just to see if there's any attempted roam on all 3 floors by this defending side, but it looks like they're still going to push on taking top floor. The one thing the player on master bedroom window knows, you've got the Nomad on basement, you've got the Nomad on the main double door, you should be safe from any form of run out whatsoever. It's just a matter of not forfeiting your life, you know, too early on. You want to just make sure that the attacking side knows you're there without giving them an opportunity to get a shot. Always is going to get taken down by Lalo, who pushed on up through those main stairs, and now he's got a chance at maybe getting another shot onto Pasha, who rotates this way back into sight, but Makers getting aggressive again. They've brought it back to a 4v4.
They've left Joystick alone now, so the only player upstairs is going to be Joystick, and he's in a pretty vulnerable position. One player in the bathroom balcony, one player can walk up mezzanine, and one holds him from solar, and he's held from the window. Joystick has no way out. He has to fight and play his life. Shepard's got a wonderful C4 lined up right below that window, and he'll spawn it, but it's, nearly tossed too deep, but that's given Joystick a lifeline. The window's no longer covered. He can rotate around that position, and Maker's cautious of someone walking up and trying to flank them. A slow process of meleeing down that castle barrier, and that's just going to be vital seconds gone from Akers. Outsider setup works absolutely perfectly, but still not out of the woods. They still have to worry about this clear. If Joystick falls, verticality is gone, and that execution gets a lot easier.
Huge C4 that was, and they're still trying to take vertical control now, with Joystick still playing inside. Master Head will be revealed, and Aqua's able to find that one. 3 versus 3. Look at the operators that you still have standing. You've got Ash, Sledge, and Buck. If you need 3 operators to make you some vertical, you don't get much better than this. And now the work begins, but with only 28 seconds to go, they may just be forced to try and make something happen.
Outsiders didn't make hurt. Outsiders had nothing set up. They weren't trying to play this for a post plan. This was all just a roam game. This was just a time delay, Gibby. They had no intention of staying here much longer. And well, you said time's going to be a problem, and Shepard will get one to Lolo second in the round, but Akwi finds an instantaneous trade, and it's going to be a problem. Here comes Makers, but Pasha calms the nerves, gets one more, leading it all down the Sorry. He's got a skeleton key, but he can't pick the lock. Outsiders get themselves level.
Pasha with the big play, getting himself a double to end the round, and it forced Sorry to try find the kill. Really good play by Pasha, but for a second, Makers managed to open the back door and make their way into the site. So we move in to round 3. And in reality, this could easily be 2-0 to Makers at this point, but fair play Outsiders for just holding their nerve. And do not underestimate how big those 2 picks on Master Window were for Outsiders winning that round as well. The C4 was absolutely perfect as it went through the beams out the window and got the kill. And let's not mention the fact that Lion was taken out while trying to remove that castle as well early on. Those 2 picks were huge for Outsiders.
It is, as you said, you can't even really describe how big they were. That round, I think, goes to Makers if they were able to keep those players alive. Look what they were able to do, right? Realistically, in a 4 versus 3, they managed to clear Joystick, take setup, take vertical, and then get picks on site and left it down to a 1 versus 1. It came down to Pasha making kind of a, not a superhero play, but just, you know, a bit of a vigilante play, gets the job done. But that was very close. Narrow margins, yes, you're level, yes, you're back equal, but for Makers, take the positives out of that one. Okay, let's be careful how we deal with that big window on that attack again. And from Outsiders' perspective, I like the fact that they had no vert setup. They decided to waste an extra second. They had no intention of playing to deny plant, as you know, Makers weren't probably going to go for that execution towards dining.
Yeah, it was really well played by Outsiders, and now we move back to the top floor, a site that Makers have played pretty well on against the side. So can they do it again? Once again, you got to get those pieces in the position. You get Lalo on this rappel so he can cover any player rotating through solar or bathroom. At least watch it for a little bit. You've got Dora on the window rappel as well, and you've also got a player down inside Big Garage. So again, it's heavily set up in the early stages to try take it from the Solarium side. Now you look at the utility that they have. Lion, those scans will stop usually those defenders in place for a little bit of time. You've brought Nomad again, so you're stopping anybody from running out onto your players playing inside of basement. And then you've got Iana, you've got your nades, you've got your Buck who can open up those soft walls if needs be.
Opening pick, that's going to be Pasha. Hero of the previous round, gone very early. Sorry is aware that Solace of Dan is hunting him, but spots it out, so Dan for the time being will just kind of exist. He'll retake towards kitchen and dining, and once again, it looks like its makers are going for a very similar approach. They're always a little bit spread out to try and defend this bathroom balcony, but no one's dropped onto it yet, so heavy solar presence. You can't retake those solar stairs unless you clear the Buck down below. That's going to be the job of Dan, but he's going to be focused on stopping that plant going down. Hatches open, good adaptation. They can stop big window repels. So everything is now vocalized on these windows in solar. They need to push on in, and this is a problem. You've just lost joystick to that double window. Gemini finds a huge pick, and this is a problem. Shepard takes a beating, and Makers, they're knocking on the door, and they might just knock that door right down.
Yeah, you win this one now, you're going to win the game potentially, but it is going to be a trade, so it's a 2 versus 3. Dan and Always up against Dora, Gemini, and Sorry. Dora has the diffuser, Always is going to push around. Dan still playing below to try attempt to stop any plant from going down, but you still got to be careful of the Buck. So Makers are just biding their time. They're rotating Buck actually up onto those Solarium windows, and in reality, with the fact you've got the Solace below and now that camera's in place, the only real safe place to plant is on top of that bed, and is it really safe if you even try to do it there? Dora in position. Solace gets the scanner out. Buck is in position, just sneaking down to try stop Solace from pushing back on up. Here's the gunfire, but we're inside the final 15 seconds now. The plant is going down. Dan spots it out. He goes to try shoot through the floor, but he gets it wrong. But he will get the kill on the... Sorry, the plant is down. Always is out. And it's all down to Dan in a 1 versus 2. As he pushes up through Solarium stairs, there's a player holding from bathroom side. Dan needs to isolate these two players, make them play as 2 individuals and not a team if you want to win the round, and he is hard on the hunt. But this is a tough position to be. 16 seconds if he really wants to get this case to stop going down. Going to give away his position, goes to peek the player inside sight, gets the kill on the Dora, but he's only got 10 seconds left alive. And we're going to see the gunfight come out. Gemini gets the kill, and that'll be a 2-1 win for round win for Makers. And you got to say, on top floor, they have Outsiders' number.
They do. And the real thing I like about this is look how flexible Makers are. There's so many points in these rounds where little things go wrong. They have to make changes. All right? They realize that Dan's not going to get aggressive. He's going to play down below. I think... Yes, he didn't plant, the Lion didn't plant on the bed, but that was to bait out Dan to engage the counter defuse, so then you could have Sorry take that and force Dan into stop the plant or stay alive fight. Dan chose wrong, fought Sorry, lost the fight, won the fight, then the case goes down, nearly wins that postman, Always goes down off on the other side of the map. Huge round for Makers, huge read, and honestly, massive props to them. They are playing beautiful Siege. Once minor things go wrong, they make a small change, and it's a constant tug of war with Outsiders. They're showing them the respect they need to, but at the same time, they're playing their own game.
Yeah, and Dan was a little unlucky too. You know, he just chose the wrong side of the bed to fire on whenever the plant was going down. You know, you stop that case from going down in that scenario, you win the round there too. But it's little things like that that can be the difference between a round win and round loss. Now, one thing to point out, there is a Frost. There are Frost mats out there. We have seen what happened yesterday with both of these teams at times.
No, so, let's not remind ourselves. I think that was some of the most perfect Frost mat placement we've ever seen yesterday.
Synchronized. You'd say it was a synchronized Frost mat when you look at the way the players jumped in.
And also, you think about the secret game on Theme Park where I perfectly predicted Slyban would wander himself into an offsite Frost mat, you know? So I'll not...
W-Tech.
Oh, am I the Grim Reaper of Frost mats? It's going to be Sorry. It's going to be Sorry. Sorry's going to walk himself into a Frost mat somewhere. And if that's right, I really should stop kind of naming people for the Grim Reaper.
So now, look, we'll see Makers go to get to work. You bring the Flores to try clear away any of the utility that's on top library stairs. That's where Dan will currently set himself up. You look at the utility they have. They have nades that they can use. You've got Flores. You've got a lot of flashes and stuns that you can use to just clear out any utility in position as well. And there's the catbolt to move Joystick out of position and give themselves maybe a possible avenue of entry in. Another bolt fired, and that'll be Gemini picking up the pieces as he's able to find that kill. Dan eats a chunk of damage as well as he contests this fight onto the window, but Makers are playing very, very well structured teamwork, or like team siege in the early stages of this game.
It's masterful. The way they're playing, they have complete control, right? There's nothing outsiders can do in this position, right? They have complete information, they're being pressured, they're feeling uncomfortable. Makers are not getting challenged here. Gemini just misses another one. You'd be feeling unfortunate about that one, and Pasha gets one. That's very important. So he's able to get one pick back. That's a lifeline. They get themselves a level. Down and always on low HP as well. Not a single bullet's landed for outsiders in this round, bar for that magazine dumped by Pasha. And lots of time for Makers to continue to pick this defense apart.
Yeah, by getting that kill, you've secured Dan's position for a little bit longer on that shield as well. And it forces Sorry to now be the one to try to move up here. But utility isn't really there to clear that shield anymore. Now, if you do get rid of that mute jammer, it will pop the Flores and get rid of that shield. But with the time being the way it is, there ain't much left to play with. Outsiders, by getting it back to a 4v4, even though they've taken a beating so far with it, they're still in a very good chance to win this round. Oh well, Lalo just reduced it.
Lalo vaults in, finds himself a little bit of luck and gets that pick. Akwi's going to be in deep. You know, but Lalo gets one more. He'll go hunting, couldn't find a third in rapid succession, but Dan on low HP and Shepard's still alive. And that's the problem. If Dan gets this pick, it's all but over. You'd imagine 15 seconds, Gibby. And the Frost, he'll wait. In close quarters proximity, Lalo, you're in a must-win, but I don't think he has any intention. He's going to try and hold the cross, but there's Shepard, gets one, a triple, but it doesn't matter. Akwi finds the last pick of the round, and Makers get themselves that 2-round advantage. They're just too clinical, Gibby. They're just too good.
Even the way they pinched there, they took on their ones, they lost 2 players because of it, but the way that they engaged with that one by coming down blue, going in the window, you revealed the positions, and yes, we've got ourselves a timeout, Whippet.
So let's be fair, this is a battle-hardened roster, now. So the core of this team, a good few of them, you know, they went against G2 and played 22 rounds of Coastline. I mentioned that before. This is a problem, as they have already decided 5 rounds now, 4 played rounds, it's time. We need to change what we're doing. Makers are in complete control. Momentum's all in their favor. You've got a feeling if outsiders don't change something drastically, it might just be a little too late.
I have to agree with you. I don't like agreeing with you, but I feel like I have to in this one.
Sometimes it's undeniable, Gibby. Sometimes I have good takes.
Sometimes. Not
Rarely.
all the time.
Rarely.
Sometimes. But it is outsiders. We need to remember that. It's Shepard, Dan, always in Joystick. And they've been joined by Pasha, who has popped off many a time in the past. And just because they're 3-1 down does not mean that they don't claw their way back onto this one. You just feel like they need to win this round. You took your time out. You need that instant bounce back. And the way that they won this site last time was by securing master bedroom window again. They locked down the corridor with the castles. They're not changing anything whatsoever on the defense. And Dora, if you play the bees, he's threatening to play the bees.
Right. Will he? Won't he?
Just let's not talk about it until it's locked.
We've already mentioned it, Gibby. We've already mentioned it. There's no way. He's locked it in. All right. So Grim in play here in the SILCQs. Yeah, there he is. We all know he's a subpar operator, but it's Capital, but worse. That's an easy way to say it. So how will they utilize it? Clearly, they brought it in purpose. They swapped out from a Capital. So they have a very distinct purpose for this operator and this utility, or they're just feeling supremely confident.
Well, you got the extended barrel on the 5.52 now as well.
Got a flashy on it.
Oh, I see that. But look, maybe he can be the Reaper. Maybe Grim could be the Reaper this time around. I think post-plant, he can be pretty effective. If you get that case down, you can, get a real beat on where those defenders are playing. But in reality, for him to have a real impact, you need to use him. He is a real gadget operator. We spoke about it yesterday with some other operators inside the game. I think it was Sands we were talking about. Very situational.
Yeah, I mean, especially in Grim's position again, with having to face check to utilize your utility, that's a bit of a problem. Pasha, early damage done to him. And again, look at how they're utilizing this, right? They've got the buck down below, they've spotted the bulletproof camera that they need to clear, and they're going through like 2 different floors. They're using it very smart, just using Sorry to open up the floor, clear what utility he can from this, and he's really in no danger for anyone. No one's in... Right, okay, boys, Makers, at the default camera! You've got to shoot them, you gotta do the basic things, right? You've got to bring Grim, at least shoot your defaults.
It's one of the easiest things to make a mistake on as well. Everyone kind of thinks someone else will do it, but I'll tell you what, they may not be shooting cams, but they're shooting members of Outsiders. Dan is going to fall now to inside Piano. Akwe will wrap around and clean up Solace. It's a 5 versus 3. Always is trapped in behind half wall right now. His only real avenue of exit is if he punches a wall in behind or takes on this gunfight with the players playing inside of Piano. You've got your buck locking any retreat down through, but Pasha does find a kill as he takes down Gemini. Akwe will confirm out Shepard, so now it's into a 4 versus 2. I love the way Makers are taking map control. I love the way they're forcing Outsiders into making mistakes, but Pasha!
Knew it was coming. It was a perfect lineup, and we've not seen the Grim utilize the Pasha. Oh, below you's not safe, and nor's above you. Akwe gets that, and look who's all alone. It's always, what can you do? 1 versus 3. 30 seconds. The drone network of Makers seemingly just too strong, but they're not yet on site. Do they know that this isn't sight? Perhaps, as always, we'll get 1. 20 seconds. This is a problem, and well, doesn't matter.
Well, not really. Not really. I think the one thing that's impressing me, though, and Outsiders, they're reacting to the way that Makers play, but the way they're reacting is the way that Makers want them to. You know, they're being forced into taking these 1v1s. They're being forced to being moved into positions, and they're falling back in a way that Makers always have a player watching their retreat from. You know, you speak about the mistake, about them not getting rid of the default cam a little bit earlier. Didn't really matter at the end of the game, but while we were talking about that, they got full solar control. They droned out the fact that there was a player hiding inside of the closet, and they were able to take that 1v1 and get the kill. From that point on, you have to react and move and try to maybe take some control again on the side of Outsiders. And Makers at that point win the numerical advantage with the players in positions that they were in. It's just impossible to retake.
Yeah, I mean, so we're actually just right now in a pause. And I was curious why Doro was just on drone watching that flank. It's something, some tactic issue has occurred to him. So it wasn't some whimsical decision in his play, but
maybe his seat wasn't working. Maybe that's why he was standing up there for a second.
Like that. I mean, what? Kendra deployed a standing desk at boot camp. You know,
that's true.
Maybe that might be the secret to become, you know, the absolute go.
Was that an intentional pun?
No.
So it wasn't the secret. Kendra wasn't, deploying the secret.
No. He had the secret recipe, though, you know. Yeah. He was cooking something up spicy. They're in the final, of course, so they'll play the victors of this match. But Makers 4-1 lead. They've looked dominant on the offense once again. Now, this is kind of reminiscent of how they played yesterday on this map up against Outsiders, funny enough. They were very dominant on the offense, and they began to slip away during their defense. They let Outsiders in. We talked about it. The Death spoke about it. Outsiders are a rigid team. When we go to that side swap, and we'll see Outsiders be likely to pick up a couple of rounds to their name, that's when you need Makers to be fluid, adaptive, mix things up, change it up. Because Outsiders, they'll do the same thing every single round, and if you can make them stall, you are going to be a problem. Look how Secret dismantled them on border. They made it a nightmare. They got so in the head of Outsiders on border that they were scared to get in the building, scared to repel, because you had Savage and Grubby running out every window possible. Well, you can't do that on Chalet. Makers need to find a way to disrupt the flow and make Outsiders try and adapt and change, because realistically, that's the weak aspect of this team.
Mm-hmm. I love Outsiders. I love these guys. Like I said, to me, they're all in the history books of Siege already. But the one question about them was they struggle at times maybe to adapt during a game. And we need to see that from them here in this map, because you're about to lose Chalet again, potentially, with the way Makers are playing on attack. And I want to see them change something up, get a little bit more aggressive, get into the faces of those Makers players. The one round that you won is because you engaged with the players on that master bedroom window, and they did it really well.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously, this is a team full of the greats, right? Shepard has so far kind of rolled back the years, playing kind of how we remember him in that glory. But there's also this aspect that the core of this team, lost the 6th Invitational Final to TSM, and TSM then decided to not play for stages 2 and 3 in NAL. So there's like, I don't have my rose tinted goggles. I love the guys. I absolutely love this side. But I have to say, I think they're just too rigid for the type of CG play. Like, they are really struggling in this climate. Secret showed it. Secret exploited it. Makers are doing the same thing. Now, can Makers continue that here on Chalet? That's the question. And Clubhouse, that's going to be a scary prospect because that's realistically a map outsiders we know we're strong on because they picked apart Makers on it. But, that's the map I'm very curious to see. I think Chalet should be in the history books for Makers in 2 or 3 rounds' time.
Well, 3 minimum. 3 minimum.
Exactly.
Maths. But yeah, looking at the way things are going, you're going to go on to defense after this. I do think Chalet is a map where, as an attacking team, you do feel like you can find some success. But for outsiders, in order to do that, you need to start winning some rounds on defense to put yourself in that opportunity to win this game. But as you said, we're going to Clubhouse after this one, and it is a map where outsiders historically are pretty strong. They've been playing that map for years. The question is, if we end up in a tie after 2 maps and we have to go to the 3rd map, it is a bit of a toss-up from there on. Like, Makers banned the map that they thought that they were strongest on Bank because they lost it to outsiders yesterday. So if we do go to that 3rd and final map, where are you lying with your, which of these teams do you think are in the better position to win that?
I think Cafe suits Makers. It suits them through and through. It's a map that kind of allows teams to be aggressive. On the defensive side, you can fight people very aggressively. You can stop them getting in the building. You can get in their face. It's a map that requires a level of fluidity. It's difficult to be as rigid. And I think yesterday on Bank, we saw Makers suffer to that. Yes, there was kind of the comedic comparison to their Challenger League game against 10 Star, where the same post-plant denial setup didn't work, and there was a couple of mistakes on their side. But the structure, that map relies on being able to clear space effectively, get map control effectively, and you can kind of go through the motions, do the same things or very similar things time and time again, and we all know that suits outsiders. That's what this team loves to do. So map choice, not their finest, but they were confident on it. Cafe, it's going to be a map that's going to test and challenge outsiders and really force players like Joystick, Dan, Shepard to use, Mapasha, actually all of them, to use their mechanics way more than that routine kind of in-structure pattern that they love to follow.
Outsiders, though, the core 4 players that rostered, they have a history on Cafe. In the past, it's a map they like to go to as well. So I think it's more of a toss-up. I know that you think it suits Makers. To me, I think that map would truly be a 50-50 between these 2 sides. I thought that Chalet, I thought the Makers would probably win this being their pick, but at the same time, I thought that it wouldn't have been this one-sided on attack. Like, Makers have looked very, very good so far. They've already forced outsiders to take their tech timeout. Their tactical timeout. The only good thing I think for outsiders is, even though you can't talk to your coach during a technical timeout, which is what we're in right now, they can talk to each other. They can say, right, what is going wrong? Can we, as 5 players, adjust what we're doing to stop Makers? Because this is their last round on defense. Mm-hmm. If you're outsiders, this is your last chance to win on the, in brackets, favored side.
I was just going on. So I've looked at, and we can see the player cams. Dora is on a mission right now. He's trying to get his headset or something working. It's pretty fun to see this. I mean, we look at the stoic faces on outsiders. They're not worried about it. They're calm. They're relaxed. I mean, I can't see Shepard. He's relaxed. He's laid back. Can't see him.
Would you argue that Dora is Explorer in the way to try fix his PC right now?
He's been exploring. I mean, I've seen several different peripherals arrive.
Mm-hmm.
He's figuring it out. He'll get there. That's what I said.
What are the benefits of being in a team house?
That is true. I mean, not all of them there, of course. I mean, you recently spoke to Dora. I mean, only what 2 of these players of Makers are together in the same team house. Just trying to. I mean, that's a nice bit of chemistry with the coach. We spoke about the value of having kind of that camaraderie and benefit of boot camping, being prepared with the team. We'll go on and on about Secret, but they've kind of been the main characters of this qualifier so far. how they're all in boot camp right now. All of the team are together. They've got their support staff of Twister there with them, and it shows they're playing confident. They're playing really well together. You know, and Makers have done a pretty similar job so far. They've been really good at that level of teamwork and coordination.
Well, as Dora said, there's 2 of them in the house. It's him and Sorry, and it's mainly because of, you know, some of the connection issues they have back at home. The other 3 members of the team, the core 3 of Gemini, Akwi, and Lolo, the core that went to SI, they prefer to play from home. You know, some people like their own setup, but I think for Sorry and Dora, it really has helped them to gel together as players and help them, you know, work inside the team as well. You know, they spoke, I think they'd been to the W7M house in Brazil, and they said that that's next level again with the way that team house works. But there's a reason why teams boot camp. There's a reason why teams like having team houses, and it's, as you said, building chemistry, building camaraderie. You know, if you're friends with your teammates and you genuinely get on with them, you're going to look after each other a little bit more as well, I think, inside of the server. And, you know, you watch each other's back a little bit more, maybe subconsciously. Maybe I'm completely wrong and talking, you know, talking nonsense. But...
I mean, we've not been to a boot camp. We spoke to Tristan, you know, before and after. Then Rogue, now Koi, went to boot camp before the Berlin Major, and it was way more about kind of that getting kind of that camaraderie, that brotherhood kind of around the team. And they barely scrimmed. I mean, they said that they didn't scrim in preparation for it. I'm sure they got a 1 or 2 in there. But I mean, it's about that connection, and you can see teams that have that level. And I'm really impressed with how Makers have been playing in this one. The coordination, their adaptability, they're able to instantly know that, okay, plan A's went a little bit wrong. Those big window moments, for example, and they're instantly on the plan B. They're instantly adapting, instantly changing, and I mean, that's the name of the game right now. You know, it's all about being a flexible team, being able to change on the fly, adapt, and be reactive. You know, kind of to circle back, that's the big critique, I would say, of Outsiders so far, is how reactive can they be when their overall style of play is just a little bit more rigid.
And if you were trying to maybe show off some of the teams that you think are the best out there when you're looking at reactive styles of play, like who do you think sets the tone these days? I know for me personally, back during the Charlotte Major, DZ were very good at reacting to changes. And that comes from experience. You know, Canadian, one of the best IGLs, one of the best of all time for a reason. But is there anyone out there that you think is setting the tone right now when it comes to that reactive style of play?
I'd have to say, you know, BDS or Likifak has been brilliant. You know, he's on a kind of a second entry role. He's IGLing. The team's got really reactive really quick. They won in the Sweden Major. They were brilliant, absolutely fantastic. And they kind of similar back to the Charlotte Major. You know, Astralis, you know, yes, they went through some roster changes, but that time, that stage 1 Astralis were very good at being adaptive, mixing things up, being a little bit different. They were, you know, I used to call them a proper gunfighters team because they would run a lot of aggressive styles of play. Like they bring a Thorn when she wasn't relevant in the meta, and they would just use those Razor Clams to try and take fights. And they were very much challenging teams in that to react to them. But you don't have to listen to us waffle too much longer, because I've got a wonderful news, Gibby. Do you want to break it to everyone?
Yeah, we got to push the button. We got to push that caster start game button. Easy, thank you. Easy. Or I need to actually find out, is it easier medics today? Both those guys are absolutely goated at their craft. But so are these players. We've got 10 players going head to head. Makers are currently leading 4-1. And we've had our tech pause. Is that tech pause going to upset the momentum that had been built by Makers? That's the real question.
It has potential to do so, especially considering that the tech issue came from their side. They were trying to resolve it. You know, you can imagine, you know, if, you know, you're playing, you know, your mouse has died, your headset's died, you're going to get a little bit flustered in the moment. So time, mental reset, and yeah, momentum in this game's a little bit reset. It's kind of back to square one for these teams. And funny enough, we're back to the site that we first saw them go head to head on. And I've seen a small little change. We saw on the barbed wire now deployed on that rappel. So if you rappel into a window, you're slowed down for a brief moment. That might give Outsiders just a little bit of early warning. Someone's done it. If you don't give a rappel, and slow them down enough, because when Makers go for that execution, they're so fast.
Slows them down, gives you the audio cue. Looking at the kit that they're taking with them, they don't really have, you know, apart from maybe Ash, they don't really have much utility to get rid of it. Yeah, look, I'm a fan. I'm a big fan of the bees. Save the bees.
I don't know. I mean, it's so hard for me to justify it, because I have not seen inside of this tier 1 level of play like Grim be effective, you know?
Do
Maybe,
you want a secret, or do you want to know something?
What? Go.
The round that they won with Grim, they didn't actually use the bees.
I know. I called it out before we got into it that he hadn't used it. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, he might be effective down where you play in those trenches. That 0.4 lifestyle.
0.45 now.
Oh,
actually.
you're making gains, Gibby.
We're making gains. I'm under Fresh and Jacker's tutelage right now.
That's all you need. That's how you get a real stack going.
Someday Demo might let me play with him.
Oh, never. You have to pass the demo test for that one. He's an FPL. He's an FPL connoisseur now. He's moved on from the rank trenches. So, we're a minute to kind of pass this round, and Grim has deployed the bees. Right, so they've been sent, and that's towards Closet, and that's towards all of Master Bedroom. And this is interesting, because it's cleared a lot of space, and to me, this telegraphs that's exactly where they want to plant. So they want to have no one towards that Master Bed itself, and then directly try and force pressure. This second wall, on this double wall facing Solar, has been left soft as well, to not give as much cover to anyone once they enter Solarium. So Outsiders making appropriate changes, and I like this from them. They're not sticking with the same thing, but Akwi has perfect information, and she's going to get caught. Double ADS, and so they can't nade this player out of Closet, but they know he's there.
Yeah, and that's one nade gone, though. You don't really have... You've only got one left, and you need to burn utility if you want to remove that player from position. So the swing in comes. It's perfectly synced with the swing of that sledgehammer to get rid of the barbed wire. So you've got a player in the building. There's only 55 seconds left on the clock, so you're running a little bit behind schedule now. Akwi will get in position just below that default solar cam as he pushes aggressively up to that soft double wall now. Sorry, still playing below a Shepherd. Will start to taste some lead, and Dan's going to be removed from the game. That's now a 5 versus 4. There's only 35 seconds to go, so time is the enemy. Akwi sees time and goes the enemy him just a little bit more as he allows the player to cross. Shotgun potentially in the hand, but a good pre-fire around the corner makes it a 5v3. Ash is holding an angle as well, but there is the trade as Akwi gets himself a double. Tosses the nade to try stop Pasha from pushing back in through, but it's a 4v2, but there is intel alive. Swings around the corner, Pasha's going to get one, doesn't get the second with 13 left to go.
This is key moments, but always gets on the Dora, and the case has gone cold. Sorry, he was down below in 5 seconds. He's the only one that can do anything close to action, and it's going to be the time. It's the Nemesis makers falter, and you know what, Gibby? You know what? Outsiders changed, adapted, flexed just enough to get themselves a chain or get themselves around victory. Makers still lead by 2. They move to the defense now. This is where I'm intrigued. How will Outsiders come out of the gates against Makers' defense? This is where we saw it get a little bit sketchy for the Italian side. Outsiders looked very proficient on this yesterday. This is where I want to see the changes from Makers and both Outsiders as well.
Big thing in that round was Pasha did a little bit of a switcheroo there. You had your Nomad on the window looking towards that bathroom door to protect anybody final flanking from that side. Pasha was able to go into the office, get the kill onto the sledge who had the case inside of sight. Had the Nomad on the window been watching the other rotate through, that round goes in favor of Makers. So really well played by Pasha. Make a little bit of a noise over by the wall and then push into the site.
Perfect. I mean, it's a high caliber play from a high caliber player. What can you say? I mean, Pasha has been very round defining so far for Outsiders this weekend. Likely to continue as well. Akwi on the Oryx. Very intrigued to see how this one goes as well. Different approach method getting brought out from Outsiders. Not so heavy towards Solarium. Look like it's going to be a library side execution. And kind of how... Remember, Demo talked about how this team used to play Oregon. Right, back in the day, this is old Oregon as well. Pre-rework Oregon, just to let you know how old it was. And I remember playing it, saying, let's do this strat. Let's do the joystick strat. And every time you went big tower, done the same thing every single round. I have a feeling they like a library clear, so we might see a lot of library clears from Outsiders.
Well, Joystick was able to pick up some kills last time down in basement as well when opening that book. I know when we were watching the game, you went speechless at some of the kills he was able to sneak. Yep. But they are going to move a couple of players down into basement, and Akwi's going to be moved into the lobby until the next round as he's been taken down by Pasha. Now he can hold the move from Joystick if he decides to push up main stairs. He is going to drone a library. As always, we'll hold another flank. Joystick steps inside, and thank you very much. Yakwe picks up the kill, and now he's going to rotate in and around basement. Really good patience, but he is going to lose his head now to Dan, who gets a good refrag back the other way. But now he's being hunted.
For a team like Outsiders, they had such an amazing drone network on some maps yesterday, and then you have moments like that where you've got someone standing, poking their head through a massive rotation made inside of pantry, and they don't know. Just wandered on in. Joystick goes, it's probably clear. Oh, I've died. And now we're 2 players down. Now, good thing they got that trade. Very lucky for them as well. But Makers in a good position, 4 versus 3. Complete control, and really no members of Outsiders have even touched the top floor yet, and there's not a significant roam presence on this middle floor. 1 player, and they still got West Lane camera. That early warning system is there. Well, they might be able to shut this down very quickly, as Dan might be in danger at the hands of Dora.
It's a full clear. They're trying to do a full map clear here in order to win the site. Now, Dan puts that Claymore down. Keep an eye on that. Remember that that's there. If you see a Claymore kill a little bit later in the game, it's because a Makers player tried to go on the flank. Always tries to nade the door, and Gemini won't take any damage from that whatsoever. But Dora is the problem here for Makers playing in that position inside Trophy.
No information. Nades again tossed with nothing behind it. A fault of Navi yesterday. Yes, you toss in the default position, you expect them to be there, but these grenades are not tactical nukes anymore. You gotta be so precise with them. But Dan's just walked in the piano, and he gives away his position, and he loses the fight to Gemini. You've got to win those ones, Dan. Shepard tries to burn that laser gate, and he's not got an easy task. He's got to fight his way through Fluke pocket, but always gets on the Gemini. But it's going to be a problem. Timer hits red, Gibby, and it's going to be a flurry of action. Always needs to stay alive. He needs to cover this case. He needs to win this one, and he doesn't do it in time. Shepard dies alone in office, and the round goes to Makers.
Makers looking pretty good. Outsiders struggling, and it looks more along the lines of Makers making a couple of tweaks, playing a very structured, the way that they saw Secret take down Outsiders yesterday, and it's working. It's not really going the way that Outsiders wanted to in these early stages. You're on attack. You now need to win 4 out of the next 5 rounds just to force overtime alone. That is a tough ask against any team whatsoever. You know, we've seen people bill Makers as, you know, the tier 2 team, the team that plays PG Nats in Italy. But let's be real, 3 of these players have been to SI before. These players are all more than capable of playing inside of tier 1, and they have got a massive fan base in Italy who are watching every single move this roster makes, and they really want them to go through.
I mean, of course you do. National pride of Italy inside of Siege, you know. Teb was the first Italian player that made a tier 1 debut on the roster of Navi. Makers, though, not going to be playing in the UL, but I tell you what, certainly a good chance of seeing them on an international stage once again. That will be some storyline for them, but of course they've got to get through the rest of this map. Maybe another one, maybe another 2, and then Secret later today. So, again, you know, they might see Montreal on the horizon, but they still haven't got their ticket.
Long way to go, and you're against a very good side if you want to get there. And, you know, as we keep alluding to, you win this game, you still got to get ahead of Secret, the team that rolled yesterday. So, we're 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go inside the round, and Outsiders once again look like they're going for a full clear. You get a player inside of Library. It looks like Joystick once again is going to enter down through bottom of the basement, and with that, you're spreading yourself a little bit thin. You know, you go for this, you're trying to take a lot with very little, and it can put yourself in a bad situation if you allow Makers to isolate those 1v1s.
This is very worrisome. This is very... I mean, Pasha, look how scared he is of getting peeked. You know, he's entered before information, so he would have known, and even then, like... You've tossed... What? Okay, you cleared a shield and opened the hatch, but... Okay, yep. No one was behind it. You had information. Yep.
You're spending too much time with Jackers Whip, but you really are, as Dan sprays through the wall. Oh, if he had just kept firing, he would have found Gemini, who's holding the line towards that enter through Fluke balcony. Lolo still in position, still waiting to take on that 1v1. We say not to let him cook. He had a good start to the game. Don't let the stats deceive you. We did have rehost. So Shepard now is going to get this breach, but there's a minute left in the round, just over a minute. You've still not taken vertical control. Always finally gets the opener, and now Lolo is going to move to maybe retake bathroom control. But this is a little bit better from Outsiders, but time is the enemy.
Oh, he's cooking!
Oh, close.
Oh, okay. Close. I thought he was about to dish up something special from the chef's exclusive menu with that one. Always looks for a second and spots the player. Doesn't actually see him. Does a little bit of damage. That will be Gemini. He's not loving life right now. It's not a live, laugh, love moment. It's a double run out. Oh, don't peek him again. All he wanted is one. Lolo got it. A little bit catastrophic, a little bit of chaotic moment. Oh! Gemini from the depths emerges, can't make it too, but surprises and disrupts the flow. Outsiders, 3 players remain, but they've only got 19 seconds, and it's going to be a problem. Lolo nearly loses his life. Every hammer strike, every second, Gibby.
Well, here comes the push. Shepard drops it, and Joystick's going to see his HP fall as Dora finds one. It's a 2v2, but you're being forced to go through this narrow channel to go for the execute. Shepard goes behind the bomb chassis. Joystick gets a little bit aggressive now to hold the flank. Pre-fire around the corner. The one gets taken down by Lolo. Shepard sticks the plant, loses his head. There goes the case. Makers move to match or to map point. What a round again.
That round right there. That is how you absolutely get in the head of Outsiders. You need to win one more round. You've took the map. But oh my, Gemini laying prone, that half wall below the default camera in Solarium pops up, gets one. He was basically dead to rights, and he had the confidence go for a second. A double run out of car garage as well. You kidding me? Are you kidding me? Makers, I love this. I tell you what, who doesn't love it? Outsiders right now on the ropes on map 1.
On the ropes in map 1, but remember, this is Maker's map pick. We've seen some incredible things. Think back to the last major Whippet, where we saw Liquid get absolutely rolled in one of the maps and crawl their way back in to get a victory. So losing your map is not the worst thing in the world. Now, for Outsiders, there's 2 questions now. Can you claw your way back into this one, or can you bounce back on the next map? And I think they can. You know, Clubhouse is a map that I do fancy Outsiders to get a result on. But this is Makers. They've done it before. They've beaten some very big teams in the past. And they just look downright scary on Chalet.
They're terrifying. I mean, this map doesn't suit Outsiders. It's one of the... Right, Rogue Scepter Goggles coming off once again. One of the issues that has plagued this roster for essentially all the time they've existed is a limited map pool. You tuck away the default, you tuck away Oregon, you tuck away Clubhouse, you took away, I can't even remember what the other one, but took away their big 3 maps, and they tended to struggle. They were brilliant on them. You didn't want to take them there. They owned them. They had a rampage on them. You'd never win there, but you took them anywhere else, they'd lose. They'd look a little bit lost. And look what's happening here on Chalet, Gibby.
This is better, though. This is good aggression. Pasha entering the building early, getting hot droned in, and he knows that there's a player playing on the other side of that double door, opening up those lines of sight. And there you go, Pasha. Just play it patient to get your kill. Better. Dora gets a little bit too aggressive, playing into the style of play. Sorry is going to fall as well. Outsiders, thank you for waking up at last. This is more like you, as Gemini now finds himself in a 1v5. But once again, you cannot gift Outsiders free kills. Dora tried to make something happen, running outside. Outsiders get the kill, and finally they're showing a bit of a heartbeat in this one.
Yeah, you remember what happened yesterday when Makers had a big old lead and Akri tried to run out Snowmobile as many times as possibly imaginable? Like, they know side's clear now as well. Oh, Frost has shot me main stairs. Go on in. How long will it take down the Shepard start planning? It's taking a lot.
Longer than he thought, but there you go.
I was like a little bit like, gets one. There's no way, Gibby. There's no way he walks down and through vert kills Joystick, right? You can't imagine that. He'll drop lobby and he'll fight, but he can't win this one, surely.
No.
He does,
well, he trades it.
You know, there's no way, though. There's no way he wins that one. I just knew.
Do you remember that yesterday we were casting the game on Club and we were like, oh, there's no way that Dan wins this, and he trades as well? I think that's the curse. When we say there's no way someone does something, usually it ends up with that player trading a couple of seconds later. but it's better from Outsiders. You're still on match point. You still got to do it 3 more times in a row. But Makers, you tried something a little bit different that round. Maybe you're just testing the waters.
Attackers need to
Let's go back to what worked. Let's play some structured siege. Let's not peek. And our Outsiders do the same again. Get aggressive. Pasha getting into the building within 30 seconds with the help of a hot drone. Yes, it's old-fashioned, but it still works.
Yeah. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, Gibbs, what switch just flipped for Makers? They went, yeah, let's run out. Let's get aggressive. Let's fight everything. Because they played for trades exceptionally well. And they played for them in the right situations. But something went a bit... It was a whimsical round from Makers. I think they'll amend it this time. Don't think they'll be as aggressive. I don't think they'll play into what Outsiders want. And Outsiders are now expecting an aggressive push. So they were aware. They hear an impact go off and they're like, right, what run out is it? And they were reading into it very quickly. You've already tried to spawn peek from library, so yeah, that's not going to work now, right? The wily old dogs of Outsiders know what's up. You're not going to get away with lightning twice.
Yeah, and look at the lineup that Outsiders are taking this time around as well. It's set up perfectly for an old-fashioned tech. You'll get some pressure around the map, but Joystick's get a big gunfight here down in basement. And yes, Akwi, I think you made the right decision, but there's no Iana in place to get the trade. Communication. If there was just a little bit more communication there, Akwi's taken down.
Do you want to know why that fight happened? That's the predictability of Outsiders. Right, last time around, Akwi got that pick on the with Oryx of the Joystick who was booking. Well, it wasn't the same place. He knows Joystick likes to enter Snowmobile. I wonder where I'll go. And guess what? He read it perfectly. So to me, Makers know what's happening. They're clued in, locked in. They know what's coming. But can they do anything about it? Oh, he crosses and nearly loses his head. Dan will find one of the Gemini. And this could be a problem now as well, as we see advantage fading away.
Nade tossed. Nobody going to be hit by this one, but Outsiders do have the numerical advantage again. Akwi's going to go for a full rotate back on the Solarium side, as control is still being garnered by Outsiders on this library side. And Akwi moving up. See, this is where you might see him be tempted to run out, but you really don't want it to happen this time. Sorry on a big flank up through library stairs as well. No drones, no flank watch.
A drone went past him. He's trying to find it, but they just don't know he's there. He's just going to wait. He's going to be the absolute rat. And he's got yellow pings to work with, and he gets one. That's the problem now. Where's one I popped up? Who knows? Outsiders, how do you read it? And Joystick next to falter, left in DBNO. Shepard in close proximity on a technical 2v4. Can they recover? I think they should be able to, but that'll take time, Gibby. And look at the top of your screen. They've only got 45 seconds to work.
45 seconds, but they've got everybody back on their feet. Always repositions now down in the basement, but you know, boys, this isn't the site. They're still trying to deal with Sorry, who's down below. And in reality, Shepard and Joystick need some help on site. So they get back on top of Master Window. Joystick still preoccupied with the fact that Sorry is on the window, gives away his position by getting rid of utility. And they drop the diffuser with 20 seconds left. I think that they might be giving it to Joystick, and that's exactly what the plan is. He's going to go to half wall. Sorry's in position to pick him up, and here comes the plant. Sorry's going to get one, gets the second, triple kill for Sorry, and always is just going to pick up 1 or 2 exit frags. But that is it. GG, map 1 goes to Makers. The Italian team racing off like a bunch of Ferraris, and they're going to move into the second map, knowing they're 1 map away from a final.
What a performance from Makers. Same story, same script. They bring it to Chalet against Outsiders, and they take victory. They played it perfectly. They played it absolutely brilliantly, Gibby. They looked in complete control the entire way.
They did, and that's what, to me, Outsiders always struggle with. Whenever a team puts up a solid, rigid defense, they just struggle with breaking it down. The flank watch wasn't there in the last round. Sorry punished them for it. Really good performance. But look, we're just casters. There's a couple of people up that I think probably want to break down the information a little bit more than we can. What do you think?
Absolutely. So we'll go to a quick break and let the desk break that one down.
looks like history does repeat itself as Makers are the ones in the lead on Chalet here, Ollie. And it felt like we've seen a lot of these things before.
It really did. It was a little bit deja vu, wasn't it, Ginny? We saw a very similar Chalet play out today as to the Chalet that we saw play out yesterday. No surprises here, really. Acqui, our MVP of map number 1, 178 EPS with a KD of 17-7, 90% cost and flawless on the entry. We really couldn't choose anyone else, Demo.
No, played great game. Barely really put a foot wrong. Entries were great. Cost 90%, you know, did something almost, maybe just, I think he missed out on doing something in one round, but even still, yeah, great performance for Makers. Outsiders, it just, they don't have the legs for the map pool. They just don't. It's shown here again today. They can only play a few select maps. And Chalet's not one of them. Obviously Clubhouse coming up, that's going to be a map that we know that they can play, but I think I hope Makers go into it with the same ideas that they had in Chalet, because that's what we didn't see. This is massive now for Makers, because I just want to see them play their Siege. I don't want to see them shy away. I want to see them just do what they do best. And I think Outsiders, I think they'll struggle to cope with that, even though it is on Clubhouse.
Yeah, and yesterday as well, Outsiders struggled a little bit with the flank wash, Ollie, and it feels like today, again, that's something that's repeating itself. And we did mention, you know, Outsiders, they had some time to just, even before Makers were done with their second game, to go back, watch these things. They said they wanted to keep their emotion under control. We said they have that opportunity to pick on these small adjustments and these small adaptations. And as much as we were expecting it from Outsiders, it didn't really feel like that came through here.
It didn't. They played the same game. You know, you look at the operator selection through, you know, yesterday's map of Chalet and today's map of Chalet, both of them pretty much exactly the same. We're seeing a lot of Castle. We're seeing a lot of Aruni. We're seeing a lot of this very basic standard setup that was, you know, the norm and kind of meta at the start of Chalet. But top floor, it really isn't where you expect teams to go as their main site. However, it is where Outsiders chose to defend the large majority of the time. And we've seen Makers, we know that they can attack onto that site. We've got a replay to demonstrate just how much of a carbon copy it was as to yesterday, which I'm sure we can throw up any second. But for me, it's all about Outsiders. They didn't do anything different. And Makers, having seen that, they had the opportunity to just go, well, rinse and repeat from yesterday, boys.
Yeah, that rinse and repeat that they had here on Chalet, is that possible on Clubhouse? I think that's the question at this point, because sure, it worked for Makers this time around, but on Clubhouse, Outsiders had the upper hand. So, Demo, next steps, what's it looking like?
You look at this from the first round. It was so apparent, I think, for me. I'll only sit here and say, yep, it's going to be the same old as what it was yesterday. Too rigid, too stealth from Outsiders. Makers will look at this thing, oh, it's the exact same setup as yesterday. They know that Solar's going to be a weakness. They put an end to that immediately. Lack of refrags, again, it comes back to the point that Outsiders, wherever they play on the defense, they're so separated from one another, there's no real chance that they have of getting refrags down, which is always going to be an issue. You need to make sure that if you do give away a kill, you get one in return. And they weren't doing that, and then you leave it thin on site. I mean, look at this, a minute to go, they're getting the plant down. For all 5 players still alive for Makers. You know, it was great. But Outsiders, yeah, just disappointed again.
I think this was one of Acqui's best rounds as well. He picked up 4 kills, he got 3 in the round and then 1 in the post. It left a lot for, you know, Dan and Joystick to do. Dan was out there on the roam. He got himself cut off and wasn't able to get back to site and really affect in the way that he wanted to. You're thinking about that roam in Solace and you're thinking, you know, what are you going to use that for? Are you going to be jumping out of a window, checking if there's a Claymore? Are you going to be finding people on drones, pointing out little bits and bobs for your team? We just did, that was the only real change and difference that we saw from yesterday. It just didn't do anything, and that was the alarm bell really for me. And then the rest of Chalet was very much just a rinse and repeat of that. But credit to Makers, you know, Makers have gone out there and they've still played the game that was in front of them, and they've still consistently got those rounds. 4-2 split on the attack, and then 3 rounds in the defense.
Yeah, so the question is going to be whether or not history will repeat itself on Clubhouse. Last time around, it went in favor for Outsiders, but Makers seem to be having the upper hand as of now. We're going to be heading straight into game with Whippet and Gibson. So guys, take it away.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back on in. And we're on map 2 in this best of 3 series. Makers one map away from a final date with Team Secret, or can Outsiders bring us to a map 3? Whippet, the community is heavily in favor of Outsiders going into this one, but where do your loyalties lie?
Makers, without a doubt, the goggles, the rose-tinted goggles, they're gone. They're gone. Makers win it. Makers win it right here, right now. They take it. They crack history. They're going to go to a map that we know Outsiders can play, and they're going to win. They're going to get a 2-0 victory. They're going to go to the final against Secret. Not going to predict that one, but I'm so confident that I might have cursed them. So let's hope that hasn't happened as we move to our ban phase.
Well, you look at the game that was played yesterday here on Club, and it was whenever Makers flooded the site is when they had most of their joy. They stopped doing it, and Outsiders were able to secure the win that time. So first ban we're going to get is the Thatcher. Outsiders are moving that, and usually when you see a Thatcher ban, it's really, you know, your hatches, your main breach that you're kind of working around.
I sleep.
Yeah.
I sleep. I see a Thatcher. I sleep.
You're not a fan of that ban, no?
It's so boring. It's boring. Give me something like good. Give me like I like that. Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
We saw Sledge being used heavily by Makers last time around, so them removing Sledge is an interesting one. You get rid of the nades as well. You remove a little bit of verticality, so Buck's stock goes through the roof. Kaid being banned, no surprise there whatsoever, especially whenever you're thinking about attacking, you know, down into the basement with that kitchen hatch and that moto hatch. Your final ban, though, you're stuck in a little bit of a choice. Do you go Mira? Do you go Valk? Do you get rid of Azami? All three of those bans can have a massive impact on how this game is going to play out. Outsiders are going to make us wait a little bit for drum roll, please. No surprise, Azami.
Right, so I'm a fan of this, and the reason I'm a fan of this is because Outsiders, on the offense, they go through the motions. And what is one of the key operators that they use on this map? It's Sledge. They've disrupted the flow. Yes, we got to get to that now. That's 6 rounds of time. We'll see that be beneficial. But Makers, they've thrown a little bit of spatter in the work, and anything you can do to disrupt that rhythm of Outsiders, that's huge. That's important. But the scary thing is, for Makers, you've now got to attack this site, and Shepard has a TCSG. So good luck. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. I hope they go well, but I hope you're not intending to try and plant in that man still standing.
Yeah, we've seen him pop off with the TCSG yesterday at times, but look at the way they've set the site up. You've created the hole that allows you to impact trick the hatch, so you don't have the Kaid, but you do have those impacts. They've got 4 of them in the back pocket. Habana is being brought, and you said, you know, as you said yesterday, Habana is the queen of hatches inside of this game, so sorry, we'll look to use that to open the hatch, but when we came here yesterday, Makers dominated the first round. I think it was flawless with the way that they just flooded the site. They've got Ying. They may be tempted to do it, but when you bring a Habana, whenever you bring, you know, the likes of Buck, it does scream that you want to try take control of the ground floor and play a little bit of verticality at least first.
You know what I'm seeing, Gibby?
Siege.
See, what? Are you for real? No way.
Yeah.
Oh, I love a bit of siege. Up the siege, that's what I say. But this is the exact same setup from Outsiders, right? They've not changed it. They've not done anything to it. You've got Joystick roaming reasonably isolated alone. He's got Pasha instead of Logi for support. But nothing's changed here. And now on Outsiders, this is a problem because if there's one team that if you let play a very prep style of play against you that you're going to get punished, it's going to be Makers. They've done it to every single team in CL. When they prep for you, they understand what you're going to do. They absolutely tear you to shreds. And without entering the top floor, they've pushed Dan and Joystick back to site. And as well as Pasha. They've not took a single step, and they've cleared top floor. They've cleared all of the map, and while, yes, it'll take a few more seconds for them to know this, job done. Job done, absolutely perfectly so.
Yeah, time had a big impact too, though. You know, you hit that 2-minute mark. Sometimes teams wait to the minute and 30, and then that's when they go back onto the site because they think, you know, our job's done. We've preoccupied the attacking side for long enough. So now by Buck opening up that, it prevents any defenders from rotating in and around that 90 corner. You get rid of the default cam here as well, meaning that when you eventually drop down main, if nobody's watching from inside Moto or nobody's watching from boxes, you should find it pretty easy to push in towards the site from that direction now. The impact trick isn't going to be successful just yet. They'll wait for the second set of Habana pellets to come on out, and you know, we just wait. We know what's coming, they know what's coming, but can always stop it.
They don't have a C4 to use right now either to stop this, so Lolo can essentially stop this impact trick if that's going to be his intention. The can opener has been used to get access to Moto, and they're slowly going to crack open this kitchen hatch. That's going to be Lolo now trying to deny this. Dirt's been left soft, and Joystick will have to fight inside of Blue alone. Always is inside of Dirt, very far away. And he might use that final impact in pocket to try and run out on the freezer. That could be his intention behind it, but 30 seconds. Hatches should be opened if my calculations are correct. And it's not going to be kitchen Dirt. It's going to be a kitchen Moto push or a kitchen main. And for Makers, I'm worried, because it's going to be a 5v5 execution. Goyo's available, and it's in the hands of Shepard. The first of those Candelas gets sucked up by Wamai, and chaos, well, it ensues. The nade goes deep, but so does Akui. Joystick gets one, and well, Akui's in sight. He's going to try and stick the plant, and does the side of Outsiders have any information, any idea? Well, Dan certainly does, and he shuts it down.
Yeah, so we talked about the fact that, you know, Outsiders can at times play to the old meta, and the old meta for a while was the 20-second push. That's what they tried to do, and from the Maker side of things, and Outsiders were able to read it perfectly. I genuinely think, you know, had Dan not swung when he did, that round could have went in the favor of Makers, but well played by Outsiders. But once again, you got success here yesterday by playing hyper-aggressive, fast siege against Outsiders. They slow down the pace, they slow down the tempo, they play that old-fashioned way of attacking the site, and that's just comfortable for Outsiders. Outsiders will take that every day of the week.
Yep. I can't argue with that one. I've still got faith. I've got... I'm backing the boys from Italy in this one. I still believe. It's only one round. They can claw this one back. I'm curious to see when we go back to that if they're going to amend it just a little bit. And the issue with that round I really felt was the time. They should have known Outsiders falling back. They should have been. They nearly made it work. If Dan doesn't win that fight, the round probably goes to Outsiders. No, Makers, all the way around. And it was a very kind of one man stands up, wins a gunfight, turns the tide. That's what just happened. If Makers give themselves 10 extra seconds, or it's not going to be a crunch there, or not going to be a 0-0 crunch time, or even 5 seconds, it's way more possible, way more doable execution for them. However, reset, new round, new site. Let's see what Makers got.
Well, you lose the planter in a, you know, late push. It's game over. 3 kills was enough to see Outsiders win round 1. So, as you said, we move to round 2. So let's look for any early changes, early adaptations. Gemini will open up that con wall. That'll stop, or should go to open up that con wall in just a few moments with some help, you know, helping out Dora. That'll stop those defenders from rotating in through that side of the map. Next thing, you turn your attention over to the main breach, and then suddenly you trap those attackers into their position.
So a lot of these cam spots that Pasha's using, they're the exact same that what we saw yesterday. Oh, and Shepard, are you going to get away with this? He's put it on the wrong wall, and he doesn't have time to... Dora? Could have went for it. Zora's buys him enough time, and it's going to be placing the wrong wall anyway, so that's going to be breach established. Shepard will fall on the way back towards main stairs, back inside the master bedroom. But these cameras, same positions as last time, so I can't imagine Makers are going to let themselves get compromised. They would have looked back at the VOD, at least their backroom staff would have. They should know where these threats will arrive. Breach open, pressure applied, and Makers compacting Outsiders a little bit closer to site, and they're not really worried about that extension towards CC and Cash.
Yeah, the Valcams are very important now for the Outsiders players. The ones that you pointed out are in the exact same position, so Makers should know they're there. But that is how a lot of this information on this attack is going to be fed through. You look at where the Valcams are, they're on default spots. There's Lalo, hello, as he spots him and gets the kill and uses that to dip into cover into the bathroom. Pasha looking at where his teammates are holding, so he says, right, I'm going to hold somewhere else. Gemini looking to find a kill through the main window, but there's Akwe, always. He got a bit aggressive, nothing wrong with that, but he gets shut down. Joystick does get aggressive, though, and he does get a result with his, picking up Gemini.
difficult position. The Warden, again, immune to these flashbangs. That can't buy space, but I'll tell you what, though, Shepard's not immune to bullets. The AK sings and Shepard falls. 40 seconds, and Akwi gets himself access, but even when he walks into Pasha, he'll find another one. Leave it down the sorry, and Pasha, well, we simply just live in his world. What a play from him. The MPX does all his bidding. 2 rounds in a row for the side of Outsiders. Looking strong here in Club. Kind of expected, though.
And if I'm not wrong, this is the map that Pasha went heavy on yesterday. This is where he got a bunch of his kills.
He loves a bit of Club, does he, Gibby? He absolutely loves it. It's his. He owns it. It's his clubhouse. You got to pay him entry fee before you get in.
Mm-hmm. You know what the thing is, though? For the likes of Pasha, who's joined this team, you know, well, he was the player on this team. It was really the other 4 players that joined him on Outsiders. A lot of people were like, you know, well, you know, is keeping Pasha the right decision? Is there other players to keep? I think Pasha's been incredible for them. I think Pasha's played very, very well. Yes, as a team, they've had some flaws over the course of yesterday and today. But Pasha is a very good addition to this core of 4.
Yep. They've been brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Yep is just a wonderful way of describing this team. I mean, you put a lot of functional parts together. You've added Pasha to the remedy. It's been effective. The issue I have with this team is how well do they do in the modern Siege system? With how flexible teams are. Like, just imagine this, Gibby, right? If Outsiders make it, alright, let's say Outsiders right now had to play against a side like BDS or Koi. Alright? I'm pretty sure they get smoked. Because those teams are so flexible, so experienced, and really high level at what they do. This rigidness just really wouldn't fly.
So those rose-tinted glasses aren't off. They're smashed with it. It's like, see, you're really you know, showing that you think Makers are going to take the win. Joystick looking to tap some toes as he looks through the drone hole, unable to do any real damage onto Akwi. Let's be real. Probably isn't going to get that kill anyway. Just might tap him away and cause some problems later inside the round. Shepard peeking under the door as well, as it looks like Outsiders are trying to get a little bit sneaky with some work in the early stages.
Camera goes in and instantly destroyed, but I think they should be able to get this one to work. This ban trick works, actually. Yep. They're going to get the ace. It works, but you can't get in from this one. So a lot of bodies stacked up from an access point that's not an access point. And the problem with this is you've got a player on rafters as well, and that's the issue. If you don't clear them, if you don't do anything about Always, you can realistically stay here for a very prolonged stage of time, because the impact trick's on the land, isn't it? It is. That's enough to get Monty in crouch, though. Oh, he can't just fit. He can't just fit. That's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. Now, the thing is, they have the operators in place
to
clear. I was just saying they had the operators to clear rafters and Gemini right on cue.
You've got a Pora 308. Send some rounds down range. Crack open Always skull. You take control. Walk that Monty on up. And now, you got to feel that Outsiders feeling a little bit of pressure. Joystick, off you go on the flank. See if you can cause a bit of chaos.
Yeah, and now you've enabled Thermite to get the breach because you've got Raptors control.
He's going oil pitter blue. Off he goes. He's on a little bit of a wander.
Well, he's doing a bit of droning, working out what's going on. Dan still on the Echo, can be a bit of a problem as he looks to do his Big ET impression inside of this one, but there's still 45 seconds to go. Joystick in position for a late flank up through those Astro stairs. Gemini now up on rafters as well. Joystick does move. Lalo taps him once on the head to give him the advantage, and Pasha looks to return the favor, but he's unable to hit the shots. But look, you don't need to peek that angle onto Red just yet. Dan has to deal with a player up here on the balcony. Akwi is going to find that one. Hops on in, but Bandit shuts him down. 4 versus 2, but the case is going down. Shepard runs outside. He's going to get taken down by Gemini. Smokes are going to go off, but the off-default plant works here. Pasha finds one, but he's now 1v3. You've got players outside the breach. You've got Monty locking you into position. Well, this is very similar to yesterday.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Right? He's not going to. He's not. Can he? Ooh. The Monty should win this out straight up.
Oh, there's the leg.
I mean, if you go to this way, if you melee and you look to the left, you can catch him, but there's so much pressure from other positions, and look at how much time he's got to work with. It will ascend red stairs. The Monty is giving constant information. Round 1, just like that. Now that Horizon CC, without a doubt, the weakest of the 3 sites teams still go to, And, you can make a case that, stage can be just as viable. So Makers get themselves that round, and really well read from them to be able to stop Joystick's potential flank. And then, of course, the Capitao to win that fight onto Rafters. That cracked the round wide open, and that gives them this chance to get themselves level, as once again we'll be attacking the basement. So Outsiders, I wonder, will it be the exact same roam game once again? I think so.
And it works. Last time 1 minute was on the clock. That's when they fell back to site. As you said, they'll probably do something similar this time around. Last time, Makers were forced to try go down main stairs, drop that moto hatch, and plant in the corner of Arsenal, and it didn't really work because Dan was able to swing through dirt. If you want to make that happen, you have to have somebody watching the dirt swing. It's the same way that on defense, if there's players inside dirt, you need to stop that player from making their way down the end of that tunnel. So adaptation is the key word this time. How will Makers adapt? Because Outsiders, they don't need to change anything.
No. The thing for Makers is they should know, right, okay, so it's a phantom pressure time. Rome, and this is what I was about to say. I almost held my breath there. Akwi is going to be able to get a freebie. Absolutely, it's done. Right? Freebie, it's done. Right? That was dead. That was dead in the moment I saw Akwi walk into that building. This is what Makers need. They've thrown something unique in. Dan got a trade. Well done, Dan. Right, we're level. It was on the cap can, and, well, Gibby, they didn't do the tradition. They didn't see a cap can and go, say it with me, there's a cap can. And we've lost Habana as well. Oh, that one hurts.
Yeah, and that's your ability to really have an impact on the hatches gone, as you can use more impacts, but you still have Buck, but you need to really stop the player from being able to throw the impact if you want to open that hatch now. Shepard down inside blue has that TCSG in his hands. Akwi's going to begin to creep his way down main stairs as well. Pasha and Joystick still on the top floor, so it is. Akwi's
going to walk in the site. Akwi's going to walk in the site, and he's going to find Shepard, and it's going to be an absolute mess, right? Here he is. He's going to look towards blue, and look who's arriving in blue. Oh, there's Shepard. Hi. Told you he's going to get him. And now this is the problem. Look what they can enter. Ash Rush, and they're in. Gemini finds one to Pasha. And just like that, Outsiders, your rigidity, your repetition, doing the same thing over and over, it's been read. But you've got always, but not for long. Triple for Akwi. Left on the joystick. Hall of Famer inside of Siege, and he'll get one. Needs two more. Down to Akwi on the cover. He'll look for a fourth in this round, but he's got the nade to buy him space and time. What can Joystick do? Case goes down. He's against the Monty. The Gaio will burn, and Akwi takes a lot of damage. This is certainly winnable, but no! Akwi wants a fourth, and he gets it. Makers draw themselves level.
Two very good rounds on the bounce, and what did they have in common? A little bit more aggression, and Outsiders don't like it. And the fact that Akwi got in behind enemy lines before they managed to go and fall back to site the way that you normally expect to do when the timer hits, minute 30, 2 minutes on the clock, ruined that defense from Outsiders. If you get to site before the roamers do, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get the win.
Oh, I love it. The Nook. I knew it was going to work. I knew it. Before Akwi walked in, I was going to say, they need to play someone to stop rotations when this top floor drop-off happens. So I was going to say, send someone in strip club, send them in by pool table, and just say, when Outsiders fall back, nah, you're not going to do that. And it worked out a little bit different. Walks on in, you lose your Habana to that unfortunate Capcan trap, but then the round was won. Akwi's going to walk down. All he has to do is win his ones and Gibby. Gibby. Look at it. You see what I'm saying? You see it?
It's got a rush written all over it, doesn't it? You've got the Glaz, you've got Monty.
They're going in Jacuzzi.
And they're going fast. So look at the setup. Shepard is in place with Bandit. Probably will try to ban the trick at some point. They've got a Rook on the side. Dora getting very, very lucky in the early stages as he almost got taken down by a spawn peak. If he falls, your whole plan of attack falls. Now you got to look at things like, you step into that bandit wall, you back into it, the HP's looking pretty low. That could be a problem. Shepard bandit tricking Cornwall.
This is huge, right? So this is a good read from them, actually. They know they open this up consistently. That's part of the rhythm, so he's going to bandit trick it. Hey, it didn't work. Oh, this is... Oh, I thought it was going to work. I thought he was going to get the second one to land. It would have been perfect timing. You would have had his committed bandit wires by Jacuzzi. But unfortunately now, 1 exothermic. 2 EMP is gone. Little bit problematic for Makers. Things begin to change. Don't do it, Pasha. Don't do it. Good. Good. That wouldn't be fair. You know, like, have a little bit of mercy on them.
They're going to try to do this again.
Oh,
Now,
no.
Bandit is gone, so they managed to get Shepard to fall back on the other side, so they will open this wall, but now you're left with only 1 impact EMP left if you want to open that Jacuzzi wall now as well. Looking at the setup, Glaz still waiting, hasn't really given away his position just yet, and the longer that Glaz can keep the fact that he's in the server
I
hidden...
know what's... He's gonna go through construction. So they drop that, they put some pressure. Monty goes logistics, and look who's going to arrive in construction.
Glaz,
Oh, my.
there's the smoke.
Huge. They smoked it.
Always gets one, so now it's looking pretty bad. That C4 thrown is forced back into the corner. Joystick always in Pasha. Make it a 5 versus 1. And Glaz all alone finds himself 1. That zoomed in scope could be a little bit of a problem, and it is. Shepard swings around the corner, and the lead once more has been garnered by the side of Outsiders, with 1 round left to go on defense.
I liked it. I like that technology, though. I like them. They deployed... That's some nice... That's an Italian technology just being deployed, right? I'm a fan of it. Didn't work. But you know what? Nor did Ferrari last season. I still support them this one. So I think they have to go back to the drawing board with it. And let's crack into this one. Round 6, you said, final one of the defense, and they stuck this Monty yet again.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's had mixed success for them so far. Yeah, look, we struggle sometimes. It's okay. Anyways, with that, you're going to go here. Last time that this round was won by Makers, it came from getting to site before the roamers could. A lot of it had a big impact as well, was Aqui being able to step in through bar and pick up that free kill again. This time around, Aqui is playing Iana, so nades, still got the nades in the back pocket, so still maybe going to try to do something similar, but I want to see how Outsiders play the roam game this time around.
5 seconds remaining.
So 50-50 win rate for them on this site so far.
Attackers are
Been a
moving out
problem.
to locate a
If
bomb.
they get challenged middle floor, that fallback strategy begins to get a little bit difficult. The Monty in the hands of Dora, what they're going to do is try and directly put pressure on it and force them to rotate earlier. And from Sorry's positioning, I think he's going to be the one drafted in to try and hold this as well as Lolo. So the Monty walks in and they'll try and force them to fall back and have people in those cut-off avenues. But it already looks like it's not going to be as significant as their own presence. It's seemingly just Joystick alone. And he'll be reasonably close to Dora and he'll vault in the rafters. And he might not have a lot of options. If they spot him out in a drone, and Dora's drone's nowhere near him, you would be able to trap him. They got this wall open, they could have opened that door and held him, and that would essentially make Joystick null and void. He might just detect he's there. But Dora getting worried, and he sees him. Good, right. Monty stays alive, you know he's dropped, and that should be a pretty good signal. Rome's cleared.
Rome is cleared and nothing really lost for Outsiders as well. Gemini almost tapping down Joystick as he spotted the feet, but Joystick gets back in behind Generator, a position that we know that he likes to play. So now the question is, what way do Outsiders go from here? They've shown a propensity to push down through main stairs whenever they're attacking the site. Will they do the same again? Well, the players aren't necessarily in that position just yet, but there's still a lot of time to go.
Makers have a decent amount of time to work with. The roam's been completely cleared at this stage. They need to be cautious of the flank presence. But I think for now, good. Your Havana survived. You can get the hatches. You'll begin to work on the hatch inside the kitchen now. You just need to be time efficient. This is the problem. Is if you let this get to a narrow margin, and I wonder if the addition of Dora on the Monty is so they can drop this player. No. I'm not Dora's thinking about going down main, but if you can drop that player deep armory and plant with kind of that turtle plant, you're very safe and not risking entering anywhere inside of kitchen. Sorry, rappel in main stairs window.
Yeah, Iana goes down main using the clone with Monty following just behind as he can now keep an eye on where those are. Look, you can tell that Outsiders know the fact that it is a clone. They're not going to shoot it. They don't want to get distracted. So now Aqui has those in the drop on and giving away the audio cue that is there. The shotgun gets ready to peek. Spots out Joystick, gets the kill on the Joystick, and we don't get the shotgun swing. So Aqui gets one for free. Turns his attention now towards AKs this time as he looks down through that long corridor. Still, there's a shotgun playing close to the door. Still waiting. That nade will force the shotgun player to move just a little bit further back. But here's your 20-second push, and Outsiders love this situation.
Monty should go down the hatch now with the smoke cover as well. Backs themselves into this corner, and Dan's going to be able to get one. He was the hero previously, but is the cover good enough? Aquilolo find one, but Dora caught out. 5 seconds, and Shepard's all alone. The case, though, not going down. Outsiders win it. Makers, you pull the Cloud9. It's a goo mine. No!
A goo mine on default plant from the hatch wins the round. So not for the first time between these two sides, we see a bit of utility winning the round at the end. It went from the Capital Bolt yesterday stopping the case from being diffused to a goo mine stopping the case from going down. Outsiders, very, very clever, but very, very lucky at the same time, because Buck went for that default plant and it did not pay off.
Head in hands moment for me there. Goo mine, Gibby. You don't see that as a plant denial very, very often. Round, it was pretty good from the side of Makers. I think, you know, unfortunate Dora got caught out, but in 1v3, if that case goes down, you'd imagine that's pretty easy to win. I mean, actually, no, it was against Shepard, so probably not actually. Not
easy anyway.
No, that's actually, Shepard is kind of just the final boss of Siege, and you don't want to mess with him in a 1vx. But 4-2 split, not bad, not great, not terrible for Makers. It's kind of a neutral standing. You would have liked to be level. They should have been level realistically. Unfortunately, the Goo Mine caught them out. But Outsiders are not playing Clubhouse the way we expected. Routine, systematic, going through it. It's been very, very, well, Outsiders. It's been their DNA so far.
Well, they like to play the old style of Siege, and, you know, speaking of old style of Siege, they take a 4-2 split on defense as well. How much more old-fashioned can you get? Now, you got to wonder, can they build from here? You've got your 4-2 lead. You need now to win 3 rounds on attack, or else we're going to overtime. Now, you spoke about Shepard being the final boss. Whenever I spoke to Dora and I asked him for the one player that he looks up to in Siege, the player that he admires the most, Shepard is the player he name dropped.
That nade's perfect. Oh, that's perfect. Perfect.
That was great. I liked it. I liked that one, but I liked the shot from Sorry.
Yeah, it's not so perfect from Joystick. Good opening pick, good nade, good read, good throw. Gemini reveals his position, but Shepard will find Sorry and makes him, well, apologize for his transgressions. Acqui, though, makes another trade on the always, and this is a problem. Outsiders deciding this might not be worth it, but Pasha gets one. Acqui, and oh, Dora. TCSG is a very scary weapon. Not a single one of those slugs connect, however, and for Makers, a retreat is in order. Fall back, damage done, 3 versus 2. Still winnable.
Like, that was the case. You get that kill on the Shepard, you stall out Outsiders even more as they're forced to go back to the balcony to get it. But with 1 minute and 13 seconds to go, Outsiders have the numbers in their favor. They've got the case. You've got Pasha, Dan, and Shepard. Pretty, you know, 3 players that I would love to have myself in this scenario if I want to go ahead and win this round from here. So with 55 to go, now they go and do their default work. Get those hatches open. Give Makers the illusion that you can push the site from any direction. Gemini lucky with his timing that Pasha didn't swing, and now Pasha making his way down. He's got main control. They've got the hatches open. 40 seconds to go. Can Outsiders take a lead?
Wow. 2 C4s for Makers. Dirt Tunnel's got a Goyo on it, so that late rotation not necessarily possible, and one of those 2 potential game-changing C4s now made null and void. They spot the player in Moto, and oh! Gemini nearly catches them napping. Dora will creep around shorts, and he's not going to win that one. It's going to be a tricky one indeed. Shepard should stick this one. Pasha gets that confirmation. And well, it was down to Pasha. He really broke the serve on that game of trades. Shepard survives the beating of TCSU in the balcony. Could have been a different story. But Outsiders showing their mastery on Clubhouse, getting themselves a 5-2 advantage.
Yeah, Outsiders looking pretty good. Now you win your first round on attack, and now you just need to win 2 more before Makers can manage to win 5 the other way. So things looking good for Outsiders on their map choice. Look at Makers, though. No matter how good the scoreline looks for Outsiders, Akwe is having himself a game. He is going 11-5 as it stands right now. Pasha, the closest on the Outsider side, going 9-3.
Good day in the office for Akwe. Not being the best for Makers in all combined. A few changes need to be made. Timeout called for a reason, Gibby. I think they need to try and predict a little bit better what Outsiders are going to do. I mean, they're going to do the same thing time and time again. Realistically, the strategies aren't going to change. I'd expect them to not go to the same side again, which they won't, because that was pretty brutal. Gym Bedroom, one of the stronger sites. Will Outsiders clear the entirety of CC and Cash? And if they do, will that section of map control be an early bloodbath once again? Because Outsiders, those early engagements, that's where they're so good in the offense. That's when they do their damage. They get trades. They don't let anything happen for free. Makers really felt that kind of that wrath last round.
When Outsiders looked very good yesterday was whenever they played with a little bit more tempo, a little bit more pace, and on that round on attack, they upped it significantly. There was 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock when they were in a, 4v2, 3v2? Like, they got the numbers whittled down very, very early, and it's something that Outsiders, whenever they show a bit of confidence, when they show that they can up the tempo, it really works against a side like Makers. So, once again, look at the way they've set up. If you open up that con wall, you trap the players that are playing over by CCTV Cache. That's why that area of the map is so important. Once you get con wall open, you turn your attention to Jacuzzi, and all of a sudden, those defenders have to pick and choose their move to fall back at the perfect time. And we're going to see that Mute Jammer stop that wall, that window from being opened, and that's another part of this construction defense.
So that's going to slow it down a little bit. All the windows, bar for Gym itself, have been muted, meaning you've got to get a little bit closer. And remember what operator Makers banned, Gibby? Was Sledge. Interesting use of the castle here, of course, mute jamming them as well, forcing either a Gone 6 or another form of soft destruction to get utilized. A second Selma opens up that con single wall, and a very expansive take so far from Outsiders.
So now you bring the Ace and the Thermite over so the Bandit can't trick both these walls at the exact same time. Lolo forced to fall back, and they're going to get the breach open on that side. So now you push on over. Lolo does manage to get a trade before traded out as Joystick gets the kill. So it's a 4 versus 4. But now you've opened up that rafter side. You've opened up that cache or that CCTV breach. And now you can really work to force them back. But Akwe ain't stepping back yet. And with the fact that he's going 11-5, he's feeling confident. Is he going to make it work? Oh, sorry. Tried to rotate down late, and Joystick smelt that coming.
I mean, you could see, you could just feel this is Outsiders' map. But the way they understand rotations, the way they're moving. Pasha? Okay, so I keep forgetting. Yes, don't catch them. I've been playing the game so long, they used, like, when Habana came out, they used to. My bad about that one. But, so, Makers, they're falling victim, right? Joystick catches, reads that rotation, gets that pick, and this is going to be what I was talking about. This is Outsiders. It's a full clear. It's to the script of what they do. That castle barrier, still intact in construction, means that they can't hold anyone inside of logistics, and 45 seconds left to work. So, yes, the player down, but Makers are not necessarily in the worst position. Joystick, though, will push deep, gets a nade ready, and he's going to send it deep towards bathroom. No, send it straight to Gemini! Direct postal delivery from Joystick! And it's going to be a 2 versus 4, and this is where it gets to be a problem. Akwe will swing wide and get one, but he's woken up rudely by Pasha, who's right beside him. But the trade of Dora. 2 versus 1. And both members of Outsiders seemingly spread away from each other. Shepard pulls the case. Shotgun ready, and he gets one. Can't make it 2. Outsiders on match point.
Really well played in the 2v1, though. They timed the swing perfectly together to take out Dora. Yes, you lose one player, but you win the round. And while Dora's first kills of the day were almost telling ones had he managed to pick up that last one in the 1 versus 3. But Outsiders find themselves on match point now, and this has been a completely different story on Clubhouse than what we saw in Chalet. And even more scary than that, Whippet, it's almost as if we're following the script to yesterday's game. Exactly the same, only we're not going to the bank for that last trip. We're going to Cafe.
We go to Cafe. I don't know how to feel about that. You know what? Confidence in the Italian side. I'm backing them. They'll take Cafe. Trust me on that one. I've got complete faith, right? I like what Makers do. I like the style. I think Club is a little bit of a poor choice to go to. Yes, they have their own autobahn, so this is going to make it through. They know Outsiders have a small map pool. They know this. They're a very solid side. They're aware of it. They exploited that to get to Chalet yet again in this series. Clubhouse, this is a domain. Outsiders, the core of this roster, know it inside and out. We've seen how they play. Uphill battle. If they get claw this back, it would be a very special moment. But I think they're somewhat delaying the inevitable in this series. This is going to go to a third map, in my humble opinion. And Outsiders have been very much in control here on Club. It's going to be a difficult task to kind of break point this momentum now.
The confidence that you showed a little bit earlier on Makers to do this in 2, waning now at this point.
Listen, I'm so confident, Gibby. Nothing's going to change about that. I'm confident. I'm backing them. You know, maybe I was a little bit overzealous to say they'll take Club from Outsiders. But T1's not out of the question.
Well, it's still definitely there, but as if they follow the same script as yesterday, Outsiders would win it 2-1. Now, they've got Jacuzzi wall open inside the first 45 seconds. They've also removed a couple of those castles from the windows as well, making it a little bit more difficult for the Makers defenders, as Dora is now forced to stay behind these barbells to just protect himself for a little while. Pasha dancing between the two windows, showing him that he's got his aim on point. You know, just hoping...
Hey, and a drone.
I was just waiting for you to say it. I saw the drone and I knew it.
It's been a good EU call. It's been a good EU call. Some nice, solid EU drones. Drone and you know, nice NA drone. You got to get one every single event we work. But for Makers, they're going to feel a little bit of pressure. And look down below. Joysticks lurking. That's going to be a problem to deal with later. Logi hatch open. Gemini is very cautious. And Joystick, he might smell a rat. Tell you what, though, always smells a frag and gets it. Gemini first to fall. And Makers now on the back foot. Very early. Dora will try and sound this ground underneath Logi hatch, but it might just be a little bit too much.
Yeah, Dora takes the position that Gemini was playing on, but now with that main Jacuzzi breach still open, you've got yourself a bit of a problem situation. Always now will remove his position. Sorry, looking to catch out Joysticks as those two look to go head-to-head once more down inside the basement, but Sorry will now make his way back up on top of the situation. Lolo took a chunk of damage from that DMR, as you hear Dan tapping away, but Outsiders, they're looking to do this now. Always is going to find the kill onto Akwe. As suddenly it's a 5 versus 3. You've opened up bathroom. Outsiders are looking good to take map 2.
Two players stacked on main, and Sorry will get one. He needed that one. He needed that lifeline. Joystick, he'll try and brawl his way up. Pasha is close to the shotgun. It goes brawling. Dora gets one. Lolo a second. Can Makers hold on? 19 seconds. Lolo rotates the gym, and he has information. He knows they're inside a bathroom, but always finds a third. Lolo left alone, often the hero for his team, but he'll wait. He'll be patient, but too patient. Shepard calls him down, and we're going to map 3, Gibby.
So I know what he was doing there. Lolo was waiting to see that case going down, and he was going to fire the bullets as we hit 000, but he got spotted. He got taken down, and Outsiders managed to win map 2. We're going to a third map. We're going to Cafe. It's been a enthralling series so far. I can't wait.
Club was just too much. Club was too much for them to break down, Gibby. Listen, I was confident in Makers. They looked brilliant on Chalet, but we're following a very similar script to yesterday. The one thing that's different is the third and final map in this series, and that's going to be Cafe.
It is going to be Cafe is right, and I cannot wait to get stuck in. And the quicker we get back to the desk, the quicker we get back into the game. So we're going to hop into a break, and then Ginny, Ollie, and Demo will take you through the last one.
Another map, another deja vu. Clubhouse 7-2, the exact same scoreline as yesterday, Demo. What's going on?
I think it was probably expected, no, to see, Clubhouse come into the fray of things. Outsiders were good on it yesterday against Makers. Makers just, they can't crack it now. That's twice, they went for it. Sure, you can probably say the first time they played it, okay. Who knows? Maybe it was, something. But I think, with a second loss now, it's pretty cemented that, Makers need to work on their Clubhouse.
Yeah, I think so too. And if anything, it feels like Outsiders, Ollie on Clubhouse, they feel comfortable. They got in the groove, and it feels like, again, this was a turning point for them yesterday, where they got that feel. They got back into, they got out of their own heads. They got back into the game. Now we're going to be heading on to Cafe. Could this once again be history repeating itself?
Quite possibly. There is nothing to say otherwise, other than the fact that it is a different third map.
Yeah.
We've seen a very similar day to the way that we started out, or the way that the middle of yesterday went, should we say. Chalet going to Makers, Clubhouse going to Outsiders. Same scoreline as well in that Clubhouse game. But the big difference maker here is the Cafe that we have today, as opposed to the bank we had yesterday. I share Demo's opinion on this. I think the Outsiders have quite a small map pool at the moment. I think it's probably something that they're looking to work on actively, and if it isn't, it probably should be. Cafe isn't a map that I believe them to be particularly strong at the moment, and there's a lot really that's going to get thrown down onto that one. Says a lot when Akwi is still the MVP of the game, despite the fact that it was actually an Outsiders win. Akwi did all he could, put in a massive shift on the first map, put in a good shift on the second as well, but his team performance just wasn't enough to carry him over the line. Regardless of your stats, if it's a 7-2, you've lost 2-7, you haven't done enough as a team. Pasha, on the flip side, I think he had a fantastic game. Demo, playing a lot of that Valkyrie, playing a lot of that information. He's, for me, the most flexible player on this Outsiders roster at the moment. And I don't want to pin all of the weight and the hope on his shoulders, but I think that he's got a big part to play here on Cafe if Outsiders are looking to be successful here.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure that you're putting on one man here.
I think Pasha's, I keep coming back to the point that Outsiders struggle with the current meta, and they can get very stuck in the mud with some of their ways. Pasha's probably the player out of the group that I would say can play the meta. I think he's the one who understands it the most out of the five. Like Ollie said, very flexible. That's where you need to be these days. Can adapt quickly. Has the gun skill to back it up. Of course, that always helps. But yeah, I mean, Pasha, I remember back in 2019. That was whenever this guy made his first debut, and he was half the market then, and he's still playing at a very top tier level 3 years later.
Yeah, I think also adaptation, as you mentioned, Demo, that is something that we've repeatedly said that we're expecting from both of these teams coming into today, just because this is their last shot, Ollie. And we seen no adaptation whatsoever what it felt like on Chalet. Felt like Clubhouse again, maybe that adaptation, any deviation from the script that we've seen yesterday didn't come through either. So yesterday, yes, we had Bank, but this time around on Cafe, if this continues to go the way it went as yesterday, maybe Outsiders are going to be able to win, but then comes into play that limited map pool. So in that regards, for Makers, could this actually be that turning point?
It could be a turning point here for Makers. I think that there's a possibility that if they're able to hit that reset mentally, we'll see them do that. Of course, they had a less than straightforward series yesterday against Na'Vi, where they lost the first map and then went on to win the following two. So they're no strangers to coming back from behind. This being the second map decider, it currently being 1-1. Makers really need to come out of here swinging. And I think that, with the way that we've seen them play so far today, there's all the chance in the world that they're going to come out here onto Cafe and run a number on Outsiders. However, as much as I doubt Outsiders map pool, I still back them in this. And I know that I think a couple of the other talent members know that Whippet is a staunch Makers fan at the moment. I think Gibby's sort of edging around that area as well. So I think just for sort of interest's sake, I've definitely got to be an Outsiders fan here coming into this one. And even if the map doesn't necessarily favour them all too well, is where I'm going to hang my hat.
Demo, are you agreeing with Ollie? Are you an Outsiders fan, or is it just down to whoever shows up on the game again?
Outsiders have played Cafe already this season, and the last split, and they did win it. But it was against TT9, who was just a bad team in the league. So you would expect them to go and get points against them. I think Dan had life game. I think it was 17-4 he went. And I mean, of course, you look at Cafe and sure, Dan will feel confident on this map, but it's different. We've had changes, haven't we? We've had 2 changes since that team who played TT9. So yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see, but I would say Makers are very much a different caliber on Cafe compared to TT9. I think the aggression that Makers can bring, I think the pocket strategies that the rushes that can happen in Cafe. You talk about reading pillar door rushes upstairs. You can smoke Skylight, go in for Heaven window. A multitude of things that I think, the Amarus, the Yings, the Monties that we see Makers play the Glazes. It fits that meta of Cafe. And of course, the jump outs on defense, Makers can really get stuck in. I think it just favors them. It's a map that I always look and think, yeah, that's always been a good map for Makers.
Okay, well, we're going to be heading to Cafe, but first we're going to take a little break. And then as I might, remember that Gibson said that the sooner we get to the analyst decks, the sooner we get into game, but actually it's the sooner we get to the casters. So maybe they'll start the game after the break. See you then.
One more map decides who faces Secret in our grand final to punch their ticket to SI. Gibby, these two teams, Outsiders Makers, in a rematch have forced us all the way to map number 3. They followed the script from yesterday, the same results on the same maps, but one thing is different. It's map 3. We're going to cafe, not by community vote. All in favor of Outsiders once again. My vote's not changing. I still think Makers have it in them.
Yeah, well, I think the community vote in every single game Outsiders have played so far has been in their favor, but this is it. The best of 3 becomes a best of 1. We're going to Cafe. This is one of Outsiders' strongest maps. You're going for Makers. I'm on the fence on this one. I think that this could go either way.
You're picking a side. Not letting you do a demo. You're picking a side.
I'm not. Well, do you know what? As much as I really want Makers to win this one, I think Cafe for Outsiders is the one. And Ying is going to be the first ban as well. But look, it gives a little bit of balance as well. It means one of us is right and one of us is wrong.
That's true. You've agreed with me too much this weekend.
Too much.
So this does kind of restore the balance just a little bit. Makers, we saw them ban out the Sledge. They've done it on Club. They've done it on Cafe. Way. What does this really mean? I mean, it's going to probably mean they're going to bring a lot of Castle. It's going to force a different approach to that soft destruction. I expect the default bans kind of towards the defense side. I'll say, imagine an Azami will be very popular in this one. Oh, what a shock. There she is.
That leaves the last one up to choice. On a map like Cafe, Valk can be a pretty popular ban at times. Didn't take Outsiders too long to make their minds up whatsoever. And the final ban will actually be Mira. It's a ban that I like as well. I think Valk being in play, though, is a massive boon for these defenders, and Outsiders will be the first team to take a shot at defending. And we're going to Bar Cocktail, no surprises whatsoever. And well, Pasha, humming and hang, deciding who to pick, and it is going to be that Valk. And as I said, on a map like Cafe, where you can get so much intel off of well-placed cams, I'm pretty happy with that one.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that he's going to be on the Valkyrie. I mean, Outsiders, they have used Valkyrie very, very effectively, especially on Clubhouse. With the amount of defenders that are going to have that massive impact, you have Azami, you've got Mira, you've got Cade. You know, she's going to slip through eventually. On a map like this, it can be very problematic. You think about if you're pushing in Piano, look at that floor. That's all soft. The Valkyrie down below mining can be absolutely catastrophic. All of Main Bar, all of New Hatch, all of Heaven, all of Cocktail. Yeah, it's going to be a potential C4 hazard for the side of Makers. And they're not likely going to bring that IQ. Actually, outfought that IQ. Actually, the 6-pick away from that. The Ash brings IQ, locks it in, and they'll be able to spot out these cameras a little bit easier and make kind of a little bit of peace of mind knowing that they'll have ideas where this information is coming from.
Yeah, and there's two main types of attacks that Makers can go for here as well. When you're going, you can go for your standard hatch drop technique, or you can try take control of Cocktail side. Now, with Ying being banned, it makes the Cocktail push just a little bit more difficult than it would be in normal situations, but we'll still see how they work. The fact that there's a Flores tells me they're going to look to clear all of the utility that's on that Piano side. Now, they've got a Frost. You got to be careful. You can't step into those Pog mats. And now Flores is going to get to work.
Flores will be able to clear an absolute tremendous amount of utility with these drones. He'll open up, and what he's going to basically do is he's going to open up this angle just beside that rotate. I call that Krajeka, and it's just going to mean it's going to be a little bit more exposed. If you want to take that rotate, you don't have that safety. And he'll continue to work away and clear utility from that position, dropping these drones down the skylight and just clearing what he can. The second drone, for example, and it didn't actually get destroyed. He manages to get it all the way inside of Piano, and he's going to get it deep to that shield. It's going to detonate, and Pixel is going to be left a little bit more vulnerable from it. So a good use. 2 out of 2 on those terrorists so far.
Yeah, and Dora's going to step on over, get rid of that Frost mat as well as they take control of Cigar Shop. So, as in getting the pieces in place to make an execute happen, but with the player playing by Pixel, you still need to clear them from that scenario. And IQ coming into play will be a massive help with the fact that you've still got Valk on the side. Joystick playing below, Aqui will begin getting rid of all that utility. Oh, the minute and 19 seconds left to go. They're working through that checklist very effectively, but they're yet to find that opening pick.
Every single box on that checklist are going through it. The commute jammers are going to cause a bit of a problem. Their terror drone will open up trash wall and give them an avenue of success. Now, 5 players remains on both teams, and again, they still have a massive threat of Valkyrie down below with potential C4. Actually, that C4 has already been used, so threat neutralized. The Wamais will burn away and pull these magnets in, but Wamai gets blinded in the process. Shepard, though, swings wide and saves his teammate's life. Gemini gets sacrificed to that one. Joystick, he's flanked up red, and he'll be able to find a freebie or 2. Make it just 1. Has always got another one. And Lolo down and finished off by down by stage, leaving it all down to the Flores, who's been kind of just enjoying driving around his RC cars on the roof. Opening round will go for Outsiders, and well, Makers, I was expecting a little bit more explosivity from them, a little bit more aggression, a little bit more passion. Ultimately, it was a very concise, controlled round from Outsiders. Never looked worried, never looked panicked, never looked pressured, and they got the opening.
Flawless, clinical, clean, well done Outsiders on a very good first round. Joystick, the flank was perfectly timed. The swing into bathroom to help your teammate playing on Pixel, once again, perfectly timed, shutting down Makers as they look to push in from Cigar Shop and Piano. So now we move on to the second round, and it's going to be a reading room defense, reading room library defense, where vertical control again becomes pretty important things. Something else to point out, the rotate into laundry. Don't do what I did by mistake very recently and reinforce that double wall. I figured I would get that in there before you do.
You knew. The moment we went to the site, I was going to cue that one up. So anyone who's not seen it, Gibby reinforced the laundry wall, double it up. He was.
I was asleep.
I
need to wake up.
Dude, Gibby, you know what? Do us all a favor. Wake up. It's been a while. But, I mean, for Outsiders, this is going to be a very important round again, because Makers, will they come with an extra bit of aggression, or will it be another through the checklist style of play, which I don't think will work out in their favor? The Amaru has been grabbed by Gemini, and that will likely indicate somewhat of a fast entry, either just to get to the roof early, or to try and get in one of these windows, and it will be stage window. Frost isn't in play, so he'll be safe, and he's just waiting for information from the rest of his team before he pulls the trigger, as he's got Akli on rappel to try and hold that cross by Pallet and White Stairs, meaning the player on Pixel isn't safe to rotate away, and that's going to be Shepard, who will detect someone close by AC unit, and well, Lion Sky goes out, Amaru goes in. If you know the player's in by Pixel, well, it'll be very important to know, so as always, he might be able to find the opening pick, and he does. Poor droning from Makers.
Oh, brilliant by Always, though. He gets himself a 2-piece. Doesn't get a third, though. Dora will shut him down as he gets himself back into Cigar Shop, but a lot of damage done in the early stages here by Outsiders. You've still got a massive amount of vertical control. A C4 is going to be throwing it up, and it's going to pop, not taking anybody with it this time around. But now, Makers, can you pick up that extra pick to get the sides level again? Pasha's in a very good position, but misses his shots, and very smartly falls back towards Pallets again. No need to risk a second peek on that one. You've got the numbers. Don't give Makers anything to work on.
Yeah, Makers are going to find themselves in a very difficult position. A little bit of damage done to Dan through that wooden barricade. They're aware of the player inside of pillars or inside of pallets. It's going to be a very good pick on the Pasha. Gets us to that 3 versus 3. That coveted equalizer that you were talking about. They needed that one desperately. Do they have all the information they need? All members of Outsiders now dropped down to the main floor. How will they decide to retake this one? Will they go for a retake? Sorry. Choose open that floor. Tries to force his power positions out of ease of access.
Well, Joystick has dropped all the way down to bottom white, and that gives him options, because he can at some point decide to push up through brown and flank the players pushing in the main door, or as I said, he can just move up through white again a little bit later in the round. Lolo trying to find a pick to put them in a 3 versus 2 as now they open the wall, but Dan wraps his way around. He'll take out Dora, and now all of a sudden favor swings back onto the side of Outsiders.
20 seconds advantage, Outsiders, 3 versus 2. Vertical controlled by Sorry, and I don't think they know where Joystick is yet, and Lolo's rotated a long way around, tries to get himself instead of mining, but you don't have time to do that. You've got to vault on in, and oh, that Goyo is dangerously close. He'll try to stick it, but he falls off to try and catch anyone, gets aggressive. He spots the player in laundry, and he moves just perfectly timed to avoid the fire and the flame. His teammate will drop deep in laundry. Lolo, you're running out of time. He relocates to the secondary plant location, and now he'll try and stick it. 10 seconds, and sorry, needs the cover. The TCSG of Shepard swings wide, but he loses that one, but joystick pops up from Brown, and the time, that will do all the rest of the talking. The blue seat will stop him dead in his tracks. Another round for Makers. Outsiders, I should say. Outsiders have slowed this game to an absolute snail's pace, and you can feel the Makers aren't comfortable.
It's not working for them at all. Makers tried to up the pace that time around. They brought the Amaru, but they were not able to deal with, I think it was always playing in that position by Pixel, picking himself a kill onto Amaru and Lion. And from that point on, Makers are in a little bit of trouble because you lose Lion, you lose the ability to hit that pause button on the defensive movements. So we're seeing the members of Outsiders take us from floor to floor. We're going down to basement this time around. Mira not being in play means that, you know, changes up a little bit the way that you'll play inside of prep. But all in all, it's working the way that Outsiders want it to do. They want to slow the pace down. They want to force Makers to attempt to execute inside the last, 30 or so seconds. And this is another site where, even though the meta of Siege has changed significantly over the last couple of years, it's still a site where I find most of the executes happen pretty late on.
Yeah, it's a site that requires you to clear and repair a lot of utility, a lot of space, a lot of mapping to get taken for this. And I'm really worried, right? I expected Makers to be way more aggressive, way more keen to take map control early and not play into this very old school style of play that's going to get established from Outsiders. They've got to rotate here on red stairs to give them complete fluidity across this bottom floor. Very well set up from them. And for Makers, this will be a difficult one to solve. Down in VIP, will be the first part of that puzzle they need to clear.
Yeah, you gotta take control in and around Whiskey, especially with that rotate that is around red. Dora will just open up that soft wall in the bottom of Garage as he looks to push to bottom white, and they spot out the fact that there is a BP. So even though you have a player playing inside of VIP, you know that he can keep an eye on what's going on behind him. So Sorry will look to lock him into position. And while all that was going on, they went and reinforced, barricaded up the door again because they've realized all of the Makers' pressure is coming on the opposite side of the map.
Very, very slow. This is scary. This is concerning for Makers. Sends deployed to give some cover. One lob deep. But there's Dan. He's the warden. He can see through that smoke you use for cover. Once the fog mat too. Okay. Right, Makers. I have a feeling a timeout might be called after this round. Left now in a 2 versus 5. You've got no real avenue to sight, and you've got a smoke choking out your push from white. Lolo will try and creep his way to VIP and coat check, but the likelihood is he won't last too long. One player in coat, one in VIP. He has information on this fight. He takes it, wins it. There's a Frost in play. There's no way he's going to vault on in and not check that. What do you reckon? Odds on, if he wins this fight against the Warden, he sees the elbow, sees a little bit of damage on the down, and he's going to be at his teammate to finish that off. One player behind bar. Do they know? Well, they certainly do now. Always finds that one in Lolo. Left alone. He knows the mute jet knows. Frostmont's there, but he can't do anything. Joystick has the angle, watches it deep, and 3 reasonably easy rounds for Outsiders. Red flags flashing for Makers.
Yeah, well, he knew where the frost mat was, but Joystick knew where he was, and Outsiders coming out of the traps, flying on the third map. And, well, Mystic Whip it at it. There is the timeout from Makers. You've gone 3-0 down. You've not even looked close to winning a round yet, and Outsiders are starting to look like the well-oiled machine they can be in the third map. And it really does have that feeling of history from yesterday repeating itself.
It does. This is a very difficult position for Makers. So, a flawless site rotation from the side of Outsiders. They likely won't change too much. How will Makers adapt? That's the question that you need to be asking. And they really don't need... It's not really so much how will they adapt. How will they start playing? Because they've not really been the side that we've seen. This is a very difficult situation for them. And it's a problem because Outsiders have slowed this game down. There's no explosive moments. There's no explosions, chaos, fire, flame, everything happening at once. And that's what Makers love. It's been very regimented, go through the checklist, and that's the style of Siege Outsiders absolutely love.
Being defused by attackers.
And Outsiders keep getting multi-kills, you know, punches and bunches. You think of always getting the double inside a pixel. You look at that round and you lose 2 of your attackers as they try to push on in. 1 to the C4, 1 to the Warden who was playing inside a VIP. It really inhibits Maker's attempt, or, you know, plans for the round when you're losing multiple players in the blink of an eye. And you have a lot of time to adapt after that point. You have a lot of time to adjust because these things are happening early on. But whenever you're that down bad on the number side of things, it's just really hard to bounce back. You need a player to pop off and have an impact. So we go back to the top floor. You look at the lineup again. Sorry's going to the Flores once more. Akwe is going to go on the IQ to deal with any Valk cams that are around the map. But last time around, Sorry kind of got caught out on the roof while all of his teammates were falling inside of Piano, and could have stopped the flank of Joystick if had he been watching red instead of still using those Rotero drones to get rid of utility.
Pasha decides to relocate that camera completely, just for it to be instantly identified by IQ. So you're right, yeah. Sorry, you definitely was in a very kind of isolated, on an island situation, no real access, and the team died around him. He'll do a very similar thing again, right? He'll drop these one by one, but here's a change. There's a Maestro. So you're going to drop this, and guess what's going to stop it? Maestro. Well, maybe,
nope.
maybe not. You gotta hit those. He's playing like 4D chess with these, right? He's trying to navigate a maze. He's opening up trash walls, so that's done for later. IQ's already inside of shop, looking for utility, looking for those Valkyrie cameras. And this is better for Makers. This is way more direct. This is way more direct. Applying pressure early. They need to get this and convert this pressure into a pick. But as they slowly kill their utility with the Flores, this is so far a good round. But they need to make sure they are absolutely pinpoint on holding onto their flank.
More pace, more tempo, better so far from Makers, and now we're going to see explosive utility potentially traded each way. But Gemini, luckily, is not going to get taken down. Removes the mute from inside a bathroom, meaning that you can open that up now, which is exactly what they're going to do. So you force the Outsiders players inside a freezer. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful trick. A little bit too slow.
Oh, this is frustrating. This is frustrating for Makers, right? This is a slugfest game. This is difficult for them right now. This is testing their IGL. This is testing their coordination. Everything's getting pushed right now. The Dokkaebi call goes out. That will force people off cameras, and they try to creep themselves inside a freezer. Always gets one, gets himself traded, but Joystick pops up and gets Akwe. Advantage now at Outsiders. 4 versus 3. Make it a 4 versus 2. Shepard shuts it down. Dan gets one more. Makers absolutely dragged into the deep end. No way out. No life preserver for them this time. They're getting drowned, and Joystick gets that final confirmation. 4 rounds in a row.
It's not looking good. The timeout having no impact whatsoever, and Outsiders cruising ahead. 4-0 is the score, and Makers, the team from Italy, the team that have been to SI before, your hopes are looking a little bit worse. You know, you had your hands on that final matchup, and the fingers have been pried off one by one by these legends of Siege, and they are forcing Makers to play their style. Now, here is the kicker. Makers win these next 2 rounds on attack. Suddenly, you think things don't look too bad. You go into the split with a 4-2 half. But I'm sorry, if it's going to be anything along the lines of 5-1 or 6-0, it's over. I can't see Makers managing to claw this one all the way back, because Outsiders are playing their style of Siege perfectly right now. I'm
beginning to feel a little bit like Caliber Jacob. Every time I predict a team to win, they seemingly begin to lose. I don't think that's not. I guess I won't predict anything for SI.
With great power comes great responsibility.
I know, the caster curse is strong, but for Outsiders, they have played this absolutely perfect. I'm going to try and find my rose-tinted goggles somewhere, put them back on. But this has been a game where the map has benefited them. The way Makers are playing has benefited and went all towards Outsiders. It's been slow, it's been methodical, it's been going down the checklist. Every single round has been like that. And Makers, they can't find a way to explode. They can't flood site, because every time they do, they haven't went through their checklist. They haven't cleared key bits of utility, key areas. and this is very difficult for them. This is going to be a mentally fatiguing game, and they've already played 2 high-pressure maps against this opposition, and they played 2 or 3 maps against them yesterday, so you're really starting to feel that fatigue, that pressure. What can they do?
Yeah, this BP is in a perfect position as well for feeding information on Piano. So once you see that player rappel on in, you can take advantage. Now, always gets taken down by the Lion inside Cigar Shop. So at this point, Wamai is pinned down. This is a big opportunity. I like the move from Gemini, but now there's some cover coming in from Freezer as well. Gemini does get the kill, swings around, gets second, almost gets a third whippet, but with 1:40, Akwe hanging on to the window, manages to get the kill, and outsiders suddenly are being forced to play Maker's game all of a sudden, and there is signs of life, and I'm all for it.
That's all they needed. They needed 1 round to go their way. They needed someone to find anything, and it was Gemini. He'll get 1 more. 3 in the round, and look who's alone. Shepard in a 1 versus 5. He's full blind, just outside of Laundry, and the case, you'd imagine, will be going down reasonably shortly. Come on, Dora. Don't have all day. Case? When is it going to go down? Do they not know? They have complete control. The drone network should identify this. The more time you give Shepard, the more difficult you make this for yourself. Dora, come on, speed things up.
Well, the thing is, they've got to make a decision, but the 55 seconds, they're waiting to see if if Shepard will make a move early. They want to see if maybe they can get the pick first, but Shepard, as you can tell, just staying perfectly still. Another stun's going to get dropped, and he was peeking around to maybe see if he could get that kill. Now tosses the smoke. Now they know their position, and now Makers have something to work with. Shepard moves up the stairs. Akwe greets him at the top, and finally Makers win a round. And remember what I said, if they can win this next round, things all of a sudden don't look as bad as they once did.
Better from them. They needed that moment. Gemini was the person, of course, they called upon to find that chaos, find that explosivity, and they finally got themselves around. And I mean, that was a very well thought out round, because it wasn't necessarily that outsiders changed anything, or it was the same strategy. They droned it better. They worked out way better. They thought about it. They went through the process way better. The one question will be the drone network. You know, how good is their information? The fact that plant took so long to go down. Like, I get you're in a 1v5, right? You shouldn't even think about it as a problem, but it's Shepard. That's the problem, right? You don't want to make it to a situation where you're panicking, getting the plant down with 10 seconds, 5 seconds down, and he might just go underneath the floor and go, let me deny this with a shotgun below. So, how good is their drone network? That's the question I'm going to ask from that round. But the Makers, especially considering, you know, I guess in this dynamic with me and you, I'm the Makers fan. I want them to win this, and I want them to have a little bit more of that push. And can they get 1 more? And, well, a good drone from Sorry. And do you see what he's on? He's on the Blitz.
And do you see what he spotted? The Frost mat. Say it with me. They've got a Frost. So, now as we move into this round, you've got a Blitz. So Makers look like they're going to try to up the tempo. They've got their placed drones in position. They upped the tempo a little bit last time, and it worked. You made outsiders comfortable. So, what are they going to bring this time around? Well, first off, you put the Nomad on that to stop the rotate in towards Wedding from Red Stairs. Now you put a little bit of pressure on backside as well to keep those players on their toes. And at this moment, it's just about not letting outsiders get comfortable.
Good clear. The Frost mat's gone. That means your Blitzer, Sorry, can waltz on in. Can they find something? This is more like the style of play I wanted from them. More aggressive, more direct, more in the face. And the one eye's been blinded. Utility tossed out, lots of damage done. And Gemini gets the opening pick. And here comes Blitz, but no! It's going to be Pasha. He's going to rain on the parade. And Joystick will only make it poor. And Joystick finds a second. Makers stuck in the mud always shuts it down. Outsiders get 1 more round and absolutely crush any potential for momentum to go to Makers.
And the really, really depressing thing is the Blitz used his flash on I think it was the player playing on long, and didn't have it whenever you swung into Bakery. And because of that, had to whip out the gun. Things didn't go their way. Joystick shut it down. And now They're just 2 rounds away from a date with Secret in the next round. And funny thing about it is, for Outsiders, if they win today, their next game will also be a rematch of the game that was played yesterday.
Today, rematches. The only fixture we've not seen in this entire bracket is actually Secret versus Makers. I think stylistically, that would have been a very fun one to see, but it's beginning to look further and further away. You know, it's seemingly, it's more looking like a scary rematch with Outsiders for Secret right now, but they were very strong against them yesterday on Border in particular. So, alas, we must continue. Round 7. Can Makers claw something back? They're on the defense. Historically, the stronger side on Cafe. Can they take the fight to Outsiders? Can they make this a difficult day in the office? Only time will tell. But I tell you what, the Nomad to me is an indication that they want absolutely nothing to do with runouts. But the castle in play, and that sledge ban, I talked about it, we have to wait a little while to see it. How is that going to impact what Outsiders do?
Well, here is the question I pose to Makers now. Are you going down swinging, or are you going down with a whimper? It's 5-1 Outsiders now. They're on the attack is essentially their map pick, as they had the last ban. And Always has already spotted out the fact that Jaeger is playing on that new bulk position under new hatch joystick. Tosses the nade round towards the corner to clear out any utility in that position. And it looks like Outsiders, I know they've not dropped in yet, but they're starting to up the tempo. 2 players drop down on the red. Sorry gets rid of the drone. And Dora has a big job to do now as he plays in this position with the smokes to stop those angry Outsiders from stepping in the cigar shop.
Look at the extra tempo though. Look how quick Outsiders are trying to take control. They're not wasting time sending Flores drones from Skylight. They want to get in directly and use their operators, their guns, to get directly in the face of their opposition. A second, actually a third smoke canister tossed out to try and choke out this play. A minute 20. Smoke's got no more utility. Everyone in bar is pressured from the guy on Skylight, and they've all began to fall back. Dora is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's got likely a player on his rappel, or at least he might think that. His castle barrier for safety is now gone, and there's an opening. He can't swing wide, he can't swing close. He's got a lot of problems, and that drone will only compound them. He moves himself a little bit closer, but Outsiders, they are very prepared for him to swing wide.
Dora's playing his life. It's as simple as that. The smoke was not for plant denial. The smoke was to stop them entering, but Always times that swing perfectly with the flashbang. And there is the door open to cigar shop. Sorry. Wraps all the way back into the other side by Cocktail as Lolo's inside freezer. But he needs to be careful. He doesn't get himself pitched out. Dan peering back the other way towards freezer. I'm excited. They've slowed it all the way down. But with 30 seconds left on the clock, the push is about to start.
Makers should have good information of Valkyrie on the board as well, and they still hold on to key power positions. They have to cross through new balcony and from shop doorway. Trash might be open up, but that C4 stuck to the door, but that gives away the position of the player. But Joystick and Dan get one apiece. Lolo finds one trade, Acqui another one. Acqui is gonna go huge, but shut down. Leave it all down to Lolo, and Always finds that final pick. Oh no, Gibby. The series swings on the balance of one single round. Outsiders look ready for a dance with Secret. Map, match, and series point here on Cafe.
And I think it's all over now. Makers need to go 5 rounds in a row. And even then, it is just overtime. Outsiders have set the tone. They've set the tempo. Even though the push didn't come in until the final 30 seconds, they got aggressive. They were in the building nice and early. They wasted all the smoke canisters nice and early. It really left them with very little defensive utility to deal with whenever they went for that late game execute. So, Makers, you've brought yourself a pulse. Well, straight away, if you're spotted, Outsiders know you're going to be playing below. You're going to be either A, feeding information to your teammates here above, or B, trying to pick up the kill with the C4. You look at the fact they've got an Oryx, Gemini will look to make his way around the map pretty quickly. So this is telling me straight away that they're going to roam a little bit heavily, and Outsiders can take advantage of that big time.
You're worried. I'm worried for Makers now. This is a difficult one, I think. the fan, the fan for the underdogs in me still believes a little bit in them, but the realist, my brain is telling me this might just be a chapter already wrapped up for the story of Outsiders. Secret will be looking at this one, probably already preparing. Twister, the coach of Secret, are probably already writing the strats for Outsiders at this point. Also in play, will relay lots of information. The castle, once again, we see those barriers strewn across the entirety of this map. Without that sledge, without that easy self-destruction, the addition of Ash and Zofia will be needed to try and clear them. Habana can do it too from a distance. Dora boxed in, caged inside of shop. But these rappel angles will likely begin to put a choke and stranglehold on that position. They know he's there, his feet spotted out from that drone. And you begin to feel that Makers, this might be a sinking ship this round. Lots of pressure, and this roam is going to get absolutely torn apart in the most ruthlessly efficient manner possible.
Yeah, to the naked eye, it looks like they haven't done anything fast, but they've actually done a lot of work, Outsiders, to get into this position. You a little bit of damage onto Dora as well. And now you get back onto that rappel. Oh, Dan just spotted out by Lolo, but not quick enough to be able to capitalize and pick up a kill. But here is the move now to take vertical control. Dan looks down below where there is a smoke player. Aqui, though, gives a bit of life to this Maker's side as he picks up the kill onto Joystick, playing on top of Heaven. Standing by the door, gets himself a little bit pinned, and there's Gemini jumping on out, saying hello, good night to Pasha. As with a minute and 17, we're seeing more aggression. Dan gets one, but Aqui trades it back the other way. And this is much, much better from the Italian side.
They needed this. They needed that extra bit of aggression, that little bit of that little bite behind their bar. Yeah, that's exactly it. I couldn't find the onomatopoeia for it, realistically. Always, though, begins to rain on the parade just a little bit. Finds one pick on the Aqui. The three survivors and Makers will likely fall back to site. That's been done. And sorry, he's going to go on a long rotation all the way to Brown, maybe even Red. Doc will stim and heal up his comrade inside of Train. 40 seconds, Shepard begins to posture up and pressure on White Stairs. He might have direct avenue to site itself, and if he thinks that, he might be able to find a freebie. But every second that drains away, begin to think that Makers might have an advantage. Sorry, walks up to White Stairs. His sound gives away his position. Shepard knows exactly where he is, and he's going to corral him into Death's sweet embrace. He'll hunt him down, chase him. For the time being, he will survive. He doesn't chase too deep, because look at the time, Gibby. 13 seconds, 10 seconds, and Olo swings wide and finds Shepard. Always will get one more, but with 7 seconds remaining in this round, you can't imagine it will go any way other than Makers. And the time will just confirm that one more round in the bag. Makers still a long way to go, but they find their second on Cafe. Better by Makers again. You get your kills, you fall back. Sometimes guerrilla warfare ain't the worst thing to do. Get your kill, fall back, and just keep yourself alive later inside of the round. You know, massive props to Gemini playing on top of Heaven. Was pinned in that position. Looked like he was going to stay there until he was removed. He got 2 kills before he was taken down a peg. So Makers begin their journey back into the game. The issue for them, Outsiders, they've got their stomach up against that finish line already, ready to step on through. Makers are a long way back, but all Outsiders need is one more step. They're there. I mean, Outsiders are at the ribbon. They all they need to do is cross that boundary. Makers, they've barely got off the starting line, and this is going to be a long day in the office for them. For Makers, they need to get a lot of rounds back. Outsiders, you just need one. That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of mental pressure now. Every single thing that a Makers player now does carries that extra weight. And to be realistic, this map is now a case of when, not if, we see Outsiders take it. It would be a miracle for Makers to do it, and I'm all here for it. I mean, I've been backing them all day long. I thought they were going to take the series 2-0 at the very start of the evening. So I'm still hopeful, but it's going to be a difficult one for them.
One of the greatest comebacks we've seen in qualifiers if Makers managed to get back into this game. It's as simple as that. You were all the way back at 6-1 down, and now you've got one round, but it's that one round mentality. It works both ways. Outsiders, you got to treat this as if it's 5-2. Don't get yourself stuck in that mindset where you win this round, you go through. You got to keep playing the type of siege that you've been playing to get yourself in this scenario. Now Dan gets the opener onto Aqui as Aqui jumped out with the Solace, and that could have been a big play. Had that worked, that was a big play. It could have turned the tide of this round, But now you've lost Solace, you've lost Acqui, who's been the real difference maker in this fixture so far for the Italian side. Outsiders just got to be patient now, go through that checklist and wrap this game up.
For Outsiders, game management, right? All you need to do at this stage is play for your trades. If you do not let anything go unchecked, you'll win by attrition alone. You've got 1:50 to begin to clear through a depleted, a tired, now one player less. Makers, this is a very strong position to find yourself in. They've been ruthlessly efficient with how they went through this, and things won't change. It's only going to get harder. Sorry, thinks about, perhaps toys the idea in the back of his mind of jumping on out, but no one's there. Dan holds a nasty angle deep towards Freezer. Will try and make it just a little bit easier to work with, and does so. Tries to hold on, and Lalo will likely know and hear that and identify that threat, meaning he can't move. And Freezer now gets opened up, so he's going to be forced to play even deeper. They'll retreat on that rotate, go to the pallets, and you begin to notice that Makers players are going to want to fall back and concede control. But on that rotation, Joystick finds Gemini in a 5v3. This is where you need a hero. Makers, who's going to stand tall? If anyone, it's going to be Sorry, but Joystick finds Lolo 4 versus 2. And the riding might just be on the wall, Gibby. Under a minute, but Sorry gets one more. If a single fight goes in favor of Makers, this could be huge. C4 nowhere near. Under a minute now.
Yeah, the death toll is ringing right now for Makers, but they still need to stay alive. Sorry, still battling to try and get them in this game. Takes a chunk of damage. He's wounded. He's a warrior, but he's still alive. Now he dips down into Pillar as 30 seconds remain. Now is when Outsiders will begin to look to exert pressure. They've got one drone left, so they're going into this one blind, and Dora misses the opportunity by the blink of an eye to get that kill up through the laundry hatch. Look at the positions of these defenders. Dan's going to get the kill on the Sorry, and it's all down to Dora. I spoke to Dora. He looks up to these players. These are guys that he sees as idols inside of Siege, but he needs to step them down a peg. Here comes the plant, but there's the shot from Always. GG's. Game over. On to the next for Outsiders. They will have another date with Secret in order to try qualify for the 6th Invitational. But it has been a hell of a journey for Makers. They've had a great year again. They had a good performance in Challenger League. They got themselves into the top 4 that was left in Europe to try and make it to SI. But for now, Acqui, Gemini, Dora, Lalo, and Sorry, the journey ends here.
It was just too much. It was just too much to handle. Clubhouse played into the stylistic leanings of Outsiders. Outsiders clinical, absolutely efficient as you expect from them. It was a map that proved to be very strong. Makers had potential, but unfortunately it was just too much to get over these legendary players.
Little bit too much of an ask, but they move on to the next round to Outsiders, and I'm sure that our desk has a lot to say about that one, so we're going to jump into a break, and then Ginny, Ollie, and Demo will take you through what happened.
Closed out, Outsiders have now secured themselves a spot in the finals, and they're going to be going up against Team Secret once again. But before we get into that, Ollie, Outsiders, they just looked so much more dominant on every single step of the way here on Cafe.
Absolutely. And I'd like to cast everyone's minds back. I kind of called it. I'm not going to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy. Outsiders, they really showed that depth today. You know, we threw a little bit of shade their way. We questioned whether they were going to be, up to scratch here on Cafe. And it turns out that they were more than up to scratch. They did get to start defense first, which is, as we know,
it's always going to help.
Quite a big thing for Cafe. Cafe is probably one of the harder maps to attack in terms of just getting to the building. Safe access is not guaranteed. Usually you lose the first 20, 30, 40 seconds getting to the roof or starting to enter on in, which is a little bit different to a lot of other maps inside of the pool. So that certainly played in their favor. But hey, that is the map, and that's why we ended up here. Outsiders, fantastic job, doing a lot on time in the early part of the round, early half as well, really getting in and amongst the action and managing to waste a lot of that time, and I think just causing a lot of frustration for makers.
Yeah, I want to say also, Ollie, you're not the only one who called it. Demo was also an Outsiders advocate going into Cafe, and it felt like makers really struggled to just keep it under control the entirety of the time, Demo.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they got the game plan wrong today. I think they went in. They're going with Yings. They're looking for the Glazes. We've seen Sense in there, and I sit there and think, if you're playing all these smokes and you're playing all these, I think they had 15 flashbangs in one round, for goodness sake. And if you're playing that style, why are you allowing Warden to be up? Which I think that's the question. If you're going for that play and you're going for those strategies, why not take out the one operator that you know is going to ruin the fun for you? It just, in my mind, it makes no sense. I think that you needed to go for the Warden ban there, because you're playing into the hands of Outsiders. And yeah, as a Warden, you just seen they just sit back and you can't really do much.
Yeah, I felt like not being able to do much was maybe a little bit of the theme on this map for makers, unfortunately. Whereas for Outsiders, it feels exactly what we've seen yesterday from them, Ollie, where they get onto that Clubhouse, they get that momentum, they get their head back into the game, and then you throw them onto the last map, onto that decider. And even though there's so much pressure, they don't crumble.
It's experience, Ginny. It really is at this point. You're looking at a very well-rounded team in terms of experience. A lot of these guys were second runners-up last year at Six Invitational. They've all played a handful of EUL, more than a handful. They've been at these events. They've been on these stages prior under a different banner. And now we just get to see, the question mark was never, can they do it as players? We know that as players, they can do it. It's after a break, after a little bit of, a turbulent time getting the band back together, is what we've been banging on about all weekend. Can they still pull it off? Can they do it despite all the things that they've overcome? And the answer so far is yes.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, looking forward to this next matchup against Secret. Secret, the world beaters at the minute here inside of the Europe Last Chance Qualifiers. 4-0 currently in both of their maps combined. They haven't dropped a single point.
Yeah.
This really, for me, is where things get exciting. You've got titans of experience. You've got really well-rounded players in Outsiders. Yes, we're questioning the map pool, but we still love to see them playing, and they're still exciting to watch. And then on the flip side, you've got Secret, who, it's sort of head or heart sort of time, isn't it?
Yeah, and looking at Outsiders as well, they are now going to be heading into the finals. So fortunately for us, before they do so, we do get a chance to have a chat with Dan as we have them for the interview. So congratulations, you're going to be heading into the finals. But this was a rematch. So yesterday you said it yourself. You don't want to, let your emotions get the best of you. You want to get everything under control. But what was the mentality coming into this today?
Same mentality. We were focused. We knew that they will maybe change the Vita a little bit, and they did. They banned the bank, I think, first, but we were ready for it. We knew that the Vita will change. We didn't expect them to leave Clubhouse for us again, but they left it, and we just did our jobs on normal maps and lost trash map again.
Yeah, so Chalet, actually, that's kind of something I want to touch upon. It seemed to be another obstacle in the way of, making this a 2-0. So why do you think Chalet was the obstacle again today?
I don't know. It's just you can't do anything against the Solarium take. It's just or at least we don't know how to counter it or something. We tried a lot of things, but nothing helped. We will think something if we will play Chalet in the next game. We will try to think something new and hope for the best on this map.
Hope for the best. And Clubhouse, I guess that was one of the best things to come out of this. So when you see the fact that Clubhouse is a map that you're allowed to pick, what goes through your mind at that point? Because if anything, it felt like Clubhouse was very similar to what we've seen yesterday as well.
We know that we just have to do everything perfectly, do less mistakes, because against Secret we played really good, but I don't know, maybe we were tired after the first BO3 or something, and we fall at the end of the game and lost too many rounds in our attacks. We did many mistakes and lost Clubhouse. I think that's why we lost the game overall.
Okay.
And we just know that if we do everything perfectly, no one will stop us on good maps.
No, you guys were unstoppable on both Cafe and Clubhouse, but you played Team Secret yesterday. You said it yourself. It's one of those teams where you have to do everything perfectly to be able to beat them in that regard. So what was the main learning point from yesterday that you want to change today going up against them?
We learned that they adapted a lot to the meta since the EU League. And they almost never do the same thing. They always try to change something, do, like, for example, first round they can do slow take, and then they just fast push the side. They can play every operator, they can take glass, blitz, and stuff like that. And you have to think about it all the time and try to guess what they will do next round against you.
Yep, that is Team Secret. That's something that we've noticed yesterday as well. Thank you for taking the time for the interview. I'm going to let you go, have some food, have some rest, and we'll see you on the server soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, Demo, Chalet, one of those touching points again that, you know, Dan himself mentioning the fact that maybe not the map that they were the most comfortable on. No,
he says he doesn't know how they're supposed to stop the solar takes. And I mean, it is true to an extent. I think it's a very basic. It's very similar to what we kind of had a few weeks ago with Skyscraper. If you think about top black attacks, how do you really stop that? I think somebody needs to try and figure out, you know, what's the meta shift that you need to do to try and stop those solar takes. Yeah. I think more than likely you have to try and hold kitchen and dining for all your life, and that means you can try and play the C4s from below. That's really the only thing that I can think of that helps the solar take a little bit, which I think we've seen that. You know, we usually see Dan kicking around downstairs inside a kitchen dining. I just think maybe just do a little bit more, because it was only really him, you know, really make the attackers work for that. And I think that's the thing about Chalet as well, especially if you are going bedroom, which I'm already not a big fan of going bedroom for your defense, but you have to make the attackers work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ollie always coming out on top as the MVP. This is the first MVP we've seen from the side of Outsiders this series, actually. So if anything, it does feel like they're building up that steam. They're aware, very aware, actually, if anything, from Dan's responses of their mistakes. They're aware of the fact that Team Secret are very adaptable, and this is something that they also need to start implementing.
Yeah, I think, you know, Dan's probably didn't need to say it in the interview that they struggle on Chalet. I think it's visible that we can all see that. They're going to have a hard time avoiding it here against Secret. I think that they'll be more than prepped to go on to Chalet here today, especially with the permabans that have been trotted out so far by Outsiders. So for me, it's still going to be a tough job, and I think that Dan kind of knows that. I think you know, you could sense a little bit of frustration there in the interview, that he was like, you know, he called it a trash map. I think Chalet is a great map. I know a lot of people think it's a good map as well. It's a very popular map inside of competitive. So it really, but it obviously always comes down to personal preference, doesn't it? But if they're having a bit of a hard time on that map, it is going to show, and you're going to start to see that frustration come through.
What I will say though about, you know, Outsiders, and he says he's not a fan of the map, right? Well, then you have to go and either learn your theme park or your Skyscraper, because at the end of the day, if these guys are playing, if they're playing for an SI spot, and they go, whatever group they go into, people will see this side and think, wow, we can expose the fact that they don't have a deep map pool. So they need to get into gear pretty quickly and start getting at least 7 maps under their belt. They can't go into invite with 4 or 5. They can't do that. They have to have at least 7. 8, honestly 9 at this. I think you have to have honestly 9 if you want to go all the way.
You do.
Yeah, well, whether or not they're going to be able to go all the way, first they need to be dealing with Team Secret, as that is going to be our final. Team Secret up against Outsiders. We're going to be back after the break to break that one down, so don't go anywhere, because the finals of EU LCQ 2023 are coming your way.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking all coming right up. Really big fucking hole coming right up.
LCQ 2023 finals is here, and there really is nothing like a LAN indeed. Both Team Secret and Outsiders are fighting it out for a chance to go to SI in this best of 3. Now, welcome guys, I'm Jeannie and joined this time around by Gibson and Whippet. You guys had the chance to cast Outsiders game, but now you're gonna be able to analyze it. So Gibson, welcome.
Thanks. It's always good to be on the other side of the broadcast than being on the cast, and we've got a very good game coming right up, but it's been a fun weekend, and I got to annoy Whippet for a couple more maps, so that's always a good day.
You two are always so nice to each other, aren't you, Whippet?
It's his favorite thing to do. It is to annoy me, you know. If I make a prediction for a team, he's got to go the other way. It's always, I mean, he knows I'm going to curse a team if I predict they're going to win. So that's why I'm not making predictions for this one. But we've got a very exciting match on our hands. The final, of course, winner of this punches their ticket, goes to Montreal. Secret, it's been their fairy tale run from them. They've built a nice little identity for themselves in stage 3. Outsiders, we know them. You know, there's a legacy team, legacy players. Can they make it for one more attempt at that hammer? Well, they've got to get through one more match.
Yeah, and the match is no other than Team Secret, Gibson, and that is a team so far that is yet to drop a map. They have just been cruising through this LCQ. They're having the time of their life, and if anything we heard from Dan already is this team is so good at adapting.
So Secret have been really impressive, and I think it goes down to multiple factors, right? When you get 5 good players, right? 5 good players who are really tuned, really in sync with each other, and then you add in a coach who knows what he's doing and give that coach time to develop the team that he wants, you get results. And everybody went into this weekend saying, you know, we don't think Secret looked that strong on paper. Yes, they have a couple of good players. Well, they have proven everybody wrong. To me, going into this final, I would actually dub Secret as maybe the favorites. You know, they've put themselves in that position with their style of play. Whippet did a little I'm
not going to ask Whippet because I don't want him to jinx anyone.
Yeah, exactly. But I just think that they look very good. And by being, you know, the team that won the upper bracket, they get that little bit of an advantage when it comes to map bans. And not only that, they get the advantage of not having had to have played a full best of 3 today already. So they should be going into this one pretty fresh and ready to go.
It's actually quite interesting that you bring up that point, because when we spoke to Dan earlier, he did say, you know, yesterday up against Team Secret, we just played a best of 3. We had to go all the way. Maybe tiredness got the best of us with it. So they're literally in the exact same boat today. So if anything, it could be another concern coming into this.
It certainly is. I mean, if we talk about it, of course, these are players that probably do back-to-back scrims. They probably play ranked until ungodly hours in the evening. So they're used to late. But when you're playing a competitive game, I mean, who doesn't play ranked until the early hours of the morning, you know? Why wouldn't you
7,
be doing
8 a.m., 9 a.m.? But you've had some late, you've had some early ones.
I run in the joystick and always at 5 a.m., right? It's not, it's not a fun combination. But the thing is about this is fatigue is going to be a factor. You're playing in official matches, the stakes are high, there's lots of pressure, lots of adrenaline. Another best of 3 played, another 3 maps played for Outsiders. That will be a factor. Now, it's not going to mean they're going to come in and absolutely be fatigued and tired and not look like themselves. But as you get deeper into this series, that's when you're going to see that mental fog, that mental sharpness begin to fade away.
Yeah, and I think also one of the things that we mentioned is, sure, yes, it's going to be another best of 3, but these players, as you said it yourself, they have that experience, they have the scrims, they have the ungodly hours of ranked. 5 a.m. is pretty early. But also I think it's important to highlight some of the individuals that we're going to be looking at today. So I know Kenny and Pacha were 2 of the players that you wanted to have a look at, Gibson. So please, what is the reason behind picking these 2 players today?
Right, so they don't necessarily play the exact same role, but they're 2 players that have had a massive impact on their team's journey to getting to this position today. King Kenny, you look at the KD, it's -2. But it isn't about the KD when it comes to Kenny. It's about when he gets the kills. He gets kills in the most important times inside of a round, and whenever he gets a 2K or a 3K, they win the round. It's as simple as that. He's not the flashiest player on the team, but he gets the job done. 62% cost, like I said, it's not as high as what you would see, but the impact that he has on this team and the experience he brings to the secret roster is incredibly important. But I know we had a chat about Kendrew in this side, and we think he is kind of the glue.
He is. I mean, he's been he's around. I mean, he's a very historic player in the scene. He's won a Pro League Finals in Tokonami all those moons ago. And as a support player, he's always able to find success. But he's got a difficult day ahead of him, of course, because on the other side, you've got one of the scariest players that I've seen this entire weekend. And Pasha has been absolutely terrifying this side. And I mean, look at these stats so far. 71% cost. He's good on, good KD overall. Not necessarily doing the best on his entry, but when he was on that Valkyrie on Clubhouse, he looked unstoppable. Massive high impact picks, one pick after another. He's a very scary one, and if Pasha gets hot, it is going to be difficult to cool him down.
Yeah, well, there was an old saying, you don't take the boys to the club, and well, you don't take Pasha to the club, because he went hard in both of the games that they played in that position. But those are 2 players that whenever they start getting into the kill feed, it has a massive impact on the round. So keep an eye on what those 2 are going to do. Look, it is a team game. There's 4 other incredibly talented players on both of those sides, but those 2 are ones that we just wanted to give some love and highlight ahead of this fixture.
You might not want to be taking Pasha to club, but if anything, if I was Team Secret, I'd be wanting to take Outsiders to Chalet. I think, especially after what we heard from Dan, they're struggling a little bit with that adaptation. So if we're looking at the maps that we have picked, I wouldn't be surprised if Chalet creeps up here with it, simply because of the fact that so far for Outsiders, that's just not, it's not been it. It's been a little bit of a stumbling block across the way.
Yeah, outsiders don't like Chalet. I mean, Dan said it himself. He doesn't know how to defend that solar take. It's been a problem, and of course, that's going to be a massive. Everyone on Secret would have seen that, heard that, but of course, upper bracket advantage. They get to pick a map before all this starts, and that's the factor I'm really interested in what Secret pick out.
Yeah, I think the map picks in general, Gibson, are going to give away in terms of how comfortable Secret is. But also, once again, it's going to expose Outsiders in terms of what maps they are comfortable with. Because as both Ollie and Demo have already touched upon, is the fact that when we look at Outsiders, they're comfortable on a very few maps. And when you're playing up against a team like Secret that's been so incredibly well at adapting, it's even more worrying.
See, I don't want to keep hammering on the fact that they have a small map pool, because it's something that has been spoken about quite a few times already on this one, but it is a concern. That's why it keeps kind of coming up. Now, with this coming in, you know that you have to play Secret on their favorite map. That's just what they get for going through the upper brackets. So you got to start thinking, if we're going to play their favorite map and then bans go the way that they wanted to, we're probably going to play 2 maps that we're not quite the most comfortable on. So you got to make the most of a bad situation. You got to up the tempo a little bit. Now, by upping the tempo, I don't mean rushes. I don't mean, trying to force the issue, but play more like what they did on Cafe in that last game. Get into the building a little bit quicker. Get the decisions made a little bit quicker. And if you do that, you can turn maps that maybe don't work in your favor most of the time into maps that are winnable. At the end of the day, it's a best of 3. As Parker said in the video before we started, nothing beats a LAN. And both of these teams desperately want to get there. And look, 4 of the members of one of these teams literally played in the 6th Invitational final, February last year. They want to go back to the Invitational.
They might want to, but before we do so, they're going to have to play a total of maybe 3 maps or potentially 2. And looking at the map picks here, Whippet, in terms of an advantage potentially being secured by outsiders, we're seeing Oregon come in first.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. A lot of Oregon this weekend, but I am not surprised at all. Look what it's picked out. Border is there. Team Secret looks so strong there. Yesterday against outsiders, they played with aggression, they played with passion, and they made it difficult every step of the way. You know what? I'm gonna say Border, when we go there, that's gonna go to Secret. I think we're in for a 3-map evening.
Yeah, and even Chalet being banned by outsiders, but this is on the 2nd rotation here, Gibson. So if anything, it felt like they were ready to go there.
They were. They definitely were. And I actually, if I was an outsiders fan, I like these maps. Where they know that they can beat teams on bank when it's their strongest map. And Oregon is a map that I think outsiders in the past have shown a lot of promise on. This is going to be a very good series. And this is going to test if Secret can repeat what they did yesterday.
This is going to be a very good series indeed, and we're going to be starting it off on Oregon Outsiders map pick as we have Demo and Ollie covering the finals of EULCQ 2023.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. I'm back here with Demo, and we are ready and raring to get underway here with our final. Demo, how about it? Let's decide who goes to 6th Invitational over the course of the next couple of hours.
Yeah, let's do it. I guess, Ollie. I mean, it's quite sad that we don't get a chance to see obviously Makers in the final because we casted Makers 2 years ago to go to Invite. Would it be nice, I think, just for me and you to come full circle that we started with the Italians and we're finished because me and you are both finished. We know that.
I was going to say, are we finished? Is this?
We're finished. That's it. This is it. We're done, guys.
Hopefully not just yet. Let's see if either team can get the job done here on Oregon. This, I must admit, the map, in my opinion, Demo, it isn't looking terrible for outsiders. I know there's a lot of Secret fans and a lot of people that have sort of backed here on the desk, whether that may be, me or you, Gibson, Whippet, whoever it might be. This really is where Secret are going to get pushed and tested.
Of course it is. Of course it is. This is everything right now. But, I mean, is it really like, is it a test? Because didn't they just have this test yesterday? Or was that the mock exam?
I think that was the mock exam.
Is this the real McCoy?
I think that potentially could have been oh my goodness, we've got like Inception going on in the Team Secret camera.
Yeah, it's just Team Secret. No players, just Team Secret.
The Esports Performance Center, as we saw yesterday on the interview.
It looks good, that place. It looks good.
That could be the edge, to be honest. Mm-hmm. What would you rather play in? Would you rather play in the center or with Pasha's wallpaper?
Oh, that's a staple, isn't it, of EUL at the moment? It's that wallpaper.
I think that Pasha is single-handedly going to bring the wallpaper back. I'm not sure if that's possible, though. Let's have a look at the bans. Iana, Ying, Azam coming through here. Where do we lie for the final ban? A little bit of flexibility here on Oregon these days. Secret going to move the Valkyrie. Probably quite a wise choice, especially given the way that Valkyrie played so far by outsiders. Still, Demo, would you like to have seen a mirror remove, maybe?
Mirror's up. Solus is up, which I think is certainly an operator that I think both sides can play. I think we've seen kind of Dan jump on it a few times, haven't we, throughout the course of the competition so far. And we know, I think I kind of mentioned about Solus yesterday and just how powerful that she can be. So yeah, certainly bans that you could look for, but yeah, mirror being open, not really the opting that for Secret though. One big one has to be Kai. That's who we have to mention. Very strong on Origin for the basement, good at getting the hatches. Obviously, I know that Thatcher's open, but even still, like Thatcher isn't as like he's not as you know, enjoyable. I think just simply because of the change where he's now 1 speed. I think that's for me personally. It's just personal opinion. I don't think he's that fun anymore, just because he's just slow, and I don't like slow people.
Single-handedly, you know, all you got to do is make somebody slow, and that's really a nail in a coffin for an operator here in Siege. Yeah. Nobody likes slow operators. It really is just a fact of life. Everyone wants to move quickly, and here in Siege even more so. So we'll see how that affects moving on into the map. Obviously, we've got Outsiders here starting off on their attacks. You kind of brought it up a little bit earlier, Demo, that Outsiders, they do like to attack in a single way, and they played Oregon back in the day to great success. And it was the same take every single time, slow and steady, just repeat that. Now we've got a few more tools in the arsenal. We've got a couple of alternate options here that you can try to bring. I'm looking at joystick. The Nook has been allowed through. That, of course, brings a couple of nades and a little bit of quiet movement with it.
Certainly does. And yeah, like you mentioned, this is a staple back in the day for this side. It was always about Oregon. They done, like, it was probably the best Oregon team that we had at the time was certainly this side. But as we know, times have changed. And we'll see if they can still keep at it. So, anyway, Secret, as expected, you're going to want to anchor for this side. I think whenever you have the kite open, you don't need to go out and look for the fights. You can just play the hatches, waste a lot of time. Obviously, they have an Auric, so I think they have the potential to sneak upstairs via Big Tower and then straight into Attic. If they want to go for that and maybe look for a late rotation above. Would Outsiders let that happen? I mean, Outsiders, I think, have been a little bit hit or miss with the flank watch, Ollie, which is probably the only concern that I've had throughout the course of the weekend.
Yeah, the flank watch hasn't really been there, has it? It's been something that's a little bit lackluster. Maybe a little bit more focus on that moving in, especially against Secret, if they are going to start to get a little bit more active and a little bit slippy. And for the meantime, got everybody fairly well stacked up onto site. You really don't need to roam all too hard here defending into the basement, especially when you've got the tools at your disposal the same way that Secret do. We've got a couple of Whammies, a couple of ADSs there. That's going to do a job to soak up a lot of the damage. Savage getting himself in an early engagement there, just preempting that Nook crouch walk down into Freezer. Took a bit of damage for it, but he's still alive, and more importantly, he's still got his Toxic Babes.
Does indeed. I think Secret having that first pick on an anchor defense works out really, really well. Grubby, as he went unchecked, oh, he looks away, but then looks back and finds his kill. A 2v4. This is going to be a struggle for Outsiders. Dan gets shot in the back by Grubby, and oh, if there's one boy, if you're Outsiders that you don't want to see in the feed, it's going to be Grubby. We see what he did yesterday. He was a showstopper in all regards in that Navi game, Ollie, and he's continuing it today.
Got the confidence from Secret there as well. Sleben just coming in to clean up that last kill. Times of the essence. They could easily just wait that one out, but instead they're getting the job done nice and early. I like to see a little bit of aggression there, especially when it's calculated like that. A very clear call. Grubby getting away with murder as well, Demo. Unchecked, unchallenged, and just allowed to swing wherever he likes. Bit of a dangerous start there. Secret, they must be feeling fairly good about the way that round has gone at least, but this is a best of 3. We've got a long old series ahead of us, but they can continue now in their sweep of Oregon.
I just think that this Secret team, they've hit the stride, and as we know, and I think in competitions, in tournaments, right, I'm gonna probably raise a few eyebrows with this one, okay? It's in my opinion, it's a lot harder to play in a league than what it is in a tournament. Because I think a league, it's over the course of 3 months. Consistency is key. Because everything, your week just in life changes week to week. Whereas I feel in a tournament format, like majors, like Invitational, like this for example, all you need is just a bit of form for a couple of weeks, and you're in. A couple of days, you're in.
Tournament team.
That's why I look at it. I look at NIP, and I'm going to come back to NIP one, right? Mate, I was the messiah for a long time, saying that team is going to drop off. They had one good tournament, and that was it. Me and Pengu's the only two who agree on this, right? And it just shows that it doesn't matter what your form was before or after. All it takes is just that, you know, that one little thing, and then you're in. I think you can probably look at TSM. TSM weren't really doing much before Invitational. And then they went and win the whole thing. And then where did TSM go after that? They dropped off, didn't they?
It ties into the other argument of we've not had a back-to-back winner for a long time.
Like
that form is so hard to find.
I'm telling you, competition form is just... It's a different kettle of fish compared to consistency they have in leagues.
Dan going to get the opening pick onto Savage. Savage just getting caught out there. Grubby doing a little bit of damage control, just popping one of the Vulcan canisters to buy himself a little bit of time. He knows he doesn't want to challenge onside upside down repel, but gets a peek onto Pasha inside of Armory. The utility doing a good job of soaking up the pressure that's coming in. Deployable shield is going to keep him safe for now, and he's managed to get himself out. Kendry playing with that breach open with a pocket reinforced, so there is potential to maybe get that set back up as he Toxic Babe canisters just to cut off a bit of sight and a bit of access.
Taking their time, Outsiders, just seeing if they can find the picks as they come. Realistically, Dan was thinking about pushing up that Armory stairs and getting Trophy, which, as we know, Trophy, great position, I think, for both attackers and defenders to have. Of course, defenders, you can just straight up deny them getting inside a bedroom, stops them getting in and opening up the closet wall. As an attacker, that's going to be your main breach. It leads you perhaps into attic if you want to, and obviously just into sight via the door. They've dropped off, though. This is one thing you'll also see, I think, from Trophy players, is whenever it hits around about, like, the minute, 30 minutes, 20, and you know that the attackers have, like, burned a lot of time and they still don't have bedroom control, just leave. Just leave. Because this top floor, it's not as easy to attack, I think, compared to what you look at, obviously, the third bomb sites, you know, kitchen, dining. It's a lot more compact. You don't really have the luxury of having these big long angles that you can sit and wait and open up these big breaches. You have to challenge angles. You have to push in an organ. That's why it's an aggressive map. That's why gun skill is a lot more important than this one, because you just have to challenge. Like, for example, Dan, he's swinging on an open door into 3 different crossfires. It's difficult.
So far, the shotgun's doing a lot of the hard work here. Kendrick, Grubby, Sleb, they're all having a go. That rotation up those white stairs, just allowing Outsiders to come into the site ever so slightly. Secret doing a good job of keeping Outsiders at bay. As you say, Demo, gunfights, it's the most important thing on Oregon because everybody knows where the utility should be placed and is placed and needs to be placed. Everybody knows that, you know, how that is going to play out on the whole. It all comes down to winning your gunfights, and you roughly know where people should
pick your
be.
moment.
Pick your moment. Finally, we're going to see a little bit of mirror play. It was only going to be a matter of time with Valkyrie and Azami, 2 bans in this map. We were going to see a little bit of mirror action.
And
Secret,
Solus.
Yeah, Solus in the picture as well.
2 really strong lineup coming out of Secret. I think this is gonna be tricky for Outsiders to break down. I think Hyde plus mirror combinations always gonna be a scary thing to go against. Solus, mentioned before, can be great in Oregon. Get a lot of the pre-placed drones gone. You know, you think about teams who will have the pre-placed drones inside a big tower to get in there quickly. Even downstairs in lobby, being able to check if the classroom is clear and then again slip somebody in there. That's where Solus is really good in Oregon. It's able to go in, get the pre-placed drones, and then the attackers have to go all through that process of getting the drones in. And especially for Big Tower, because Big Tower is probably one of the scariest parts of this map, right? If you're an attacker, because you know, right, Big Tower, it's going to be difficult to drone because the only way you can drone it is you have to get a drone through a window. It's not as if a staircase you can go up, so it's one way that you have to drone. And if there's a guy up there, we know that Big Tower can be somewhat troublesome for teams to deal with. And not being able to have that early information, being able to say, okay, Big Tower's clear, get in straight away, it does waste a lot of time. And time's a big thing in Oregon. Like I mentioned before, Ollie, with, you know, the angles you have to swing into. The drone work, you know, you need to know where these angles are, and if you don't have the drones and you don't have the time to do so, you're going to suffer.
There's a roam game to be cleared out here. Pasha leading a lot of that charge. Still always going to be opting for a bit of a big tower take, but Secret have dipped off that quite quickly.
What do you think of this? they're not only defending kitchen dining, which is probably out of the two, meeting and kitchen and dining, this is probably the fourth pick. I think meeting is more favorable. But not only are Secret going for the unfavorable site, they're even extending into meeting as well. It's as if they're trying to hold 3 bomb sites at one time, Ollie.
Sometimes that's the way that you've got to go, because we all know that there's key rotations, there's key points in the map.
I like the Kite Claw on the hatch, though, inside of Attic. I think that's great, because generally...
Savage, go on. Get himself out the window.
See, that's again, Solus with the Claymores. This is really good for Solus.
It's so good. This is where Solus is incredible.
You see him on the cams.
It's such unreal. A freebie, man. Joystick. He's going to fall. Shepard finds one back. Savage set himself up. A beautiful one there. Just maintain an advantage here for Secret as well. We're going to see Shepard start to move through. We do have Dan in with the skeleton key, just ripping open a lot of that floor, seeing if there's any lines of sight that he can find. This thermic charge is going off now in order to gain a little bit more access, but there's no reason for Secret to be stood in B at the moment. They don't need control of this bomb site when they can hold it from the periphery. Astro, he's got an option to make his way up white stairs now as well. That is if Dan doesn't search him out first with more skeleton key through the floor. Very difficult when that top barricade is reinforced, because you're looking at a single hatch here. The flood comes in onto site. Savage is rotating himself back round. Shepard, sorry, picks himself up one. Currently left in the clutches. Shepard did a big day yesterday. He's only got 20 seconds to make something happen here, though. Going to try and get the plant down. There could be information. There's at least an impact nade coming with his name on it. And Astro with a final swing through security to finish the job.
That was such a good round from Secret, because I love the idea. Obviously, it relies a lot on outsiders going for that approach, which is a sweep on the top floor, and then looking to gain control of hatches, looking to gain control of kitchen. If that was just a full small tower side take from outsiders, it definitely would have been a different round, but then they would have been pushing the mirror window, so again, difficult for outsiders. So instead, they say, okay, let's ignore that. Let's go for the sweep. Let's get in upstairs. Let's clear out kitchen, and then we'll just drop and plant. Remember I mentioned that the extended into meeting there is as if they're holding 3 bomb sites. Look what that extension done to outsiders. One, they couldn't get open the hatch inside of Attic, so meeting was safe to sit in. You know, we seen the Kite in there for the majority of the round. No pressure, no worries at all. Everyone was upstairs towards kids. And as the time starts dwindling, outsiders know, okay, the only thing we can do is drop hatch. That's going to be our main way of getting into the bomb site and getting the diffuser down. But if you're dropping, not only are you having to deal with the players inside of dining, because remember, they're holding shower, they have the mirror windows, there's going to be people inside of dining, but as you drop, you also then have the meeting guys to worry about. So you're sandwiched in. You have guys in dining, you have guys inside a meeting, and you're stuck in the middle inside a kitchen. So there's nothing outsiders can do. You can't take 2 assaults on either flank. You're going to have to pick one or the other, and then you're going to get refried from the other side. I thought that was a great round from Secret. I think obviously the Solus was in display. I was playing a bit of Siege yesterday, right? And I had a Solus on my team. And keep in mind, and whenever I'm going to say this, they may be professional players of them, right? I seen a Solus get killed by a Claymore, and I'm sitting there thinking, what? How's that been allowed to happen? Take notes, please, people, because come on, that's as easy as it is for Solus. That's how strong she is as an operator to do those kind of things.
It's one of the things that you called out yesterday, is you'd like to see people, you know, using Solus in a little bit more of an aggressive manner.
Because it's not just a drone hunter. It can do that.
Yeah, and Savage, like, so picture perfect there from Savage. It really is one of those situational things. Look, they're back down to basement. He's back on the smoke. He doesn't need the Solus this round. They don't need to be playing that with that little bit of extra aggression. Goodness, I think back to Oregon. Oh my grubby! It's so free for him.
Oh, this is just...
Oh, the everything as well. Oh.
Everything is going right now for Secret Ollie. See, I mean, this is just that. I don't want to say the word luck, but that luck, you know, just everything's going for you. Everything is going for Secret right now.
It is lucky. Like, you've got to be lucky as well. Like, right place, right time. You know, the more you do it, the luckier you'll get, but you just got to have that little bit of an edge on your side, and so far, Secret, they've got it. They're in the right place at the right time. They are really psyching out outsiders here. They've not even been able to get access. We've only got joystick in on these white stairs. He can roam up here for all he likes. He knows that everyone's going to be back down on the site by now. Secret have got 2 picks inside of the first minute. They've removed the Flores. They've removed the Amaru.
Where do you go?
Dear me. What do you do now? Especially if Astro grabs that one, which he will. And another Astro, please.
Go on, get your fourth. Go on.
He's not even got himself out a meeting yet. Always finds one, but it's an exit frag if ever you've seen one, right?
4 people dead in 80 seconds from Outsider's perspective. Yeah, look, I think always you can see there, he's just taking a pause. Because that's what they need to do. You know, use this as a timeout, Outsiders, because their head's all over the place. Like, if you looked at that round there, for example, it just screams that they're getting tilted because they're frustrated that they're not winning rounds. And they basically tried to win rounds by solo pushing and everyone's trying to be the hero. Amaru, in the big tower, gets killed. Then we seen somebody swing on into flag, you know, from armory stairs. Again, killed by himself, no refrag. Then we see a nuke walk in, bang, dead. Again, no refrag. It's been a recurring theme that I've mentioned about Outsiders. There's no refrag potential on both attack and defense.
It's one of the biggest problems when you're not able to trade back that kill straight away. You know, you need to be able to find something there. Always probably just going to wait out the clock a little bit here. There's only 40 or so seconds left. Time for a little bit of an impromptu tactical timeout as Medics tries to make us feel like we're on a merry-go-round or something.
He's just spinning. We're popping Goyo canisters for fun, are we?
You can see Pasha actually, you know, having a little bit of a conversation there. Shepard getting involved in the discussion as well. Dan, he's being a little bit vocal. There's obviously a plan being formulated, something being discussed here. It's what you've got to do as a team. You can't always just rely on the single timeout that you get per game. You've sometimes just got to, you know, use the impromptu ones that you get. And if you have a terrible start to a round like that, and it genuinely is extremely unlikely that you're going to win the round, take the time. And that's what they've done. Hopefully for them, it'll do something. I wouldn't be surprised, and if it was me, I'd probably back that up with a timeout called now to extend that conversation and really just put a stop to this. Also
keep in mind the next map, Ollie. It's border. If Outsiders struggle in Oregon, what are you going to do in border? I mean, we've seen it yesterday. They struggled in border. And this is what I'm talking about with the map pool.
Yeah. The map pool. It's just...
Oh.
And even then, if you stumble through border by some miracle, what happens on bank?
That's true. It's one of Secret's favorites, isn't it? That's a good map for them as well. Everything just looks good for Secret right now. This is just, I mean, what we talk about Twister, you know, what he's been able to bring to this team, because can we also just keep in mind, like, whenever Twister arrived at this Team Secret team, they were in shambles already. You know, they were a bottom of the table team. Not much more you can say about Secret. How many players have they had in through the doors of Team Secret? A lot.
It's been a revolving door demo.
You know, you've got players coming in and out all the time, and you know they go into this stage. And the thing is that you could say about Team Secret, I think, in this stage, is you could see the immediate improvement from the last split. And I think again, you can see the immediate improvement from the last split to now. They're just steadily getting better and better. And consistency, I mean, that's the whole thing I think you can say about them this weekend. They have been so consistent. And consistency, I value over everything.
And they feel like a team. It really does, you know, you get that sort of team sense in the way that they're playing.
Yeah, the structure makes a lot of sense. Like, everything's formulated well. I think you obviously, you know, Kendrew on the support. I think Sleben kind of is wingman, isn't he? You know, if Kendrew's there and Sleben's not far behind, and then you've got the young ones, you know, doing their thing.
You got the young gunners doing their thing indeed. Savage this time again is going to be playing in on that Solace. This time Joystick, knowing what happened the last, is going to send a drone in looking for him. But the drone being taken out just turns into a straight up gunfight. Joystick's on a pretty nasty angle there, but Savage has got a very easy out. If Joystick's going to have to keep droning that for himself, he's quickly going to run out of utility. Whereas the Outsiders that will throw the kitchen sink at a single roamer, I guess it's not here in this round. Dan finds some early success, takes Astro out. It's going to be a big swing here. It's one of the first times we've seen Outsiders actually get that opening pick.
Yeah, opening pick. Yeah, interesting point there about Always. He's on the fuse. He's using the fuse to basically go through the mute jammer inside of Attic and then open up Attic wall. Thatcher's open, boys. Like, surely does that not make it a lot easier? That's just, you know, they do things like very complicated over here in Outsiders, it seems to be, but it's worked. You still, you end up with the same plan. So you've got attic open, you have main breach open. Right now, as big window control is probably what you're after, and it's good to see joystick over on that side of the map. I think in terms of a nuke on a top floor, I think it's difficult to really get value out of the operator because, you're pushing in the doorways. The gadget's not going to be really doing much in that regard. Oh, now that has completely killed the round off. That's 2 players dead. The 2 bedroom players are gone. Primarily that being Shepard, the main man. Is going to have to get that diffuser down. He's off the board. Big C4, but always in response with a kill on his own. And now it is a 2 versus 3 for Savage and Grubby to deal with.
There's still quite a lot to do here for Outsiders. Dan maybe picks himself up another, but immediately is traded. Diffuser now cold. Grubby, 17 seconds to try and hold on. Gets a glimpse. Joystick, he was doing rings around Oregon there. He started all the way off near big window, ended up over on the bedroom rappel, and ends up coming in through the bedroom door. Right place, right time there for Outsiders. I thought the C4 was really going to be the clincher there. And to be honest, Demo, it should have been. Joystick was having a big problem there, finding anywhere he felt safe to play. Savage was doing a really good job on the solace of just keeping him busy and deterring him from playing on that main window, so they didn't have that main double window presence that they were really after. And then as soon as the C4 comes in, you think, oh, we don't need to worry about that side now either. Just a couple of big impact kills from Dan are enough to switch it.
I would say that Always probably had the most important kill in that round, because that's the attic battle. That straight 1v1 shootout. Same way that we mentioned about Clubhouse and blue stairs and pushing in towards generator, that can really tilt the game. Equally said for attic, it is just a straight 1v1 shootout. Whoever wins that just gives their team a massive edge. Always eliminates the man inside of attic. That then relieves all control. It lets the breach players move in. It lets the player on trophy door move in, take that challenge. Because without pit control, without attic control, that's one big angle that the attackers don't need to worry about. Whereas if Always loses that, Sleben's in that position, then the remaining 2 players are walking into a three-ray crossfire, and you don't win those.
Spec you active.
Not easily, that's for sure. Outsiders finally finding a little bit of success here. On the balance of things, a 2-4 split really wouldn't be the end of the world for them. They're able to get themselves into gear and really start to shape up. There is certainly time in this Oregon still.
Yeah, they need this round. 5-1.
I think they need this round. There is no doubt about that. I'm not sure about the Nomad, honestly.
It's been a fair few roamers for Secret. I mean, look what happened through the last time that we've seen them here. They're, Secret were kind of starting off aggressive and then dropping back, and then obviously using the extra room inside of Meeting to fall back to. This time, which I'm happy to see, is that we're seeing a switch up from Secret. Making sure that they can keep Outsiders on their toes, because you'd probably be looking at this all and thinking, oh, well, surely this would be, maybe basement, would be an option for them perhaps. And again, maybe going over towards the kitchen as well, which works so well for Secret. But no, they're keeping them on their toes. They're now going for the meeting hold instead. So they're going for all 4 bomb sites in this game, but not working for them all. That's 2 frags gone for Secret. And Outsiders, this is probably the best round I think that they've had so far. This is good control now. All they need to do is get the drone work done and finish it out. And you would expect Outsiders, with how they have performed, where they are in these good positions where they have these man advantages, it's very rare you'd see them slip up.
Yeah, Outsiders just really need to go through the motions here, and they're going to continue to do that. Dan from above shuts Kendrew down. Dan was a bit of a menace in the previous round, ripping open a lot of that floor, and now that they've got the advantage to do so, it's going to be made all the more easier. Pasha swinging that hammer, seeing if there's anything that he can find. Astro knows he can't sit anywhere that has a soft ceiling above him, so he's just hiding out at the moment at the top of those freezer stairs, but it really is only a matter of time. It seems as though Joystick's got a good read as to where he is, and with the plant going down, it really turns it into a difficult situation. Savage, Astro, got to try and move through, but when you can't even make your way into the bomb site, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Looking like it could be a flawless here for Outsiders, and he's done a great job of turning this around so far. 1 kill will be found, but as we know, those vertical angles are being held. Astro gets a little bit unlucky there, just missing his shots. But but is likely going to get finished off very shortly indeed. That floor continuing to get ripped open here by Dan, playing Battle of the Bars. And slowly but surely, the net tightens eventually. Pasha dishing out the final blow.
Yeah, clinical Outsiders, isn't it? They just have that good start, and you're not stopping them. That's one thing about Outsiders. If they know what they want to do, they will perform it to a very high standard. So 4-2, it's not too bad for Outsiders. I think an Oregon defense is generally what you're after. 4 defenses is usually the norm. But who knows? Who knows what Secret have in store for us? They went for a very different approach, Ollie. Look at their lineup. We're seeing Kenny on the Monty. Even, you know, Grubby on Twitch, which is an operator that I haven't... I don't think we've had a chance to mention, Ollie. I think she's very, very strong at the moment. I think with Mira usually slipping through the ban phase a lot more these days, especially on a map like Oregon, where Mira can always be an option. I think very strong to have Twitch in the pool. You know, just general good for ADSs. Whamai discs, whenever you know that you're probably going to be focused on a blue take, being able to pick off 1 or 2 ADSs is monumental for that burn.
5 seconds left before...
Yeah, it really does come down to that ability to burn through that utility. And as though the Twitch has stuck here along with that Flores, they are going to have a lot of that capability, and they're going to need it, like you mentioned. Going up against some significant utility there. We've got the Vulcan Shields, we've got the Malusi Banshees, Cade Claw potentially.
No nades, which is the only worry.
Well, yeah, with the Maverick being brought instead, the Cade Claw isn't going to be too much of a problem, and like you say, you may want to try and sneak some nades into that. For me, this push lives and dies on Kendrew, on the shield. That being the thing that's being brought, you go in the typical, air quotes, proper hard breach, you're giving up nades to bring these other things. That really needs to work, and it needs to work quite well.
Yeah, I love this attack from Secret. It's your standard bread and butter blue take. You get yourself in towards a meeting. They have the Nomad for that reason. Nomad, you would only really be brought in just if you have the suspicion that there's going to be roamers. If you know the team well, I think Dan has showcased that he will go for a roam if he can. So I think it's good to see the Nomad be brought in. But he's on a kite. I don't know how much roaming he's going to be doing with that. But yeah, it's your standard blue take. I prefer this so much more over Laundry Freezer. I detest Laundry Freezer takes because I think the success rate is like 2 out of 10. It works. It's really easy to gain control of the hatches and gain control of the map, but executing into Laundry is just, it's so tricky. 1C4 and your goose is cooked. Whereas I think you see a lot more success rate with the blue takes in terms of getting the plant down also. And with Monty available, it's going to be really easy to push into elbow.
There's a little bit of utility to get through. They've got an ADS and a Banshee to try and deal with. I think one Flores drone has already been sent in. It went a little bit too deep to get the ADS. Shepard doing a great job of cleaning up the third there. So the utility for Savage is really now starting to dwindle. No one putting pressure on Shepard, so he can literally just stand there and make good on that TCSG, shutting everything down. Kenny is going to probably deter. No, the C4 goes behind him, takes a huge chunk of damage, and they're actually going to push up quite aggressively.
Savage!
Savage, no! What are you doing? You're caught looking the wrong way. The drop comes in, the button has been pressed, and Secret start to trade back. 2 versus 2 here. Grubby might be able to find himself one here. Kendrew knows exactly where one of them is and needs to try and feed that info across. But they're essentially only dealing with 1 gun, whereas Outsiders have 2. Pasha, he's on for a 3K. Kenny's dropped the shield, he's into the ADS, trying to see if he can find anything, gets a glimpse. Oh, we all know Monty is extremely slow and extremely loud. This is going to be a tough engagement on the pillar. He's really hoping for a headshot here. Oh, no. Finds a little bit of chip damage, but it's not going to be enough. 15 seconds left to go. The case cold on the floor. Kenny, try as you might. This one's looking like an impossible task right now. Put some damage on Shepard. Gets the down onto Pasha. 4 seconds. Shepard's got to keep himself alive. Kendrew's really slow here. Can he free fire? Oh, Shepard tucks himself in. Buries himself into the corner. That was far closer than it ever should have been.
If Kenny had won that, by far, the best Monty play that this game's ever seen. That was a millisecond away from greatness. First of all, I'm actually surprised that he didn't kill Shepard. Remember whenever he was like kind of dancing around pillar and he kind of pre-fired the head holes and he blitzed him with about 4 shots, but he didn't die. Oh, that's a rough one. And then the Kendrew signature drop shot Monty, which we see all the time. Oh, it was so close. Oh,
there's definitely a few to look back on there
from Kenny. But hey, as good as that was from Kenny, some serious communication issues from Secret there. Savage caught in the wind. He's a balloon just in the wind. He's up in space. Well, I don't know how. Like, I mean, did Kenny not tell him there's two people pushing me? Or maybe he did, and Savage just focused. I don't know. The drop happens. I think was it Nomad just dropped into E-box without anyone assisting.
It was a panic drop. It was definitely just a panic go, and they had to do it.
Attackers need to
muddled comms. There was obviously a lot of confusion there. And the C4 really wasn't part of the plan.
There's two C4s thrown at.
Yeah, two C4s thrown. One went close and one went deep. So Kenny was really caught in between a rock and a hard place.
I thought he was dead.
Stayed alive by half HP, but it was also a good play from Outsiders to not just throw the C4 and dip back, but aggress through that and be like, we're going to throw the C4 and we're going to swing.
They're all, because you know for a fact that if you know there's going to be a Monty pushing blue, there'll be maybe one guy. Because you know two people will be in the hatch, one guy pushing down blue stairs. There's very rare that you would have two players alongside a Monty going into blue. So yeah, like you said, good play from Outsiders in hindsight to take that 1v2. But yeah, just what say, unlucky Kenny.
Unlucky indeed.
Good game this.
You are expected to win your basements, but you're not expected to win them like that.
Yeah.
Oh, sit down, Astro. Dan's feeling himself here.
Dead at 6.
Starting things off there. It's an awful peak to die to as well. That main door, you just feel so useless. Sent to the cameras pretty much straight away. I want to see more of that from Outsiders, Demo. This is exciting Siege that they're now starting to play. They're getting a little bit more risky. They're getting themselves out there.
Yeah, Asher will be kicking himself that he's fallen for that one. But yeah, Dan, the confidence that he has to go for the swings. And hey, one thing about Dan, if he is having a game, he's having a game, Ollie. You know, put that in an asterisk there. He's terrifying on his form, you know. Dan is, again, likewise with joystick, consistency has been key for that player. Grubby, don't forget about him. Still chugging away there with the kills. Finds Pasha.
His ears must have been burning there. He was like, I've got to do something.
Yeah, from Savage almost catches him as a very late reinforcement happens. And they've actually got the left side soft. And that does give him an angle. This is, I don't know what's happened with the setup there from Outsiders, but yeah, that was, oh dear.
That's not one that you want to be falling to.
For what reason?
That is not a swing that you want to be dying to at all. Good patience being shown here from Secret. There is a lot of opportunities in this setup. Joystick, he's cut off all the way.
Does Joystick have a rotate back into Attic? Does he have a rotate? I think he does, doesn't he?
He does have a rotate.
It doesn't matter now.
It doesn't matter. The kills are flying through. Slevin! He's gone on a bit of a tear inside of that round. Great couple of snap kills for him. I tell you what, the info game there for Secret, top notch. They knew exactly where everybody was in those dying few stages, and they took a good advantage from what was a terrible setup from Outsiders. They still had 2 reinforcements, Demo.
I don't know what was going on there. Like, the entire main wall wasn't reinforced, and
it's not even like they ran out. They still had 2 in pocket.
I don't know, but that was too easy. That seems far too easy for my liking. I mean, Secret don't care. They'll take it. I mean, Secret just kind of sat back and waited for Outsiders just to give themselves up. There was a couple of silly challenges there.
Round number 9. Definitely one of the more back and forth games we've had. I feel like I've finally got my blood pumping a little bit here, Demo, in these qualifiers. We've seen some...
enjoying this.
Bomb located by attackers.
We've seen... all the teams have, you know, good times and bad, but this is 2 teams that are really going at it here. I really want to see how Dan uses this Solace, because we've been a bit critical of how Solace has been used. I think back to the way that we saw Acqui play it for Makers, the way that we've seen Dan play it as well on Chalet earlier on today. It didn't really strike us as the sort of quintessential Solace play that we're expecting. I want to see it played how Savage plays it. That's what excites me.
Well, Dan is having a good game, so maybe the Solace plays will follow him with that. So we're going to go, of course, for bomb site. Outsiders just wanting to move away from bedroom as quick as they could. Look at the lineup here from Secret. This is going to be a green window jumping, isn't it? That's what they're going to go for, because they have a Gone 6 that they can just pop the window immediately, or even just use the Gara hook into the window, and then also have the Nook sneak in from the west side, because that player inside a kitchen, all his attention is going to be with these green players. Here comes Kenny in, has the Amari, but no, shut down by Pasha, holds his ground, but Slevin with the LMG gets the refrag. Shepard, is he looked away at the wrong time? Yes, he has. There's Grubby finds two. The timing's worked out for Grubby. Astro, he's looking about upstairs, gets shut down by Always. Oh, great shooting from Always. And Joystick also above. What's just happened, Ollie?
I've no idea how both these two teams managed to come out that 2 versus 2. Savage, he takes the bull by the horns upstairs and puts an end to Always' reign of terror. Hits a lion scan for good measure. He's on 1 HP. He needs to be careful there. The player over at the top. Joystick just going to find him for free as he's been on a nice little rotation. Now the diffuser is cold in the site and Grubby can now collect. Well, the vertical angles are going to do him dirty. Joystick, what a rotation there. The call was there. He's lit upstairs. Go finish him off and use the vert. And that's exactly what Joystick did.
Big 1v2. Big 1v2 from Joystick. The rush. No, it's coming from a mile off. You see an Amaru, and it's not going in big tower. It's going to be going for that green window any day of the week. And yeah, the Amaru goes in. Even though Kenny lost that first engagement, as long as you get the refrag, it's not too bad for a rush, especially when we know there's only going to be one guy in kitchen. But you have to credit the reactiveness from the players of Outsiders was tenfold there to make sure that they stop anyone else coming in towards kitchen. I have to say, I think Astro dropping that kill against Always was the kicker.
It's a one that you need to win, isn't it?
I think that's the one that swings the balance.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be giving yourself too many 1v1s when you're going to rush like that. You want to try and stack the odds in your favor as much as possible. But you've got to kill the vertical player because he holds the key.
Especially whenever Always wasn't even looking at him.
And not only have you got to kill the vertical player, but you've then got to hold the vert, because as Joystick showed, it is the key. It's the win condition for the entirety of the round. Outsiders firmly on the bite back here. Managed to pick up a couple of rounds in a row and poised and ready to level things up here for the first time. Secret on the flip side, they need a little bit of success. It wasn't a terrible attack last time we saw them attack downstairs into basement. It was just a little bit messy. It all came down to a 1 versus 2 for Kendrew when he was on the Monty, and you know, you can't really rely on those going your way ever. No surprise to see it change. We see him bringing the Capital this time.
Yeah, a change up. I think whenever you see the Capital, you immediately think, okay, Laundry Freezer take. Has to be. The Capital's great at rooting out players in tricky positions for that Laundry Freezer. Think of the freezer box where you see Pasha playing. You can obviously get a Capital arrow fed through that, and that'll clear away that position. In behind the laundry machine, just tuck underneath the other one, the other laundry machine. You know, the one beside the rotate medics. That one, there you go. Get one in there is good. Obviously, the smokes is always going to help with an execute. So yeah, I think Laundry Freezer is definitely going to be the go-ahead. However, mirror windows, that's going to be the biggest factor that you have to burn through on this attack. You can see both of them set up, one for Laundry, one for Freezer. But who knows, maybe they're actually going to change up after seeing those mirror windows. Obviously, you have the options to go for it. But they're going to open up every hatch that they can, give themselves as many options. I think they've just opened... Okay, so they've left Laundry hatch, so it's only going to be E-Box and also Freezer that they have at their disposal. Okay, actually, it's not going to be the Laundry Freezer. It's going to be the blue tape. Maybe they were looking to bait in Outsiders saying, oh, guys, quick, they're going Laundry Freezer, rotate, rotate, rotate. But no, they're going to stick with the blue. No mirror windows on this side, so that's obviously going to help them quite a bit. But I'm curious to see where these Capital Hours are going to be fired in from. I would assume Shaiko Door, because that was the tricky position. Remember, Always played a blinder here last time.
Well, he's not going to be playing a blinder here. Slevin puts himself into position and takes him out as the slew of utility flies on through. Grubby, he's making his way through Freezer. He's got a tough job with this mirror window, but it isn't even being played. Pasha, he's on the wall and he's going to find the frag. Kills trade either way. Slevin and Savage pick up kills back to back. 3 versus 2 in favor of Secret. Shepard, he's got himself in onto Elbow. He has 1 Toxic Babe canister for a whole 45 seconds. None of the mirror windows here are going to be able to assist him. Slevin, pretty low HP. Quick swing there from Savage. He's going to see an end to Dan as the skeleton key rips through him at close range. Shepard sends out his last Toxic Babe as a Hail Mary last-ditch attempt to keep the Wolves at bay, but it is not going to work. His position, now known, Kendrew, softened up just a little bit through that elbow rotation. The diffuser is called on the
look at
ground,
Sleben.
so we do need to be going for the kill here.
Yeah.
Kenny collects and Sleben finishes off.
Yeah, good round there from Secret. Much better, Ollie, in terms of the communication department. Good execute, I think, from the guys on blue. Very important kill. You have to add in to Grubby being able to win that engagement against Always. Again, Oregon, it's all about winning those gunfights, and the big one, Blue Stairs versus Shaiko Dorn. Well, he wins that, and that gives him good freedom then to try and drop in towards E-Box, and then also helps the guys who are pushing in towards blue. Just winning that one engagement opens up a lot for the attack. And then also, I think we've seen the nuke, was the attempt of just having a backstab, but didn't do anything. But still, Team Secret being able to push it over the line. So they respond, Ollie, with a good round back in their favor and their match point.
Certainly when they needed it, they've not gone the easiest way around these things, but they've still managed to get themselves onto a match point. Important map to win as well when you look at going up against outsiders. We've spoken about the maps and where we think, different teams have different advantages. This is one of the maps that we feel that so outsiders have the better chance on here in the first two. Whether it's this or border, you would certainly put your money on outsiders to win Oregon over a border. We're bringing out all the tricks in the book to try and get this one into an overtime, which is, of course, the only way that outsiders come away with a win here on Oregon. Capcam being brought from Dan. We're back to a shield. Now, I'm a little bit concerned about this demo. I don't really like the shield. I don't really like the rush. Dan, can he land a single shot? No! Kenny takes him out, is immediately downed, but that's the damage done. It's the opening that we were looking for Secret. Still managing to crawl himself through. Shepard doesn't really know which way to turn. Please don't burst after the kill. Nobody there to hit the direct trade. And now with the diffuser cold, this really just hasn't worked. We're going to find one onto Joystick, but still the job is not done. Shepard, he's there to battle back and nobody knows about Always. Can he land? Yes, one, but not enough. Astro there to take him out. Equal man count advantage now at 2 versus 2. Shepard close range trying to spray with that TCSG for all he's worth. Astro, he's going to be hidden here on side of Pillar. The diffuser has been collected now by Grubby, but there's no way into sight. They're going to be pushing a single doorway here at best. No nades left for Astro, and we can see the outsiders, they're going to be playing from deep. They have not one, but 2 C4s to stop this plant from going down. Astro going to push himself in ever so slightly. Grubby just looking to challenge now onto that long. Shepard takes a load more damage here, and you can see that Grubby's going to push through and finish him off, taking it down to the grave. Astro finds the last on to Patcher. The rush eventually pays off, although we got teased a little bit on the way. Secret, they weren't able to find much success during the early part of their attacks, but toward the end they really turned up the pressure, taking Oregon there in a nail-biter against outsiders.
I'm telling you, Sleben just activate it during those attacks, Ollie, for the blue. Great point from him. Grubby there, as always, but everyone from Secret putting in a shift. I love the way that Secret approached that Oregon on the attacking half. One thing that we've highlighted about outsiders is they're still stuck in the ways. Rushes are a big weakness that they seem to struggle with. Makers exposed that tenfold during yesterday's game against them, and I think Secret are playing it the way that you would want them to attack outsiders, keep them on their toes, use the rush strategies. That's the way Oregon can be played. That's where we talk about maybe the map pull and some of these maps where you can go for these rushes. That's where outsiders get caught. And they did today. They definitely did. And that's Oregon done, which was outsiders' pick. Now they go into border, which Secret beat them. Secret were happy enough to play them again today as what they did yesterday. And it was very comfortable for Secret yesterday.
Turning into a long old day for outsiders as well. Got to bear in mind they have already played a full best of 3 to get to this point. And now they are faced with not only taking and suffering quite a tough loss to swallow there on Oregon, because it really could have gone their way. They've now got to move in onto border. There is loads to talk about there with Oregon that we've just seen. It's one of the best maps that we've seen this entire weekend. We're going to chuck this one to a short break, and then when we're back, our analyst desk will break it down for you.
Secret is in the lead. And before we even start this desk, I just want to say, please, no cooking references. I've heard it all in the green room. Okay, whip it. Zip it, Gibson.
Nope.
No. Okay, we're not going there.
I mean, I tell you what. Listen, we can't not talk about the references when Secret clearly have cooked up something a little bit special, you know? I mean, Chef Kendra is in the kitchen. He was on that blitz, got away with an absolute robbery onto Dan on that final round. Secret, what they are playing absolutely spectacular so far, and I love it. This is a style of Siege I love to watch, and it's almost, Gibby, would you say it? It's almost like they're playing like a LATAM team.
Oh.
Just realized I was muted. I'm so sorry, but I was just saying, yeah, I agree. They played like Furia did. You know, they've got that LATAM passion, and I am all for it, but they added a bit of spice to it. But the one thing that you always say about Outsiders is they don't like it whenever a team gets up and in their face early, and the tempo was ramped up big time on those Secret attacks. They were bringing Monty, they were bringing Blitz, they were rushing in, they were causing a problem everywhere you look. We even saw some of the Amaru through Green Window just to make less noise as you make your way through, and it caused a lot of problems. And you know, there's an old saying, you need a win, you grab a fin. Sleben went pretty hard over those last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I switched off your mic, Gibson, after I heard Whippet's references to old cooking stuff, but sorry about that. It worked out well, okay? It's fine. It's great. And Team Secret, their attack eventually worked out well. Whippet, it felt like quite early on they struggled a little. They called that timeout on round 8. They're coming back to it, and it feels like that's when they found their footing.
Yeah, I mean, since that timeout, they looked unstoppable. They finally kicked themselves into that one, that extra gear. The way they played on a map like this was absolutely perfect. The core of this Outsiders roster used to be known for how they would play Oregon. I find it fitting that their style of play is exposed a little bit on that very map they used to be so synonymous for. Gibby said about it, it was about being aggressive, about being in their face, and you even touched on it yourself. Sleben absolutely heated up in that one. Went nuclear. You know, he's known as the superpower player for a reason, and he showed us why. Absolutely brilliant from him. And Oregon, in the history books, dominant performance for Secret.
It's not just that for Secret as well, the fact that, you know, on Oregon, they're showing Outsiders what they're capable of, Gibson. I think here, the adaptation that we prided Secret on for the entirety of this weekend, the adaptation that Outsiders themselves mentioned that they were a little worried about when it came to Team Secret. Now that we're on Oregon, it felt like Outsiders were the ones who struggled to adapt here to what Secret was throwing at them. Yes, eventually, you know, they were able to get a couple rounds under control, but that timeout, it just made it completely turn around.
Mm-hmm. You got to look at even the rounds that was won by Outsiders on attack. Joystick winning a 1v2, playing in the top floor, catching, I think it was Savage when he was doing a bit of drone work. And then you got to look at the round before that, where Kendrew popped off with Monty, and only because a player tucked themselves in the corner as the clock had 000, that could have been, you know, a Monty play that CAG fans would have been a big fan of in that situation. But
that was an Anaton classic, Gibby. The drop shot. He got a drop shot on Pillar. I couldn't believe it. Anaton, the best multi-player to ever do it, you know, on CAG, inspired Kendrew for that one. He just couldn't get the win. It was unfortunate, but it was brilliant moments.
But yeah, it wasn't the case of good defenses that won them the games. It was players just making a couple of smart decisions when their back was against the wall.
I mean, also the defense from Secret, though, Whippet, as much as maybe it wasn't what we were hoping for, what we expected, it was really good in terms of they went 4-3 on that defensive round. They had the upper hand. They were 4-0 for the longest time standing there. Outsiders really struggled to crack that defense.
Yeah, Outsiders just couldn't get into a rhythm because they had a very disruptive style of play from Secret. One of the kind of rounds that really sticks to my mind, I believe it was Astro playing around Split and Meeting, where he just takes 3 fights back to back to back without even caring. He doesn't slow down, doesn't hesitate. That shows the confidence to take these aggressive engagements back to back to back. And when you have a moment like that, outsiders aren't going to recover in a round from that. When you rattle them that deeply, it's going to cause problems. And no matter how experienced this core roster are, when the core tenets of that team are shaken to a core against an opposition who is ultimately the perfect counter in stylistic matchups against outsiders, this is a problem. And we move on to Border, the second map of this series. And if you remember yesterday, Border, well, it was an absolute slaughter for outsiders. They had no chance against Secret there.
Yeah, the thing as well for Border, now that we're going to be coming into it, I think one thing to highlight as well, outsiders, Oregon was the map that Gibson, we expected them to perform on. It was the map that we thought they're going to secure it in the back. They got to go to Border. Potentially, this might not be their map pick. And then on Bank, outsiders are going to feel super comfortable and they're going to be able to bring this one all the way to the third mapper. But now we're throwing them onto Border and it's looking more shaky than ever.
Yeah, Border could cause a lot of problems. And honestly, with the way that shields were used to cause problems for outsiders, it actually wouldn't surprise me if we saw a Monty or Blitz ban. And if you ban those, you're causing problems elsewhere because you're letting another attacker slip through the mold. So they got to be very smart. I think we might see some trap operators coming out from outsiders to slow down the attack, you know, especially on top floor and on Border when you're looking at Armory in particular. You can see them go right through that window. We've seen Amaru being used. We have seen Monty going through the door. If you can control Workshop, you can rush right on into that site. So outsiders have a lot of adjustments that they need to make because I think that Border, the way this game has been going, 100% suits the Secret style of play.
Yeah, so the question here remains, Whippet, do they have what it takes? Are they going to be able to make these adaptations and get onto Border and push this all the way to Bank?
I've had a habit of cursing teams every time I've said anything positive about them, so I'll stay quiet about this.
Okay,
but
I like that.
I wouldn't mind 3 maps, but I think Border is going to be an exciting one to watch from a viewer perspective nonetheless.
Yep, absolutely. We're going to be heading over to a break. We'll be back when everything's sorted. So grab yourself a snack, grab some water, because Border could potentially be where it's at for outsiders. Team Secret could be securing EU LCQ 2023 in the bag right here.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking all coming right up. really big fucking hole coming right up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you so much for bearing with us during that short break. We should be back ready to get underway with our second map here of our last chance qualifier here for EU. Demo today, we are deciding the final team that will make up our SI squad. We'll be heading to Montreal in early February. So far, we've got Team Secret and we've got Outsiders, and we have got a one-map advantage for Team Secret moving into Border.
We do. Border is where we head to. It'll be obviously great to see who will join the rest of the European sides, because Ollie, we do have quite a few going to invite at the moment. This will be team number 7 that will be sending forward already. Of course, 6 confirmed, and now we just need to find out who number 7 is. Will it be Team Secret, or will it be Outsiders?
Well, we will find out over the course of, if not this map, definitely the next. As there isn't much opportunity for Outsiders to get themselves back in this one. They need a good performance on Border, and they need it quickly. The break, of course, the same amount of time for both teams. Could do something to give them a bit of a time to compose themselves. There were a couple of rounds on Oregon that they maybe let slip a little bit more than they would like. But you do just get the impression that Team Secret have got a Teflon suit on at the minute, Demo. Everything is just slipping off them left and right.
A what suit?
Teflon.
What is that?
You don't know what Teflon is?
Never heard that word in my life.
Dear me.
How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
T-E-F.
T-E-F, right?
L-O-N.
Teflon. I've got Teflon tape.
It's basically a non-stick material, Demo. So it means that they're slippy.
I've just looked up. I've just typed in Teflon suit. This guy has that suit, mate. What's this about?
See, I always imagine it to be like a really sharp
a type of material invisible to the naked eye that grants the wearer immunity to all forms of duty and response. What's going on?
Being defused by attackers.
It means that they're slippy.
Oh, you never fail to amuse me. Bit of Border. And one thing you have to keep in mind, Ollie, with Border is we literally seen this yesterday.
We did. We saw a lot of Siege yesterday, and we've seen a lot of that Siege play out in a very similar way today. Border is no different.
It's one change, and that is we see a soulless ban from Outsiders.
10 seconds.
So we have to look at that and think, I mean, the soulless kind of did run riot in Oregon, didn't it?
Yeah, the soulless was a little bit of a problem. And I think that we've seen how Secret now want to play it, and they want to play it in a very opportunistic way. That leads me to believe that you're going to want to try and remove it. But, of course, the best thing about new operators coming into the game and them being banned is that it just opens the floodgates for all the old ones. Look at the bans here. Azami removed. Okay, you're playing Border. Get rid of the Azami. It can be a bit of a nightmare. Get rid of the Solace. And, well, all of a sudden you start thinking, hang on a minute, we've got everything available. Ossa already getting themselves in. Kendrew is going to set up the shield. Now, there will be a player below, and he is going to have the C4 and the ability to down out Kendrew. Poor old Kenny, every time he goes for that plant at the minute, he seems to be getting felled. Joystick trying to get himself into a pocket of safety as Dan picks up one on a trade, and already downed Kendrew will be finished off. And an early attempt at a rush plant is going to be unsuccessful, and with it goes a large part of the utility. You've used both of Glaz's smokes, you've lost your Ossa, and you've rendered the diffuser cold on the ground. Nades from below, unfortunately, Astro aren't going to save you here.
Yeah, it's another issue that I had even with Makers. It's if you're going to go for these smoke plays on Border and other maps as well, if you want to play that style of Siege, I think Warden ban is so important, but allowing Warden to be up just means that you're not going to be able to get that plant down in the midst of the smoke. It makes the Glaz essentially useless, and here should come the kill, and yet, no! What? That C4's missed! Grubby, how are you alive? Fine stand, diffuser is on the floor. Slebin's there with a trade. Slebin finds 2. Hang on a minute.
It's the Teflon suit. It's the Teflon suit, Demo. Grubby's got it on, and it saved him from the C4. I tell you who's having a good series. Isn't Slebin having a great time here? Looks like he's been rejuvenated as a player after the couple of changes have come in here for Secret. Seems like an entirely different player, and a player that we know to be capable of those sort of plays. Grubby getting the plant down there. It's not a situation he finds himself in regularly.
I need to see it again.
I'm not sure if the C4 got caught on maybe the bookcase.
Right, it did hit the bookshelf.
And if that's protected,
surely that but it was not on like the edge. Oh, I don't even. It could that.
Yeah,
did a cardboard box tank the explosive damage?
Unless he caught it on the red light above the door.
No, I'm pretty sure it hit the shelf. The thing is, but he didn't even take like damage. Like it wasn't if he's like scraped through it. It's like he was fine. I don't know.
We did say in Oregon.
Even the game wants Secret to qualify.
Well, this is it. We did say in Oregon, it's not that the game, like, I don't want to use the word luck because they're playing really well. Some things are just going quite nicely, right? We're going to get the C4 here. It is going to get thrown and it lands on the light.
Oh my goodness.
Demo, I think it landed on the light. My feed was a little bit foggy when it came through. I'm not sure if you got a better view of it, but that's a 1 in a million C4, and you know you struggle to mess that up 2 times in a row.
Thankfully, as casters, we have a rewind system using another stream. I'm actually going to go and have a look, as I'm pretty sure there's going to be another rush coming in. Just look at that lineup.
Well, you got the Amaru, you got the Glaz, you got the Lion Scam, which signifies it all. We saw Secret do a very similar rush previously yesterday.
It hit the light. It hit the light.
Yeah, a little bit of upside down repel action there as well, potentially. Savage looking to try and fight his way through. He's going to get felled there by Astro. Sorry, by Always. Astro already finding himself a kill. Grubby on a little bit of a tear here, but Outsider's doing a really good job at battling back 1-for-1. The trading kills out here and the maintaining an advantage now as Dan has just edged them out there ever so slightly. He's still going to be upstairs in Archives looking to try and hold on. You look at what's remaining for Secret here and it's far from ideal.
Yeah, that's worked. I'm pretty sure it's a similar rush that they done against Outsiders yesterday. Kenny, oh, Dan has ripped through him. C4 to finish him off. And, well, you said that Slevin had a good game. How good is he really, Ollie? If he clutches this one, then, my goodness, it'll be some job. But I think it is stacked up against the minimal HP. 3 players still alive. Outsiders not wanting to give anything away. Against Secret, you can see the way that they're hitting Border. It's the way you expect it to be. Border is just chaos. That's the way I look at this map. It's all about rushes. It's all about seeing opportunities and just hitting it with everything you've got. It's not a slow map. It's not a map where you want to be methodical. You just want to just do it. You know, that's the best way to describe it. Don't think, just do.
Yeah, if you think, you've probably spent too much time. There's time for thinking in the prep phase. There's time for thinking in the pockets of downtime that you've got during that droning phase, and you know, even in the main phase while you're running through. But you need to dedicate yourself to a plan and dedicate yourself to plan quite quickly. It wasn't exactly a carbon copy of the push that we saw success for Secret with yesterday. It was a little bit different, but they are very plant focused here, and that's the name of the game on Border. Get the plant down and get yourself out, because as soon as you're out, that's when things get very tricky for the defenders. Outsider's doing a good job, though, going toe-to-toe. Look at Dan, 5-1 currently. Carrying the team on his back. If anybody can demo. Say the line.
I'm not saying it. I'm starting to overuse. Imagine just using the same old lines over and over again.
I haven't said it all weekend. I haven't said it all weekend.
Honestly, like, I'd never.
5 seconds to insertion.
I'd never. And the thing is, you can sit there and say, oh, you have your own sayings. I haven't said those sayings in weeks, because for some reason, everyone who I've casted with and been on the desk with, you have all used it for me.
One for the ages.
One for the history books.
One for the history books. Savage on the Nook. Maybe going to look to get himself in below.
Yeah, no Nook banish here in this series, which is always it's always a bit of PTSD for me.
What a nade.
But I mean,
just
the stick.
Inspired. Joystick minding his business. Inside of monitors. Good nade to hit as well. Must have been off the back of a little bit of info. I'm not sure if he was shotgun out the floor or maybe it was a drone on him there. good to see Secret making good use of these nades, because there are a lot of opportunities on border to get the nades out there. Always just going to dance around that break room door, but instead gets himself into a little bit of safety. I always feel like border's one of those maps where there's just the potential to be headshot wallbanged through 5 soft walls and not really have much to say about it. So when you see the tracers flying by their ears as they're running through that fountain area, you do get a little bit nervy.
Yeah, it's a small map with a lot of walls, which is one thing you have to keep in mind. So yeah, there is certainly that potential. You mentioned about nades, always going to be something that you look at in border, and it's probably a little bit surprising that outsiders aren't actually taking any denial. No Jaeger, no Wamai, not even a Rooney, but then again, she's out of meta because she's on speed. We'll get over that. Shep does refrag, but then there's Grubby straight back in and gets Secret their man advantage again, but Pasha playing a passive roll upstairs, we'll find another one, and Shepard, oh, he's thinking about swinging in towards blue, and that's where Savage is right now. Sleben and Savage have almost got Shepard pinched, but nobody really wanting to put the heat on him at the moment, Ollie. This is a tense one, because I feel as though the next kill could decide it.
Looks as though Secret are going to go and try and get these kills here, as they've got the diffuser cold on the ground, so they've got no other option right now. Sleben will move through and catches Shepard, just looking the other way. Dan still upstairs. Has the hatch to rotate through if he wishes. For the meantime, Pasha tucked in this fountain. Neither of these players in much of a position to trade off one another if push comes to shove. Savage takes a load of damage there. Not sure how he got the kill how he didn't get the kill onto Dan. The nade goes out, but it isn't going to do the job. Instead, Pasha is going to fall. Dan swings, finally puts the finishing nail into Savage's coffin. And Astro, he has since collected the diffuser. He's been out of the action, really. It was definitely the Savage show. He's now going to push through and find this last kill. 10 seconds left to go, but Dan from upstairs. I said at the start of the round what a game he's having so far, and he's continued to do so.
I've questioned the refrag game from outsiders, I think, throughout this entire weekend. That was probably the best showing of good refrags, it has to be said, Ollie. Secret, it seemed to me as though Secret that round, they were just kind of floating around. That was it. I just feel as though they were not really any new game plan, not really one direction where they're trying to hit it from. It just felt as though they had a couple of players just going by themselves, seeing what they can get up to. You know, look at Savage, he was like everywhere.
I feel like they lost the diffuser, and they very quickly lost their way in the round at the same time. We've seen them so far, at least in border, wherever the diffuser is, that's just what you've got to watch. You've just got to watch the diffuser, because that is exactly where the play is going to go down. Whereas the diffuser gets left on the ground quite cold and it wasn't immediately recovered. Their plan A obviously didn't work for them. Something definitely went a little bit amiss there inside of that round. Alas, still very early days here. A couple of changes coming out for outsiders as well. Going to be opting for a little bit more of that soft destructor, sorry, a little bit more of that soft breach in the castle barricade. They're going to want to try and cover up some of those windows and doors and just make it a little bit more tricky for any quick Ossa plays. Not that we're going to see it this time.
I want to see how the approach from Secret kind of changes now, because they're behind, Ollie. For the first time in quite a while, we didn't see them drop behind once on Oregon, and they have to battle back knowing that, hey, we've dropped 2 rounds here. We need to get back in and win some of these rounds. Of course, it is, only the first half. Secret still have that second defense to go for, which is where I think that they'll really excel. But I think at the moment that outsiders, they've kind of clocked on to the playstyle of Secret. They can tell that Secret are looking to play fast, looking to play aggressive, and I think you can see that outsiders have become a little bit more tight-knit as a team. I think they're a lot closer together. They're looking for those refrags, which is what I mentioned in the last round. So it's a good adaptation from that regard. If you know that a team you're up against are just looking to hit as quick as you can, you need to work together as a defense and just take those trades.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers covered the diffuser. A bomb has been located.
It's all about outsiders keeping this advantage now as well, because like you say, they haven't been ahead at all in this series so far, and it's like Secret have just flicked into a different gear. They've gone, right,
Look how slow this is
isn't
now
working
for
for us. We're going to really slow things down. It's demonstrated by the operators they're picking. They're not picking the Ossa, they're not picking the Glaz. They're instead retreating back into stuff that can be used a little bit more from range. Let's remove utility with the Flores. Let's still give ourselves the option of the nades, but bring a little bit of hard breach. Give ourselves an option. Cap it out to cut off some lines of sight and certainly to cut off some rotations.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it's doing now. It's got joystick pinned here inside of Monitor.
Savage.
All you've got to do is peek yourself round, finds himself one, instantly traded straight back. Shepard, though, is there to collect and will get the down. I'll leave Savage out of action and likely out of this round, but Secret still have a 3-2 advantage.
Kenny can get the plant down, but maybe he's waiting for his team to make sure they're in position. 40 seconds, plenty of time to do so. In comes the defuse. Always. He's not going to be able to get a long angle onto Kenny from this position. He instead smokes the door, but Kendrew's safely in towards that concrete corner. Shepard and Always in the 2v3 retake, but look at that long angle being held by Slab, and if anyone tries to move through that doorway, they'll just be shredded. Even Kenny can just keep himself safely tucked because he knows the team's going to be there to save him. Even Prones, and yeah, I think this is going to be a sad affair for Outsiders. Savage, we seen, got finished off earlier on, and it's just a matter of time now. Grubby picks up the pieces. There's that long angle. Always SMG out, but Kendrew eventually gets his kill. Secret just changing the pace there, Ollie. Look how slow that was. And well, for Outsiders, I mentioned that they were playing a lot more tight-knit, ready for those rushes, but whenever then you come against a slow approach, you give away too much map control.
Secret are playing the game at a wonderful pace right now. They know exactly when to put the foot down. They know exactly when to just hold back ever so slightly. And it's going to keep Outsiders guessing now, because Outsiders now don't really know what they're going to be coming up against. A couple of rush rounds in the opening part of the game. Okay, great. We're going to go for a little bit of rush play. All of a sudden, you slow it down in round number 4 and you think, well, hang on a minute, what are we to expect here? What do we bring? What do we go with? Because they have rushed, it's worked for them, we've managed to counter it, but now they've gone slow. What do we do? The pace and their ability is wonderful at the moment. I think that whoever's calling the shots on Secret is doing a great job, because everyone's listening to those calls that are being made. It seems like the whole team is committed to whatever's decided.
They're one machine. I think that's the caliber of a great side. It's not just individuals you look for. It's a full team, isn't it? Because I think, some teams, I think, have struggled with having an identity crisis where you're maybe only known as, oh, that's his team. Oh, that's their team. I think for Secret, it's everyone putting in a shift. Obviously, I think the biggest culprit with that for a long time was probably BDS, wasn't it? I think we all said, oh, it's a Chico show. Not anymore. The full BDS lineup is just on it 24/7. You look at the Brazilian sides, I think, Liquid, FaZe, they're just complete sides, and I think Secret have shown that this weekend, that they are the real deal. Everyone can show up. They're not looking for a solo carry who, if they don't show up, they've lost. Everyone's displayed their brilliance this weekend.
You couldn't really name the solo carry, I don't think. It's been very changeable depending on map and role and
Grubby probably. Grubby would be, your likely culprit, but then again, we've seen Grubby have some stinkers in EUL, have we not?
Speaking of, currently on the sandwich rappel, Always just hiding off on the other side. Secret again going for this slow and steady, wins the race. He's going to kick off with a kill over onto Dan. Currently Outsider's best performing player, 7-3. He's really been putting a shift in. To lose him is going to cause a little bit of pain, especially in the early part of the round. I say that. We're almost at the halfway point now, as Secret have started to move a lot slower here as their attacks have developed.
Pasha drops. They know about that because he was spotted out. Grubby will with Always, and then there's Pasha. Pasha just kind of ambling in there, Ollie, with no real insight of getting the refrag, and that has put, once again, Outsiders at a very unlucky position now as a 2v5. They've lost map control. They don't even have bomb site control. Diffusers being planted inside a bathroom. There's Grubby again. 3 kills. Doesn't make it a 4th joystick. We'll pick up an exit. That's really all it's going to be. A 1v3 retake is all down to him. But nope, Astra's ready to go. Ollie, Secret again, just easy as you like.
they've got such a clear plan and such a clear win condition. Their focus on getting that diffuser down and getting themselves into a position where they are then able to get it down safely is second to none at the minute. Seeing plenty of plants come through. Currently on a 3-2 split. Poised and ready to take the first half 4-2. Don't forget, Secret were successful over on Oregon as well. So Outsiders, they haven't got too much time to be asleep. They need to wake themselves up because this game's running away from them quite quickly.
Mate, these past couple of rounds, it feels like the start of the Oregon game, where it seems too easy for Secret, and it shouldn't be that. There needs to be a little bit more from Outsiders now, because they're going to get into that stage where the heads might start to drop. You know, we've seen them have a complete tilt round in Oregon, didn't we? Who's to say that won't happen again?
Absolutely. There's every possibility that we just see Outsiders just throw caution to the wind and start rushing when they get themselves onto the attacks and really just, at risk of saying the word throw it away.
Yeah. I mean, they haven't been beaten yet. They're still, it's not over yet. They're one round behind. Like, come on.
Attackers heading out to defuse a bomb.
Oh, what's it gonna be? Events, workshop Ollie. Last time for Secrets, this was where they kind of got caught up with trying to hunt players above, and it was no real game plan in mind. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised them just to try and just execute very early on, and then also having one player linger. Oh, they're going to use the Captain Talbots to cover off Dan's line of sight, and they're going to rush straight into sight, Ollie. They're going to try and get the diffuser down. Kendrew in the middle of it. Is there any C4s to deny? Yes, there is. Shepard comes in big, and that'll be the end of the round for Secret. Grubby and Savage, all they can do is play for kills, and they found two back now, a 2 versus 2, Ollie. No option for defuse, Ollie. It has to be kills.
They really have no other choice. The only grace that Secret have got at the minute is that there's no utility really left for the outside of Outsiders. Pasha is going to be at the bottom of these main stairs. Could look to try and make his way up. There's going to be a player just at the top. Still a couple of nades here for Grubby. And of course, on the sledge, he's got the ability to rip open any floor. There's an opportunity here for Secret to compose themselves. A little bit of information on the drone. It's going to be very valuable indeed. Couple of brief shots there, just to the top of metal stairs. Grubby primed and ready with the nade to be sent on down, but it, unfortunately for him, is not going to hit its mark. The diffuser being cold in the site is a bad situation as well, and it further focuses the point that Secret have only the option to go for the kills here, and with that vertical control being potentially taken, it could be very problematic. Although Savage, he's been able to get himself in and pick up the kit. It does put a lot of pressure onto Grubby if he's going to try and keep Shepard. He's maybe looking to move through. He's going to actually rotate above. They're going to go one above, one below. Shepard, he's going to fall. Grubby for the round. Savage comes off the diffuser briefly and looks to take it again.
Wow.
And he wins it! Secret Demo, you've got to swallow your words, my friend. They pulled it off!
Hey, I just... Yeah, the failed rush. C4 killed the dreams, and then it's just guns. That's all it can be from Secret, is just play for your kills. And Grubby and Savage steps up to the mark, and those kind of rounds for me is what defines great teams, where you can make unwinnable positions just winnable. You know, that's what they've done. Outsiders, refrags, non-existent, not there today, and it's really costing them big time.
I haven't heard of him, mate. Don't know who refrag is. Sorry. Must be someone else's friend.
The location of a bomb.
Deary me. 4-2 split there for Secret on the attack. It's exactly what they wanted, and in the fashion that they wanted it. These rounds are exciting for them, Demo.
Yeah, it's just the confidence of winning that 2v4. You know, the vibes will be immaculate. Look at this setup we're seeing from Secret. They're going straight for the vent and workshop defense, Ollie. And look what they're trying to hold. Probably about 70% of the map. They're holding in towards triple wall. They have that mirror window set up in towards sandwich. That gives them the east stairs control. Nobody's getting through east stairs until they get rid of that mirror window. Then they play upstairs. They're going to have all the vertical in the site. So you're thinking, oh, but nobody's in sight demo. Why can't outsiders just rush in? Well, it's the same reason that Secret really couldn't do that either. Is because you have these vertical holes above. You can open up all of the flooring, all of the plant positions are going to be nullified. Hatches open as well if you do need to get back to site. And not only that, they're also extending in towards break room. So realistically, if you look at this top floor, okay, we can't go east stairs because there's a mirror window. Okay, let's go take from security. Oh wait, we can't do that because there's castle barricades. There's an alibi you have to get through. Grubby. Oh, like, look at the confidence that he has now, Ollie. Going for an east stairs peek. Eliminate Stan. Yeah, Secret are trying to hold a lot of the map. Keep in mind, it is border. All it takes is for one position to fall, and the whole strategy could go kaput. Keep that in mind. It's like a Jenga tower. You take away one piece, the whole thing topples over.
Always getting a bit of valuable information there as to Grubby's whereabouts, and Joystick, he had that info as well. He's going to be able to find the head. Take a little bit of damage in the process, though. It wasn't the most straightforward of engagements. However, as you say, Demo, as soon as one piece falls, Secret are left with no opportunity but to try and retreat back. We're seeing options being given there for Astro to maybe rotate himself over into Armory if he should need to. Shepard just going to dip himself out for the time being after opening up the wall. A nice long line of sight there onto that east balcony as well.
It's wasted a lot of time, though, he has to be said, from outsiders. A minute 10 left, and they've only just gotten into archives. There is going to be Amira still lurking above, and Kendry doesn't seem to be aware that there's players actually above, and somehow slips down Ollie through the hatch, fires off a C4, but nobody's home. So they have their upstairs control now, outsiders, but how will they execute? Essentially now for Secret, since you've lost the top floor, keep in mind, they've opened up hatches, they've opened up the vertical angles. They can no longer play in sight. They have to try and play outside of it, in towards customs, in towards blue. You can see that. Outsiders should be getting the drone work. All it takes is one drone to spot out. See, sight is clear. You're going to have an idea. Okay, they have to be in customs. They have to be towards blue. Let's get the guns ready for those fights.
Always going to send the nade down, but I don't think anyone is really accounting for this flank. Slebin, he's got away with murder there, Demo. You're talking about the flank drone. It's non-existent. Pasha, he's going to fall. Slebin dips immediately back out. Kendrew shuts Joystick down. Shepard has the kit. He's on the elevated position. Kenny probably knows this, and he's going to try and hit him with a little bit of a swing. Easy for Kendrew. Astro picks up the last as well. It was all down to the flank, wasn't it? As soon as you see the player creeping up those metal stairs, you just think, game over. You cannot afford to give that up.
I'll be honest, I think it was not only... I don't think it was just the flank. I think the entire round seemed a bit botched from outsiders. First of all, too slow. Not being able to clear up the top floor quick enough. You cleared top floor at, 1 minute remaining. It's not going to be enough. You need to give yourself an extra 30 seconds to get the drone work done. Maybe if you want to, try and challenge in towards customs, which, you know, if they're not upstairs and they're not on the site, they can only be in customs, and they didn't have really any intention of trying to challenge that. And like you mentioned, the flank, there's only 2 staircases you need to be aware of, east and metal, both of which are very easy held. You know, east can be held from the top balcony. Metal stairs, you just hold one angle from any multitude of positions, and that can be from fountain. You can hold it inside a break room. Yeah, this is rookie mistakes now that outsiders are slipping up on.
Basics are sometimes the first thing to go out of the window when teams are really put with the backs up against the wall, but the basics are something that we always come back to, you know. If you can't do your basics well and you can't do them well under pressure, then you are really going to struggle. The problems do run a little bit deeper here, as Secret are demonstrating. 5 rounds to 2 currently. Grubby, nothing stopping him at the minute. The thing is, with the way that he's playing, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets one here, because that's just the way, that's the sort of game that he's having, that's the sort of series that they're having, and he's going to go for it. Shepard, not only, it's the hard breach as well, Demo.
This is what every FPL player has had to play against for the past year, is this right here, this thing on your screen. He's in his element, you know, whenever he has the confidence to do these things. Yeah, it's the Grubby that everyone feared. It's the Grubby that everyone thought, you know, if this guy does what he does on a daily basis before he was playing inside competitive, he'll have no issues. And, you know, he struggled, I think, in the UL for his first stage. He didn't really hit the ground running. I think he did in some games, but for the most part, I think he was pretty quiet, considering the role that he's on. This weekend has just been a game changer entirely for how we view Team Secret. I would say Team Secret, probably out of the 4 teams, were the one that I don't think anyone would have, like, out of the 4, it'd probably be the 4th pick to qualify. You know, I even think people probably would favor Makers just because it's Makers, and they have a history in this competition. But Team Secret, I've been so impressed. I really have.
The job isn't over yet, but 90% of the work is done. They've got a decent advantage here in this round, and Outsiders, well, they're sort of stalling out to a bit of a crawl at the minute. Always is going to drop and see if he's able to find anything. Dan out there on the rappel is going to catch a player just looking, but isn't able to land any significant damage. Grubby could be poised to find himself a couple more here. He hasn't really moved from security.
He doesn't need to.
He's not really needed to. Inside of CCTV, there's all the opportunity in the world that he comes away with another couple here. Always going to find himself a bit of an engagement here with Savage, and it's going to be Pasha to bite back first here for Outsiders. Grubby gets himself on the elevated position, just hops up. He's keeping himself nice and fluid. All of this, by the way, is excellent for Secret, because all it's doing is wasting the clock.
Mate, it's been 2 minutes and they're not even in the building. Dan, though, has actually crept in. Lower metal, found Savage, and now it is a 2v3. No possibility of walls being opened up, so they have to walk through doorways. And with Grubby and the confidence he has, that'll be good for him. All he has to do is hold an angle and just win the gunfight. And just the trident cannot be stopped. The middle prong is too powerful. There's Astro getting in the action, and yeah, Outsiders out of time. Losing the ace was a big one, unless Pasha can make it happen. 15 seconds to go, opens up a lot of walls, but Astro, he slips over to the left side of his screen, and that's all she wrote for that round. 6-2. 1 round, Ollie. 1 round.
Map and series point here for Secret. Lot on the line indeed. They could book their ticket to Montreal right here, right now. Outsiders, I'll be honest, Demo, they look a little bit defeated. They look a little bit down and out. That opening pick, or the opening 2 picks, should I say, that Grubby was able to get at the start of that round really sealed the deal right from the off. You remove an ace, you remove joystick, all of a sudden, bang, big disadvantage.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Oh, well, we go to Customs to see if this potentially could be the last round. I'll be honest with you, I don't see a world where Outsiders pick up 4 in a row. As much as I want it to happen, to see them bounce back and to see us go all the way, taking this to an overtime really seems like a bit of a stretch at the minute. They're going to have to dig incredibly deep.
Yeah, remember we cast it, Outsiders and Border against Navi during the UL Stage 3. And I feel as though the Outsiders haven't really improved since that matchup. I think the Navi versus Outsiders should have been a wake-up for Outsiders, being able to see what the kind of meta is, where you're bringing in the castle, very heavy extensions into Border. I thought Navi played a great game against them there. I think Secret are doing something very similar. They're looking to gain as much control of the map as they can. They're putting up layer after layer. They are building a fortress with so many walls. Oh, Savage, he has a run out as well. That is 3 runouts. 3 spawn peaks in a row. And Outsiders have been... has it been Dan who's been caught out every single round? I think it has. Has Dan died 3 times to a spawn peak? I'm pretty sure he has.
I think maybe over the course of the total game, yeah. But
no, but 3 in a row, because Grubby ran out once. I'm pretty sure he killed Dan. And then he done that run out outside of outside of security, killed him again, I'm pretty sure. And then he's decided again.
It's certainly not looking good. The confidence that Secret are playing with at the minute is infectious, and it's infecting the whole of the team. You know, it's not just Grubby now that's hitting the run out. There it was Savage, you know, he's just getting himself in the action. He's like, you know what, I fancy a bit of this as well. They're almost taking it in turns on Outsiders at the minute, and they are absolutely pummeling them. Another time where we're going in at a man disadvantage. Less than ideal indeed. Pasha does put a good bit of damage in onto Grubby, but isn't enough to make him concerned just yet. Joystick posted up here at the top of East Stairs. He's got a long angled mirror window to contend with.
Yeah, that's a tricky one to deal with. I'm surprised that we haven't seen... well, I mean, I was going to say, I'm surprised we haven't seen the mirror windows get attacked as, you know, maybe with the Habana with the ace, combo that with a Thatcher if there is a mute jammer lingering on it. They brought in the Twitch to do that business, but look who died. It was the Twitch off the spawn peak, so those mirror windows are... They're just going to stay there. I don't think that you're going to really see Outsiders getting a good position to eliminate them. So yeah, that's going to be tricky. Minute 15 though, there is still a possibility if they hit the top floor fast ollie. Keep in mind that if you have security control, then you have access to both hatches, and that does open up the bomb site a lot for the attackers. It means that the defenders then again, similar to what I think Secret had to deal with the ventilation ollie, is that they then have to back away out into other areas of the map, and then you leave the site very, very dry.
Another C4 that swings and just narrowly misses there, always getting beaten up there from Kendrew below, but it isn't going to be enough. The chip damage is quite significant now on Secret. Both Kenny and Grubby both fairly low. We're hearing mirror windows get opened up as well.
Savage could flank up bathroom hatch if he wanted to up customs, but instead he's just going to rotate and just find the freebie.
Looks like he's got an engagement to go through at the moment. He's going to take always out, burst himself through the wall and get himself straight up those east stairs. Already keeping his eye on that break room. Savage looking to move on through now. He's being gifted an opportunity. Can he land? Joystick sent down. Shepard, he's probably going to have to drop the hatch here to get anything done, but Grubby sees to it that he can't. Pasha going to be the last remaining player here on the book. 10 seconds left. No diffuser. Drops to his demise. Grubby to pick up the final kill, and Team Secret are confirmed. They are going to be going to Montreal.
Oh, look at King Kenny. Look at him. He's loving it, and honestly, thoroughly deserved. By far, without a shadow of doubt, the best team this weekend. Didn't drop a map. Oh, I'm happy to see Secret there. It's a big, big opportunity. You know, the biggest opportunity this team has had in ages. You know, Kenny, he's been through the ringer for the past 2 years. You know, he's had to move on from 2 different teams, Ollie, and he was obviously with Navi, and then he was with Heroic, you know, Koan, and then they turned into Heroic, and then he's been with Secret, and he's just been grinding away. You know, a player who I think has taken a lot of stick as well for the past year. A lot of questions being asked about this guy. Is he good enough? Is he still good enough to be playing at this level? And of course he is. Never in a doubt about Kenny. And I thought he's had a brilliant weekend as well. And, you know, yeah, just well deserved. Very, very well deserved.
Another player that we have watched come up through National League as well, getting to grace the stage of SI. Always fantastic to see. Team Secret, you really can't fault them here. 6-0 here in terms of maps on the weekend. They've gone unbeaten, and they haven't been close maps, I'll be honest with you. We've had 7-2s in there. We've had 7-3s. We've had some really good performances. There's quality top through bottom with these guys, and honestly, I wish them all the best going to Montreal. Yeah. I really, really would like to see them do quite well, because they're an exciting team to watch at the minute. And I know we've got a bit of bias because we've watched them quite often and we know a lot of the players on there, and we've seen them come in from different teams, and we've seen this team start to form. But what they've done today and over the course of this weekend really can't be understated. So very well done to them indeed. I'm sure as soon as they have calmed down from the celebrations, Ginny will be getting them in for a quick interview. We're going to chuck this one to a short break, then we'll be back with the desk to break it down and to have a final look at the bracket.
And with that, Team Secret secure themselves a ticket to Montreal. The 7 UL team actually to be in SI this year. Gibson is looking great for our region.
It is looking so good for EUL right now, and it is looking so good for Team Secret. Those guys were written off coming into the start of the week. Yeah. And they made a lot of changes. Their roster's gone through a lot in 2022. And to qualify for SI in the manner that they did, with a new coach, with a couple of new players coming in, at the start of stage 3, I'm so happy for them.
Yeah, they had some time from then until now to rebuild a little, to get used to each other, and it feels like it genuinely paid off to such a great extent with it. Undefeated, and not just in, an undefeated manner, as that's already quite an achievement. When we're looking at Border, it's 7-2. This team was just on fire.
It was their domain. Once again, they were so strong. They played so aggressively. They got in the face of outsiders. They made it difficult. There was one round where Grubby's inside of CC, goes for Spawn P, gets Shepherd, joystick shows the trade him, instantly takes that fight, gets that victory as well. They got in the heads. They played it perfectly. They didn't give outsiders a single breath. It was a ruthless, aggressive game from on Border. And I saw this in the map bans. I was like, if they get Oregon, they're going to win Border. And they've done exactly that. They haven't dropped a map this weekend. Truly fairy tale stuff and massively deserving of that spot at SI.
Yeah, if anything, it does set quite a precedent, but also a lot of expectations for the team going forward. But before we further discuss this, we also have an interview ready with Kenny, the man of the hour, the man that Whippet wants to know what you're cooking.
I don't even know what I'm cooking at this point, I'll be honest. I can't think straight, honestly.
That's all right. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Absolutely killed it this weekend. You're going completely undefeated through EULCQ 2023. How are you feeling?
I'm very proud. I'm relieved as well. I'm very happy as well. I don't know, a lot of emotions right now. We've worked really hard. So I think it's about time that we see the hard work that we've put in over the last couple of months after EUL Stage 3 pay off.
It paid off. I saw some hugs as well, the really wholesome things. But again, the main focus point for you guys coming into this, because, you said it yourself, a lot of hard work has been put in over the last few months. So coming into this, what was the mentality? What was your main point, your main strategy?
Well, I mean, one of Twister's main things is a phrase called Ubuntu. I think that's how I say it. Did I butcher it, guys? Ubuntu? Something like that. Ubuntu. It's basically, I am what I am because you are what you are. And it's basically the togetherness and the spirit of a team. And we're more of a team than we've ever been with any of the previous rosters. Not only because we get along really well, but also the fact that we're all wanting to improve for one another. And it feels like a really good team spirit. And I think that's probably our main strength going into this qualifier, is that we just trust in each other so much. And we're just so confident in one another.
Do you think maybe this bond that you guys have as a team is what gave you the edge this weekend? Is there anything else at play that really made you what you are today?
Well, I think that is one of the main factors, but I also think that my team is absolutely insane. That's also another one, and they all played lights out, and they all trusted me. So I think, that and the fact that my team is insane.
Yeah, we love that. We love some positive vibes, but we're looking forward to SI, right? You guys are going to be on your way to Montreal, so that's really exciting coming in as well. What is going to be the next focus for the next few weeks here? Because you guys played incredible Siege, but again, I'm assuming you guys always want to improve some way, shape, or form.
Well, I mean, I think obviously the confidence from this winning this qualifier is going to help us a lot. Not only is it going to make us more together as a team, it's also going to help us be confident individually. I mean, I think now we fly back from this boot camp tomorrow, so we get home, get ready for Montreal, because I'm pretty sure that it's a fast turnaround for us to go there, maybe a couple of days. So I think maybe we'll have a little bit of time off, maybe 2 or 3 days, and then as soon as we get to Montreal, we'll be scrimming probably again versus other teams. So yeah.
Well, before you get to your celebration, I want to ask you if you have any words you would like to share before, going to Montreal.
Thanks for the support. I've got a lot of DMs over the last couple of days from players and from fans and stuff like that, and it means a lot. I'm very happy that we can actually have some success with Secret, because over the past couple of seasons it hasn't been that great. Obviously as well, thank you to Secret for funding the boot camp. It obviously showed that it worked a lot and helped us a lot. And then obviously shout out to my teammates in Twister and our mental coach at home, Vinicius, and Thumb, our analyst, who works from America. So it's 2-3 a.m. for him when we scrim and stuff like that. So everyone, team effort.
That's the dedication that we love to see. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to interview. Enjoy your celebration and best of luck in Montreal.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, that was so wholesome. I see, Gibson, like your smile is just like all over the place. So I'm going to give this one to you based off of this interview we just had with Kenny. The vibes were immaculate, to say the least.
They were phenomenal. Look, I love Kendrew. Kendrew on LAN is one of my favorite things in the world. So seeing him go back is something that I'm really looking forward to. Savage, a player that Whippet and I got to cast back in You Can 2 and You Can Rumble at the start of 2022. He's going to SI now, and he deserves to be there. And then obviously, we had the chance to spend a lot of time with Twister, and we had a long talk with him a few months back about his philosophy for Siege, and just really happy for that guy as well. He's one of the best coaches I think that Siege has ever had, and seeing him go to SI, I'm really, really happy for those guys. But I do have to say too, it does feel like it's going to be different without those outsiders guys at SI as well. There will feel like there's a hole not seeing those guys playing and competing for finals, but I'm so happy for Secret.
Yeah, and we saw Grubby as the MVP as well with it. It feels like when we're looking at Secret, we said it yesterday, we're saying it again today, consistency. Every single player stepping up to the plate when it's needed, but still Grubby once again gets that MVP shining at this final game here at EU LCQ.
I mean, he played a fantastic game. He played brilliantly on that map in particular. Border suits his style. Another player that me and Gibson had the pleasure to cast during the Northern Premier League. Another one of those players that's came through the system, joined Team Secret instead of EUL in the latter stages, and has grown with this roster. And you can feel it. There's a level of togetherness. Kendrew spoke about that mentality in that interview. This team is seriously finding their identity. And realistically, while Stage 3 was pretty lackluster from them, this is a new look from Secret, and I'm really excited to see where this can go, and they can only build on this momentum.
Yeah, before we head even further into these discussions, I want to bring back the casters that covered all the actions in the last game. Ollie and Demo are back at it again. Demo, looking at Team Secret here, having that conversation with Kenny, it feels like not only did that boot camp pay off in terms of their performance here this weekend, but it also felt like there was a friendship, there was a brotherhood, so to say, created between these members, which paid off as well.
Yeah, vibes were at an all-time high for Secret. I think you can see that. I think, Kenny brings a lot of energy. He always has, since the beginning, since his early days, he always brings that passion to it. And yeah, it just, I don't know what it was about Secret, just everything aligned. Everything, me and Ollie were commenting on it, I think, during, the first game and parts of the second game where just timing was always on their side. I don't think there was a round where you could look there in Secret and say, oh, well, that was unlucky. They never had that. The rounds that they lost, they lost them outright, but they didn't really lose many rounds either, which is one thing you have to take in consideration. Only dropped in 6 rounds there in that grand final. So all credit to them. I think thoroughly deserved. I don't think anyone can say that they don't deserve to be here. Also, keep in mind, this team had to come in through the phase 2 of the open quals. They didn't get the direct invite like outsiders did, and like Navi did. They had to also grind through teams such as, I think, the X-Victors roster, and then also Dun Limited. They had to get past them to get to this point. So there was, again, more of a journey for Secret in that. So yeah, all credit to them, and I'm happy to see what they'll be able to do.
Yeah, and Ollie looking at the bracket as well. I think Team Secret, something that you mentioned earlier today, was the fact that you wanted to see whether or not they'd be able to replicate yesterday's success to determine that it was not just a one-time thing. And it feels like they've changed your mind.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? You can see that Secret had a great day one. Got 2 wins, 2 2-0s. You've got to throw them in and say, do it again. I want to see you do it again, because, and you know what, next time when they're playing inside of SI, I'm going to be saying, do it again, because it's all well and good playing well. It's all well and good getting a couple of points against Navi. It's all well and good beating outsiders twice. But now you've got to do it another time. And I want to see this team build off this foundation. I really don't want this to be like a one-time thing for them where they have a really good qualifier and then they peter off again. And I feel like they are finding that form. Me and Demo were talking about tournament form on the cast, and it really feels like they're coming into that. Everything is clicking very nicely. And you can tell by the way that Kendrew's talking that Twister's really starting to foster a bit of, a family sort of brother environment there where everyone's really getting on with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was really lovely to hear. I think the saying that they mentioned as well, I'm not going to remember it. I'm not going to be able to pronounce it either, but it was lovely to hear. And before we close everything out, Whippet and Gibson, I want to give a shout out to you two as well for being here this weekend. Thank you guys. Every single one of you did great. But before we close it out, any final words, any remarks coming out of you, Gibson, based on what you've seen this weekend and how far you've seen these players come?
No, just really happy for the Secret for making through. Obviously disappointed for some of the other teams' performances, but it's been a blast. Anytime I get to work with you, Demo, Ollie, and that Whippet fella, it's always fun. That Whippet fella. Do you have anything you want to say about that?
Oh, it's always fun getting to watch teams like this, and of course seeing Secret kind of go on this run, this fairy tale story. It's been brilliant, and I really can't wait to see what they can do at SI.
Demo, I know you're going fishing in Sierra Leone, but has this weekend left some sort of an impact?
No, I mean we've seen plenty of quals before, and I think this one, yeah, it's no different. It's usually a team that you never expect wins these. It's weird like that. Very, very weird.
Ollie, weird, happy. I know you're very happy.
What would you like me to say, Ginny?
Say whatever's on your mind. Shout outs, thanks, whatever it is.
I think we've had a good weekend. I think we've had some really good games. It's been great to see the sort of quality and what to expect. It's also given a bit of a sneak peek as to what we can expect from these teams after SI and after the off season. And of course, for Secret, best of luck.
Best of luck indeed, and best of luck to you guys as well. Don't forget to secure your tickets because SI is very close and then you want to make sure that you're able to attend. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you everyone for making this possible, and I hope you guys have an incredible rest of your Sunday.